Hotep Senu Hena Senut Itiren Ishakanugu Kemet. I hope it's all well. I'm going to check the sound. That's not the right one. Give me a few minutes. Microphone check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Okay. Sound is loud and clear. So we have Shimon in a place to be. Greetings to you. I've shared the invite link for those who want to get in. Otherwise, we're going to continue from where we left off. Well, there's a little bit of Medu nature here. We actually have the Hotep Dinesu, and we have well, it's particular. The Neb usually comes after Usir, but probably for the sake of saving space, we actually have the eye, then the Neb, then the throne. But Usir is made of the eye and the throne. So after that, we have Jedu, and usually we have Usir Neb Jedu. Necher A. Well, it looks like A. Hmm. Well, strange. It looks like the Nefer glyph, then the here, then the leg. So I don't know. Uh, I don't know. And then we have Peret Cheru. Yes, Peret Cheru, Ka Aped. And then we have Neferet, Wabet, and then I cannot tell what the last glyph is. Kind of looks like Ka, but not sure. Well, how does it look here? Nah. Look for a clear one. Oh, like this one, for example. Let's enlarge it a little bit. So here, Hotep Dinesu Inpu. We have Hotep again. Then we have Tep Ju F. Then we have Imi. Imiut. Well, the new determinative, so I don't know which place that is. Then we have Nebta Jeser. You hear that name? One of the pyramid was built upon the instruction of Djoser. That's the actual glyph here. Then on the second row, we have Hotep Dinesu, Usir, and then we have Hotep, then we have Khenti or Khenet. Then we have Jedu. Then we have Imaku, Kher, Necher A, Sehej, Er, and then I'm not sure what that word is. Now it looks like the Sh glyph, the uniliteral, the pool. I don't know if that's Sheshi. I'm not familiar. Maybe it's a given name. Do we have? Oh well, you see. See, it's very useful when you're familiar with the uniliterals because here, now that's in French, of course, but you can recognize Astel is. Hold on, because right now, hold on. So you recognize Astel is the word for stele. Full sport means false door. De means off, and then we have Sheshi. You see? non, attends. All right. So yes, it is indeed Cheshi, a given name. Now you see the date around 2300 to 2200 BC, made of painted limestone, and here we have the reference. All those people who tell you about their school of thoughts, their belief system, have they ever shown you some artifacts that are 4,000 years old? Then we have Merira. Then we have Menefer. Mm. And we have the Kemet. And there looks like a pool again. And we have the Hasut or Haset glyphs. So is it a determinative or not? I don't know. We have Sheshi again here at the end, and then if we go down, we have Imaku again, and then we have Kher, then we have Jed. We have the determinative of the seated person. Then we have Necher A, Neb. I was gonna say Pet, but well, I don't know here. I don't know here. Don't think it's the pet glyph, and it's not even in the right order. If it was pet, the stool will be first here. It will be before the loaf of bread. Now, and we still have Sheshi at the end. So all these sentences, we have Sheshi at the end. You know, this one, this one, this one. Okay, here we have Peret Heru. Then we have T, and probably Henneket, the recipient for liquid, most of the time beer. Now, it looks like the mouth, but I've never seen it looking like that. So Ren F, probably. M, Heb, Neb, Nefer. M, Imaket, probably. Jet. And we have Sheshi again at the bottom. Now, yeah, I don't have the, I cannot blow it up. That's where it stops. Now, the following line, we have Sehej, Er, Imaku, Kher. I don't know what's there. It's damaged. Then we have Tep, Ju, F. Usually before Tep, Ju, F, we have Inpu. And we have Neb, Kares, or Kareset. And that's the word that some people have tried to claim that there is a correlation with Christ. But this glyph here is actually a coffin. So how do we go from burial to anointed? Can somebody make the breakdown for me? Here we have Imaku, Cher, Necher, A, Neb, This looks like the falcon. That would be Her or Heru. And it's quite repetitive, so we might as well move to another artifact. But once again, 2000 BC. Oh, it's a shame. The reflection on the glass. Now, we have the Hotep Dinesu in Pu, then we have the Hotep again, then we have Kareset F, so his burial. And we have M, then it looks like, is it Herit Necher, the word for necropolis? Then we have Hotep Dinesu Usir Nebjedu. I don't know that word, but we have the determinative of the legs, so probably the determinative of the legs, probably some word that has to do with movement. This looks like the same word that we have there. Then we have Imaku. Then we have Her, SM Hotep, M Hotep, Her Inpu, Sema, F. Now, the taglyph can be without the dots at the bottom. What is this? Okay. Sometimes we see two dots at the bottom of the taglyph. Sometimes we can see three, but that is probably the first time that I see four dots. Now this looks like the biliteral ja with the phonetic complement of the vulture, the aleph. Then we have a bark, so that will be we are by itself, we are F. Then it looks like Sha'i, so I don't know if it's a given name or if it's a word, but probably not a given name. Oshaya, and then something else that has to do with roads, but I'll leave it there. Now, who does this stela belong to? Okay, here we can see further left, but those are just food stuff. And this one looks like the one that kind of looked like a mouth earlier. So I don't know what this is. It might be some I don't know. Now here we have Sa Meri F. We have Pernesut or something like that. And then we have Hernechet. Well, that's what it looks like to me. Then we have Hemet. The T is there. The loaf of bread is there. Hemet F. Merit F. And that is probably a given name. Sesh, Seshet. Now let's see if the name appears in the description. Oh, well, snap. I did not take a picture of that description. It's a shame. Now this one here is called Nebit. He is the chief of the police. And underneath we have his offering table here. And for those who look closely, it is facing the statue. But if you look here, that's the offering table, the altar, which spells a word that we are all familiar with. This is from the 13th dynasty between 1700 and 1600 BC, from the cemetery of Edfu. So you see, we have name, date, and places. We have two references, two artifact numbers, because we have the statue and we have the offering table. And yeah, I'll leave it there. Now, those take the classes, those who are learning Medu nature. This is the pot or the vase. Then we have the loaf of bread. Amazingly, we do have the egg here. Just like we have it with the name Aset. So either it's a determinative for the name of this goddess. That glyph can stand for Sa as well, just like the duck. So I'm wondering, could it be that? But we do have the pet glyph here, and we can notice the stars within the pet glyph. Um, some funerary items of the lady Tanet Mit from the 22nd dynasty between 945 and 713 BC. If you don't take advantage, brothers and sisters, it will be an hour just like yesterday. I'm already 18 minutes through. No questions, no comments. Feel free to use the chat, and those who want to get on the panel can use the invite link. Same lady and the same date. Now that one is lovely, and you will see why. Now, if I do a close up, earlier we've seen some incense burner, and that's what this individual is carrying. That's what he is holding. On the other hand, he is holding the item that stands the for Quebec. You see, and we can see the liquid going on this offering items, which has to be food stuff, but I cannot tell what it is exactly. Now, the Necheru appear to be barefooted, but if you look here, it looks like he has some sort of shoes or maybe sandals. Now, falcon headed with the sun disk and the um, cobra, probably Heru. Then we have Usir, then we have Ased, then we have Nebatet or Nebethut. And here, see this part there? It actually spells Peret Em Heru, the proper name for the so-called Book of the Dead. And here it says, beginning of the Book of the Dead, to the right, the title, coming out during the day, otherwise written um, in the back, for lack of a better word. It was cut. I don't understand what they're trying to say here. But cut and returned to the modern era. Hunsumes makes an offering to, well, this is Ra Herokti. Okay. And then we have Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys. So this is the Book of the Dead of Hunsumes. We cannot tell what the reference is. I mean, there's probably one letter, then it looks like 2070, but I'm not sure, maybe 2090. But this is definitely the Louvre Museum. And I have filmed that a long time ago, actually. Many times when I returned to the Louvre Museum, this artifact wasn't there. A lot of times, some artifacts are sent abroad to different museums for some expeditions. I'm sorry for for some exhibits, not expeditions. Now it's a shame it's a bit blurry. I moved too early after snapping the picture. Now you can compare the color now. The color, those are Ushabtis, of course, but well, they look like it. Um, but compare the color of the face, the neck, with the white clothing. Here we have plenty of Ushabtis. We have a nice box here. We have Aset. We have Nebet Het. And the fact that they have their arm like this, it looks like they are in lamentation. Amazingly, above their hand, we have the Ujat. But here, uh, I think the mummy is no longer there, but it's like those Russian dolls. You have this lid, and this lid covers it, and this lid covers it. And you probably heard that for King Tut, there were so many leads, so many, yes. Small Shaptis or Shapti. It's a troop of funerary servants from 21st dynasty. Between 1069 and 945 BC. This is the end of the Book of the Dead, put that in quotation, of Jed Hor. Now that's late period. They are telling us that from left to right we have chapter 162 with the image of the cow, followed by the chapters, the additional chapters 163 and 165. And that one here, doesn't it look lovely? This is Usir. This is Osiris here. This lady is carrying a sistrum. This one is holding something. I don't know if this is smoke coming out of it. This is a palette of a scribe, so most likely that individual used to be a scribe. Here we have the offering. Here that's happy. Here that spells Mesti. Here we have Duamut F. Here we have the bull's head. Here we have the bovine or ox's leg. Here we have probably a goose or a duck, and the rest I cannot really tell what they are, but it's all food stuff, some offering. And here we have the name Usir. Then we have Necher Hekajet. Here we have Seshmat. Okay. Now, you see the length of the papyrus? It's extremely long. It is a book of the dead, so-called book of the dead of the scribe Nebked. During the reign of Amenhotep III, 1300 BC, 18th dynasty. The length is 6 meters. And it tells us that it's read from left to right. Some more chapters. On the right, we have the jet pillar of Imenhotep, the father of Nefer Ubeneth. Canoptic jaws. They will place some of the remains of the deceased inside of canoptic jars. What? Okay. Oh, it's not easy to read, but here we have the name Musir. And it looks like a Genet Imentiu, Mecher A, Hekajet, and the rest is going to be a bit too difficult. Okay, that's a Hare here. Uh, and then we have the two ripple of water and then Nefer, so Unen Nefer. Then we have Neb and then the rest I cannot tell. So this might be Ra or Horakti. We have Jehudi or Thoth holding the wasp scepter. And then I would say Osiris with the white crown. Under the clues that is depicted in green. But if the hat would be looking like a kufi, I would have guessed. I would have presumed Ptah. This is particular. You see all the shapes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 times the snake. Very long one, looking like Apep, usually Apep or Apophis as the Greeks call it. You have all those, But we have some blue, we have some red, we have some green. I can just tell that here we have Imenhotep, or Amenhotep, as we say in English. And above we have Nebhau. Then it looks like Nebtawi first, and then we have Usir. And the bottom, I cannot really tell, but we have the nature glyph. Haha. Didn't I tell you? There's another one coming as well. So remember, it's not like this. One hand further in the front. That's supposed to be at the same level. Now, from here, we read from left to right. From here, we read from right to left. So here we can tell it's the star. And we have the determinative of the man with his hands up in a position of adoration or prayer. So he says dua. Then we have ra. Then this looks like het F, hotep F, M, probably aket. Here we have inej her ek. So you can translate that as greetings to you. Or literally, it might be, what is it again? May your face be protected. Now here we do have energetic again. Then we have the word uben, which can be translated as rising or to rise. Then we have m keperi, the egg or the egg. Then it looks like t and maybe henneket. I don't know what the following stands for. But we have the mark of the plural, the three strokes. Then we have ka aped. Then we have nkn wa. Usually we have semerwati. Then we have iker, and then something like hesi. Okay. So in parentheses, they put window at the top of the pyramid of the tomb of Minacht around 1300 BC. And we are told Minacht is kneeling and adoring the sun. Oh, we have Reggie who wrote Iker meaning excellent, indeed, excellent or skilled. And Reggie says that he says excellent praise. Okay, so Iker Hesi, excellent praise or perfect praise. Uh, okay, we have Dua again. Then we have Ra. Earlier we had het F, and here uh, it's not the typical spelling because a snake, the horned viper, is between the G glyph and the loaf of bread. And earlier, if I go back, I hope I will see it. Hold on. We had a het F. You see here? Dua, Ara, and then het F. But there, for the sake of space, the glyphs were placed differently. Then we have Uben again. And this time we don't have the what's the name again? The ripple of water. So we have Uben F M. Then it looks like Aket or maybe Aketi. That glyph I don't know. I'm wondering if it's the word Yabet. I'm wondering if that spells Yabet. But we have two loaf of bread, so it might be spelled Yabetet. Then we have Net Pet In Sesh Per Hedge En Neb Tawi. We have the glyph that looks like an elephant tusk. It has probably 3 phonetic values. Usually we see it for the word ed, well, for what we call ed food now, but it's behedet. I cannot tell what this is here. It's getting more blurry as you can see as we go down. So I'm going to go back up. So we have iri, mutek. So well, brother Reggie has been busy. He wrote when he shine in. So uben. Oh, okay. So Reggie is translating uben with shine. If that's the word he translated, I would translate uben as rising, but you know it's not far off. Then we have the word for okay. Probably the word that I thought was yabet is might be the word for east actually, indeed. And then shine in the sky, and then Lord two lens, yeah, question mark, not really sure. So iri probably meaning the two eyes, but usually they will actually put the two eyes for the duo. Then we have mut ek, your mother. I'll have the determinative of a person here holding something that I cannot distinguish. En her ek. Now this glyph here is like the two arms like this. But I don't know what that spells. Then we have ma'at. Well, I will read that er through, but there I would say that the oh no, not through, no, ter, sorry, ter, meaning season. Why we have the loaf of the relief here, I don't know. So Reggie indeed wrote your mother, and then he translates it as I see your face, hold ma'at. Okay. So hair indeed means face, and ek is a suffix pronoun. So you see, I was wondering about iri, and Reggie translated it as I see. And then it says your face, hold ma'at. But the I see is like, you know, if that's what he translated as IEC is very far off, because in meantime we have the Mut egg, but we're not gonna spend too much time on this. Um, Now we have a Heret. It looks like pet, and then we have Ib Ek. So your heart. And then I don't really know. It's a bit blurry. And then finally, that last row or column. Hmm. Endemet. I don't know what it means. It looks like the determinative of the knife. This one is usually a determinative that we see associated with, nechet, for example, strong. Reggie wrote, yep, your hit. And then we have ek. I forgot the phonetic value of that glyph that kind of looks like a bow tie. Then we have the lock of the boat, I presume. Then the t, so probably spells set. Then we have once again what to me appears to be the elephant tusk. Then we have the determinative of the seated man with the hand towards his mouth. Then we have unen, the hare plus the two water wave. Then we have ra again. And then we have her, ma'at. Now, this is how do you call it in English? When you have a boat, dang, the word escapes me. Um, that thing that actually makes the boat go forward because of the wind. The word just escapes me. But that would be chow. That would be basically the word for wind. It can be the word for breath as well. Then we have raneb every day. I forgot the phonetic value for this glyph here. Then we have ek. We have two loaf of bread. Then we have what looks like the bark. The bark will be wia. Then we have the same. What we see here, I would say it's the same here, except that there you have a little something here, kind of looking like a handle that we don't have there. And we have ek again. Then we have that arm holding that. Well, I'm not sure what it's holding. It's maybe some sort of stick. That is usually a determinative for associated with nechet. Then we have NS, and then I think it's the bottom of a cat, but it stands for peh, if I'm not mistaken. P H, the H with a dot underneath. Then we have the determinative of the legs, and we have su, that would stand for here, if I'm not mistaken. Then we have D already ek, and then we have chau with the rope that gives us the U sound, and even the mark of the plural, the three strokes, and then we have M, and then the rest is just a bit too blurry for me to keep on. Hey, I'm a good brother. He wrote in Medu Nature Hotep Sen. How are you? I'm chilling, I'm going through Medu, as you can see. We have brother Reggie here, you see. You see he put Pehet, power, maybe. And then he wrote also royal give breath. And indeed he agreed with both, and he also agreed with breath slash or dash sail. Say when he exists Ra. And then give Ma'at yep your heart. Yo, where are all the Kemetic people, brothers and sisters? Where are all the Kemetic people? There's Reggie, there's Marcel, there's my brother Blaya. We have so many people who break down Kemet. But when it comes to the Medu Nature, when it comes to the language, where they at? You know, we can see we have a long way to go, a very long way to go. Because I'm telling you, if you ask people what is their school of thought, if they are Kemetic, there's so many who will say yes. And ask them, can you show me Hotep on the glyph? Well, many people who are teachers, some would even either be labeled master teachers. But when it comes to the matter nature, are they familiar with it? We have a very long way to go, you know. And I want the future generation to see that. If you're wondering how come we did not connect and organize, have a look. And Reggie couldn't help it. He wrote the Kemetic Christians can't read the meta nature; they look at pictures. Oh, you should give them a break, brother. I mean, I'm sure amongst them some can read the meta nature, you know. So how could they talk about the divine and can't read the meta nature? Faking us out. Can't read on the fly. Well, many can't read on the fly, but. Now, don't think it's a negative if you cannot read the meta nature, brothers and sisters. We have to start somewhere. But when will you start? Or will you ever start? Once you start, it's like on a bicycle. You struggle at first, then you're used to it. And then you can even do tricks, wheelies, and all kind of stuff. Reggie wrote, "Yeah, where are they? Demonstration creates sermons." So it's not rocket science. You can get there. You can learn it. But for the future generation, you see, it's 2022 as I speak. Since I'm requiring people to show their face to get on the panel, it's a lot more quieter. I want the future generations to know that even to show their face is a challenge. And we're talking about the hardcore revolutionary warrior scholars, warrior teachers. There's so many people who are alive. They are liver than a mofo when it comes to the struggle, when it comes to the people, when it comes to the information, when it comes to all that good stuff. But yet they won't even show their face. So when you have people who won't show their face to discuss our past or the past of some African people or black people, because some people don't like the term African. Some people celebrate the death of Africans, and the people who celebrate the death of Africans, when they do live streams, they have hundreds of people connected. But to each his own. So when you have people who won't even show their face to address a fascinating empire, nothing illegal with that. Do you think that they will get out of their house and move to some place where there's a protest or where some people need to be supported or just to um, reach a meeting location of some organization? Do you think they would do that? A few would eventually, but most won't. You know, and many would not even hit the like button or share. You know, but many will have the Twitter fingers. With their fingers, they will be live. They will be hardcore revolutionary. The powers that be is shaking just thinking about those Twitter finger revolutionaries. You see, so I want the future generation to know that. Now, you see, those people who don't invest time, effort, energy, money with the information, not to say the struggle, um, they will come with some excuses. They will blame it on white supremacy. They will say it's because of white supremacy we couldn't connect. No, it's because many of you are just too scared to just be to be there as you are. Too scared to be identified as a member of a community or as someone who holds certain values or who follows a certain school of thought. Now, Reggie wrote, I only teach the Medu nature to friends or family. I no longer help people that misuse me in the conscious community. They promote who they want. And we have Blaya who wrote, a lot of liars in the Kemetic community. Some people are in it for making money. Yeah, well, it's not wrong to make money per se. But if people are in it just to make money, then indeed that will be an issue, you know. But it's very good for the future generation to know this thing because I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, some of those people might be your cousins, your uncles, your fathers, and if you kick it with them and ask them, where were you? Where were you? We have the footage, we have the records. I ain't never seen you in any event. I ain't never seen you making any video to defend the culture when it was disrespected. When all those people used to say, Egyptomaniacs, Hotep, N word, I ain't even seen you speaking. Why you never spoke? Oh, nephew. Oh, son. White supremacy. They deleted everything. Yeah, right. Reggie is addressing Blaya saying, you are correct. Now they hire Meta Nature mercenaries because they never learned. What does that mean, Meta Nature mercenaries? Let me get something to drink. I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. Reggie wrote, a Kemetic Christian will see the still, I'm not sure how to pronounce it now, stele, and walk away and never try to read it. Good job, my forever. Brothers and sisters, young and old, if you study the Medu Netra, no matter how far you went, go to a museum with some artifacts from Kemet and try to recognize some of the beliefs that you'll learn. You shall see a few. You will definitely see the uniliterals. And I don't know how you're starting, how you're learning, but I would recommend, like I've told people over and over again, start with the uniliterals. Now I see that Reggie is trying to get in, but he says device now. Oh, okay, it's changing. There it is. What's up, Stan?
Hey, Hotep, Shaka, a very good job reading on the fly. Um, it- for us, yes, we make some mistakes with vocabulary, and there's always variations. But you're doing a eager job. You're doing a wat in ankh. You're on a path of life. Um,
Dua.
and there are glyphs that since we don't use it every day, we have to consult, and we may not be able to do it. But what I find is that the Kemetic Christians, they would see a stela like this, and they would completely walk away. Uh, they would spend a few seconds looking at it and figure it out that it's out their pay grade, right? And then they would they would in fact walk away, and they would walk to a picture, and then they would describe the picture. They love they love the weighing of the heart, right? But they are not going to use. They're not going to read any of the meta on the weighing of the heart. And so it's frustrating because I found out in the last couple of years is that these these platforms, channels, they promote people
Oh,
who people come to
okay.
see, and they
I
don't
hear
come
you.
to see me. Yeah. Oh, sorry. They don't come to see you. These Some of these channels sometimes promote people who they think that people will come because they need the views, and I'm not their favorite, and you're not their favorite. But the difference is, you, me, Smash, uh, and just a few others on this board can even read things on the fly to get an idea of what it's saying, even though our translations may not be perfect. But I don't want to ruin with what you're doing with my
No, it's
bias.
all good. It's all good. I like the participation. I like the
Yeah, with my
participation. I like
bias
the
and my.
interaction.
But what I will say is, you people out here, if you go to a museum, if you go to a museum, and that's where you should go, you shouldn't go to Kemet. uh, I mean, only if you can afford it. But if you go to Kemet, they're going to charge you an extra $1,000 or more after your flight and your hotels for them showing you pictures, because they're not going to read anything. They're just going to charge you for being there. So you should, what Shaka does, my Forever does, is he spends his own money and he takes you around museums of the world to show you primaries, particularly in Europe, uh, and and then actually read the glyphs. A lot of us are in New York. We can go to New York, we can go to Boston, we can go to Pennsylvania, uh, to the Penn Museum, right? And but they wouldn't spend $200 with me. They would spend $3,500 to play around in some dirt and think that they're on a dig. So I'm not their friends. None of their friends. I don't need their friends. I don't need anything from them, because I know when people are faking out our people and acting like they know something. And so, what is a meta mercenary? A meta mercenary is a person who is spent his time and money to learn the meta, who then joins these shrines because these shrines give them status. They give them status because they can read the meta and help the priest and the other people who are not very good with the meta. So uh, so then they themselves get involved in the spirituality, the part of it. And what you're showing, most of the stuff that you're showing right now, or funerary stuff. So it deals with a person's obituary, and it deals with their funerary, but it doesn't have a whole lot to do with the life of the Africans that lived on the Nile, except for the culmination when it comes to death. However, there's lots of material that deals with living activities such as wars, treaties, uh, divorces, um, food, um, and things like that. And some of those things are actually harder to read because the funerary stuff is easier to read because it's much more formulas. We've seen a lot of it, but the conversational stuff, like Pianki, Taharka, those type of things, is really harder to kind of read because those are just straight speech. So to the people, whoever's listening, the 20 or so people that might be watching, um, if you go with any of these Kemetic people, force them to read the meta. If they can't read it, then you should ask why they can't read it. And And if they can't read it, then you should take a picture of it, and then maybe you could pay or go on give your picture to Shaka and Dugu or to Smash Rockwell, and maybe they in time they might go over it if they think that it's important. But don't think that you can get it from the Kemetic Christians, because they just don't do the work. So I'm not trying to be their friend. They already said my analysis is poor. I don't know. You could say you could disagree with my analysis, but don't tell me that my work is poor when you can't. You have never demonstrated that you've ever went to the TLA online, that you've ever translated anything on the fly, right? Something that you didn't look up, or that you already have the translation. Don't come and tell me that my work is poor, or uh, Shaka Ndugu is biased. Don't do that to my brother Shaka Ndugu. Don't
But
do.
but if sorry, Reggie, if you don't mind, would you mind saying who said those stuff?
Yeah, I don't want to say his name, but if you was on Shanetta's channel the other day when I was discussing the ka and the ba, and um, I disagreed with a brother who I've known for years, and instead of saying, "Well, brother Reggie, I disagree. Won't you explain further?" He does what he normally does, and he says that my analysis on the ka and the ba was poor, and
Is it the Floyd Mayweather of the conscious community?
I'm not going to comment on who it was. You have to see the show, but it happened, and
But
ever
did
since,
he say
yes.
that I'm biased as well?
He said what?
Did he say that Shaka Ndugu Kemet is biased?
No,
Oh, okay.
and other people, I've seen how they handle you, right? Like, so when I go to the PK pseudo killers,
Yeah.
they always not Brendan, and not even Ankh, but some of the other people are basically saying, you're talking to Shaka and Dugu. And I was like,
Is that a
no,
problem?
yeah, it's a problem. Yeah,
They are
because
welcome if they are listening. They are welcome because
yeah,
you know
they
any
yeah.
content. I mean any disagreement, any contentious, any issue, any conversation is welcome. I don't screen the call, so if there's anything that they want to talk
Well,
about,
they don't read the Meta Netra, so they can't come on. But when we was talking about African, it was a show where we was talking about why do they consult Blanche or Erit on issues of Afro-Asiatic, and I was like, why don't you consult the French-speaking Africans? And then when I said that, they merely thought that I was talking with you and about you,
hmm,
and you're my brother, and you speak French, and you're able to read a lot of the primaries in French,
hmm,
which they never. We are Americans here,
hmm.
so we are actually Afropeans. Um, so we don't read anything else outside of English. So if a European English speaking expert says something, that's our God, because they don't read Ankh Online. They don't know that Ankh Online has scholars of different races. Bruce Williams is on Ankh Online. Even they've had articles on Erid and others. They don't discriminate on Ankh Online if the work is good. It doesn't matter if you're African or black or white or anything, because Sheikh Anta Diop's children are mixed race. So they don't discriminate on the basis of race, right? But they don't seem to find that African scholars in these universities, Dr. Salua, Dr. Nasiri, Musa Lam, and a whole score of Africans who have committed their lives into this research are as good as Europeans. And so
Yeah.
I don't know why there's this fixation on they say Afro-Asiatic is undefeated, and that nigger.
Oh. Mm. But there's the one thing I noticed that they don't want to invite Ned and Neb. I mean, it looks to me like they don't want to. And it will be interesting because, like I said, he's in the field, and he had some work that was published in some linguistic journal, or well, let's say some journal. But he's in the field of linguistics, so they were reading
Hmm.
Wikipedia,
Hmm.
and at some point he was saying that Shekanta Diop's uh, linguistic work was labeled pseudoscience.
Hmm.
So I called in
Hmm.
and I told them, that work did Diop, Shekanta Diop did the work, did the
Hmm.
comparison, and he did it like back in, like, I think in 1955, before most of us were born. So if the method in 1955 obviously would not be the same as 2020, you know,
Hmm.
like we have 70 years apart, you see.
Hmm.
But it was surely not perfect, but nobody can deny, the similarity between the Wolof and the Medu Nature. And one or two brothers were saying, if we see some similarity in the Wolof, that's because there's a lot of Arabic in it, and that's the
Hmm.
reason why.
Hmm.
And I was saying that, in the English language, we have some French words, we have words from other languages. In the French language, we have a lot of Italian words, some Arabic words. So because of that, I'm not going to say, okay, we cannot, count. Like the French doesn't count, because one of them kind of said something like that, that the word of doesn't count because it's recent and it derives from some other language. I mean, the
Hmm.
English kind of derived from the German or some Germanic language. A lot of people know that. So
Yeah, but
that's.
who you the thing the thing that is who you're speaking to. So first you're speaking to people who don't understand, who don't know the meta nature, right?
Mhm,
So and then you're speaking to people who don't know Wolof. And then you're speaking to people who don't know understand the method. What the meta nature gave is that it allowed us to know that it's both logographic and phonetic.
mhm,
And when we found that it was phonographic, I mean, yeah, phonographic, then what we could do is match words from from the Nile Valley to other cultures, right? And we find that they make the same sounds, they mean the same things when you line them up. And so they don't understand the method that certainly the people in West Africa can't read the Medu Neter, but some of the words passed through trade in North Africa down uh, down to West Africa. So when the West Africans was formulating their scripts, they used they used information from North Africa that had a basis of ancient Egypt or the Nile Valley, and then they incorporated those concepts into their language. So, and prior to ancient Egypt was the parent people of ancient Egypt. They don't understand that. Ancient Egypt is a child. The language was already there. The script wasn't there, but the language was already there. And then the script started being formed in the period before Nermer, right? And they don't understand that there are parent peoples, Nakata, what they call Nubian A,
mhm.
and then there's Badarian, and there's a whole bunch of other groups. But I focus on Badarian, Nakata, and Nubian A culture as the start of the phonetic script. But they don't know this, and so I let them talk. I let
Mhm.
them talk, and then they don't respect that I have college education. They don't respect that I had some training by Dr. Ricchetti. They don't respect that the fact that I've been doing this work, and I am the person who authored the most important conference with on Kemet on trial, where now after that people have made tens of thousands of dollars. Before Kemet on trial, many of these people you didn't know. On the issue of Netanyahu is certainly in the field. He's working with professors. He's working in the university, right? He's going to his paper has been accepted. He is going to be published, and the other people can't smell a journal. So when I published my work in a journal, the Journal of Pan African Studies, then they said I weaponized the fact that I'm in a journal, and then they went and they tried to attack some spelling errors and some other type of things.
What was that? Was that PK or was it like the pseudos?
No, the people who attacked my work was Asar Ujao and that other dude that I don't ever mention, uh, who is Ujao's student.
Okay,
But
yeah.
they attacked my work, saying that because of some spelling errors, but it's not all my fault. They had a time frame to put my article in the journal. They had other things we I missed, and they missed some grammatical things, and then one of them decided that they would try to review. Culture Journal has never been in the journal, but wants to act like an expert and wants to write a review on my work as a way to get in the journal, but he has no original work in the journal. And if you search the Journal of Pan African Studies, you will see my name 2 years prior, 2 or 3 years prior in that journal contributing. So that wasn't my first contribution to the journal. I had helped with the bibliography, the biography of Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan, and so I had been in that journal, and the editor knew me, and then I decided to not write a book, an Amazon book, on my findings on Kemet. I decided to invest and publish it in a journal. I could have written an Amazon book. I didn't want to. I wanted to be in a journal. So I paid my time to, and sure, there's some things that I would fix, but nevertheless, many journal articles aren't perfect.
Well,
But
even PhDs, they have books, and you happen to find errors. We're humans. And humans makes mistake, and if the errors on some spelling, if it's just some spelling mistakes, it's not the end of the
yeah, but
world. What matters yeah.
the
Mhm.
pseudo, the pseudo, and someone else that was in their chat that day, they said I took the glyph from Vigus, and I didn't. I plagiarized because I took a glyph that's an African glyph,
But
and I took it from Vigus.
was it just one glyph?
Yeah, it was one glyph.
So I mean, come on now, one glyph, like.
But a glyph doesn't belong to the Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, but what's funny to me is that you have a dude who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that there were Hebrews in Kemet, that those Hebrews were black, that rise a volcano, that Kem, the I6 glyph after a name doesn't stand for black, that it stands for title, and you know so many other what is it? Sumerian is like a Bantu or Niger Congo language, one of the two.
I never seen that. I never seen those people actually do what you just did. Pull up an arbitrary artifact that you shot yourself in the museum of the many artifacts and decide to the people, I'm going to try to read some of it, right? I'm going to read some of it because and so what they do is that they got a lot to say, but I have never seen them. I have never seen. Um, I'm not going to say that Erie doesn't is not an expert in the Meta Nature. He is. I just disagree that on his sometimes on his knowledge in Nile Valley civilization. Your
I
baby
mean,
speaking French, or was he
well,
speaking?
she's only 2 years old, so
Oh,
she's just like kind of mumbling, but she
she's
understands
she
French. We
speaks
speak.
French.
Well, yeah, she speaks French. She says a few sentences. We speak French to her, and I will teach her other languages when she grows a little bit.
Yeah,
Mm.
well, good. She'll be
And of
multi.
course, the Medu nature is a must. It's a must when she grows a little bit.
Yeah, so they fooled the people long enough, and then at some point, the people will. We're going to force them to learn the Medu Neter, and otherwise they can't show pictures no more. You can't be talking about the ka and the ba. You can't be talking. You can't be doing no ceremonies, no line dances, because I call them line dances. You can't do any of that unless you are reading from text. The other person I like, of course, is a Soren Ka. A Soren Ka, I like
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, I've heard it many times. But so, was there some kind of fallout with the PK? Like you're not going
Oh
on the
no,
platform?
The PK, the PK questions things, and so sometimes it takes some time to pull up the primaries and show the PK because they don't understand Nile Valley culture. Some of them think it's Asiatic, right?
Mm.
So I had an argument with them over the Norma Stela, where the there were smaller figures holding the staves, and I said those were Twa, and they went bananas on me.
They disagree with that, but
Yeah.
well, it's a detail. We have a whole civilization. We have like a 3,000 years of dynastic period, and indeed, if they really want to um, know a
Mm.
little bit more about it, nothing is stopping them from learning the Mother Nature. They don't even need to pay for the classes. I can't remember who was saying that, but not long ago I heard somebody saying that even online you can find some resources, to kind of get
Yeah,
some
but you
introduction
know,
of
and
the
I
nature.
know that you really can't. It's difficult to learn it from a book. You have to.
Yeah.
There are so many nuances
Mm.
that you need worksheets and stuff. And so Dr. Ricchetти, Dr. Ricchetti is an expert in doing this for many years. Infodici follows a lot of her teaching because he was an advanced student. And then there's uh,
Bonacci.
Bonacci Montgomery, which is the frontline expert. Um, but what they want to do is they want to do spirituality. They think that they could touch a stele and be able to tell the people what it means, and you can't do that. You
But
can't.
we get some clarity. We get some clarity. But I mean, what I really lament is how disingenuous some people can be. You know, you mentioned, the wannabe linguist, and I don't know what sparked the conversation, but one brother who took the classes, um, that was just today, and forgot how it came in the conversation. Uh, but that Black Sumerian thing, Chuck Morgan, he made a presentation that he actually presented again
I was on it.
on Garfield's podcast, and he shows so many artifacts of the Sumerians, and it's clear,
Mhm.
to everybody that have eyes, that those people, when you look at their phenotype, they are not black at all. And I have the video called "White Semites Black Awakening." Now, that
Mhm.
guy who wrote that book about Black Sumer, um, I was told that he's not a linguist, so it's a second guy who's not a linguist, and that inspires the pseudos to make some claim. So
Mhm.
I'm not saying that if you're not a linguist you don't have the right to make some proposition or hypothesis, but what's important is how you introduce yourself to the people. And we have seen over and over again how some people are just disingenuous with some personal hypotheses that they try to pass off as fact, and in the process they disrespect people. um people like us, like average Joe, who have an interest and knowledge of the Mother Nature, and even experts. So it's just weird, you know. Like with Diop, you know, some people might not understand. Maybe they feel some that way. They don't really see this thing being offensive, maybe because Diop is not from America, you know. But for those who don't know, Diop had a PhD from one of the most prestigious university in France called La Sorbonne, and he was a real scientist. You know, he was the real deal. You know, and to say publicly that because you met someone from Senegal who uh, uh,
Mhm. Who
shed
can't
some.
find, yeah, the wool off? Who can't? Who's
Yeah,
not?
I mean, you know, just a statement from someone that you just happened to meet, and you're gonna say that Diab guessed. I mean, Diab knew the Wolof language. I mean, come on, now all this just for some claim.
Yeah, but we spend too much time on. We actually spend. Um, Asar and them are products of the Amin Ra squad, and the Amin Ra squad wasn't really relevant until after Kemet on trial. Smash Casual, Jonathan Owens was the expert in the meta nature for he was the meta nature strength of the Amin Ra squad, and he disagreed from the very beginning with from some of the methodology from the very beginning, and that was his own group. So, but the people that we're talking about is really not relevant. They came into being. I mean, they were doing some work. I ain't gonna say that. And you know, I don't dislike Asar. I think Asar is he's all right. I think he's a bright dude. I just think that what they did was, I'm gonna tell you what they did. What they did was see the word Kemet as a treasury. And then what they did is they attacked the word Kemet for marketing purposes. And they used they use what they call historical comparative linguistics to say that Kemet doesn't mean what it means,
Yeah,
and so they had the light shined on them, and so now they go around going to all the scholars and start beating them up based on what they think that Shekanta Diop knew and what Obenga knew. But what they've done to themselves is that they think that the American conscious community audience is or is the scholars. What they've done is they've destroyed themselves in the African world. So they will never ever be respected um, in the wider world because of what they did. All scholars can make a mistake, but Diop did not guess. Diop made no mistakes, and Diop, you got to look at this man in his times and what he gifted Africa. And he changed. He allowed him and Obenga, Dr. Theophile Obenga, allowed Africans now to begin to look at the words of Kemet and then look at their own languages and find some continuity of culture, and that gift was enormous, and it keeps on giving. What they've done is a lot of controversial scholarship saying that Kemet has cognates with Kaduro, which is not even Sumerian, which is Lagash, and then all we have to do is pull up, and then they help the Hebrews, but we can just pull up the prayer of uh, Tahaka, and we can pray. We can pull up with Sennacherib. I think I think it was Sennacherib said. He said that he said that Taharka's family that he captured, that they were black as tar, or black as oil, right? So we know that those groups of people, the Assyrians, was also had racial problems with the Nubians. So how could you call yourself say that the Assyrians were black when they're saying that Taharka's family was black as tar? Can't do that. You can't. And then the Assyrians are not the people of Sumer. That's 1,000, 2,000 years later. So you can't look at Assyrian words and say that they're Sumerian when Sumerian has never been reconstructed. No.
Yeah, it's a shame, but I mean, with all the conversation, all the work that Smash has done, if they were not disingenuous, they could have conceded. Okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But at this point, it's just pitiful. You know, it's
Yeah, it
just
is, and
pitiful.
so that's
Uh,
why I tune into your channel.
mm,
And I support your work. I like to look at your primaries when you put them up, and sometimes when you're reading, I may not dial in, but I'm reading what you're reading, right? And uh, we always want to help each other. And so, since you're the only one who's reading today, Saturday, July 9th, 2022, um, and I have nothing to do right now, it's always a pleasure to contribute to someone who's doing the work.
mhm.
And we have African scholars who actually watch our channels. I have a good brother of mine. His name is Giles. He runs a channel called Kemjiverse, and he uh, he does really really good work. And he tells me that the Africans on the continent, particularly scholars, are really upset about what's going on in our community, um, uh, because of the hatred of Africans who don't speak English. I mean, who don't speak French or German or Dutch, um, and that these people are getting a lot of things wrong. Yeah. So I think it's kind
Can,
of,
can, can you please tell me how to spell? I try to look cam diverse. I put cam diverse as well, but
yes. It's
yes.
KAMJI verse, Kamji verse.
G. Okay, okay. G
No, J,
verse. Oh
KAMJIVERSE.
yeah, J. Sorry, I said it the French way. Yes. Uh, um.
And he's been following the work, and
Oh, I got it.
he he's been doing programs on some of the misconceptions that we have.
I see. I see. All right. Yeah, we'll get some clarity. Really, we'll get some clarity. I really encourage your brothers and sisters. It's not impossible to learn the meta nature. And if it's not the meta nature, you can learn some other language. We will, widen your horizons. And if you don't want to learn a foreign language, and try to read people, with credentials, preferably, scholars in the particular field. Other people are not necessarily scholars that teach in the field, but they still have some good scholarship. But in the conscious community, I'm sorry to say it, and I've been saying it for a long time, you have a lot of people who will actually claim to have credentials that they don't, that they haven't heard. We have one guy, just going to be nice and going to say his name, but he even presented a fake PhD, a fake doctorate degree with a spelling error, and that's something that doesn't happen. No university will issue a doctorate degree with some spelling error, and there's a lot of interpretation, a lot of linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics, and not long ago there's this guy who tried to say that one glyph means Allah. That's the kind of stuff that we hear, and you have those platforms where everything goes. Anybody that wants to say something can just come on, and because those channels are popular, then these IDs just float around, and instead of us learning facts, learning things that are attested, what I'm saying, it's it's a bit of time wasting, but it comes with the territory. That's the way it is.
Well, most people are not serious anyway. So most people here wanting to put on a costume and to put on an amulet and give themselves a Kemetic name and hopefully one day in their life get an ankh as if that's important. And they want it for status, and they and status is money, and for a man it's money. It's
But I don't mind that as long as they tell the truth, as long as they're factual. You see?
well, you're not getting. It takes hard work. It takes actually hard work to tell the truth.
Yeah. It's it's longer. It takes much more time. I mean, lying. It's just so easy. It's just so easy. And if you articulate, you will have a lot of people who will follow you. But
No, no,
mhm.
no. If you, it doesn't matter. I've been around for a long time. I don't have people following me,
No, I'm
and
saying
no.
if you're lying and you
Oh,
articulate, yes. If you're
oh
lying and
yeah,
you articulate, yes, you will have a lot of followers.
yeah. I mean, I look. I have an invaluable experience with Brother Polite. Uh, I'm not. I'm the circumstances that he's in is just terrible. And we'll find out what actually happened or what they say. But I've always had a good experience with Polite. Um, Even though he has his own particular, he's very articulate.
Yeah.
He's very very smart. And but the only thing is when he didn't know something, he would actually call me up and we would talk about it, and that I saw him improve in a lot of things just by having a conversation. So I had an invaluable experience with Brother Polite, and I've seen him as also a good student. But um, the circumstances are terrible for him, and I hope that all of it is resolved. We'll find out what it is. But I actually helped Polite go to Egypt.
Mhm.
I talked to him. Me and Casual Smash, Jonathan Owens. We talked to him while he was in Egypt preparing for Kemet on trial. Um, so I thought it was a good thing if we can get him to go to Egypt. And he went to Egypt. I actually drove him to the airport.
Mhm.
And then when he came home, I picked him up from the airport. And I've had some really good experiences with him and his family. Um, it's just the circumstances or what they are.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be serious for him because I don't see how they will have evidence as so many people claim, like semen and all this thing. And the dude's been free ever since, and it might be more than a year now. And I don't see that. I don't see how it's possible that you will be guilty of such a thing, and they have evidence, they have proof it, and you're just free. you know, like come on. But we'll see. We'll see. There's
It's a
a
bad situation for
you know.
anybody being, but what happens is that just being in this community, you like for example, like in our personal lives, you happen to be married and with children.
Mhm.
I don't in my personal life. First of all, I'm 57, 58. I stopped counting. I don't have any interpersonal relationships with any women in the conscious community. I don't. I'm not interested in dating them. Uh, I could give them a museum tour and I can teach them, but I don't have any intimate relationships with any of these people. Why? Because it's basically YouTube land, right? And so if they're in a community, they are going to talk and chit chat, right? So I deal with uh, uh, how can I say professional people, professional women, and other professional women or just women away from this particular community. It's very dangerous when you're out there. The YouTube cameras are on you. People want to get access to you, into your personal life. Um, and in these conferences, people come from around the country to look up with who they think are their heroes. And it becomes it becomes very, very interesting. These relationships that people have, male and female relationships. So
Yeah, yeah, it happens. It happens, but
it
we'll
happens
see.
a
I
lot.
mean, but I think maybe the biggest problem is just the way the brother was flossing. He was really, really flossing, and
Yeah,
that causes jealousy. And now that something happened, a lot of people were rejoicing. A lot of people were like, when you listen to them, you'll feel like like polite will be in jail forever. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's coming soon. It's coming soon. But now, like I said, I think it's been about a year. So
yeah.
we'll
I
see.
don't discuss his case
Mm,
until I find out what the facts are,
yeah,
and I hope the facts are not the way that they're portraying, but
yeah,
not just for him, for the young girl. But
involved.
I don't. But then I seen Tasha K. I seen how she handled it. She started calling people black and ugly as if she's not dark skinned, as if she doesn't wear wake makeup, and so she attacked Brother Polite, and then she attacked Sinetta personally, and then she got her ass sued by Cardi B,
Yeah,
right?
she lost
She-
a great deal, a great
yeah,
deal. But things like that work. And there's a Moorish guy, Tahaka Bey. He does a lot of that sensationalism, and I mean, he's been doing that for years now. And
yeah.
things like that. Controversy, beefs, and it attracts more people. It attracts more
Yeah,
people. Don't get me wrong.
the funny thing is, I don't dislike Taharka Bay. I actually like Taharka Bay. I just think that he does what he does. He's sensational, uh, and yeah, he's attacked me terribly. Uh, but I don't take Taharka Bay. I don't take Taharka Bay heart because I know he's running a YouTube channel, and for some people, yeah, I look funny. I look like a geek, right? I don't. I'm 57, 58 years old. I don't project myself as as a superstar. What you see is pretty much what you get, and so you know, uh, look, he's competition in YouTube land, and so he gets into people issues with other providers. I just happen to be collateral damage. I can accept that, but my scholarship, he's not going to attack my scholarship. He's going to attack the way I look or the way people perceive that I look. Um, and he has a big channel, and so he sensationalizes it. But I'm in that world because I'm in New York, Shaka, and it's in this world in the YouTube land of New York. People get tens of thousands, 100,000 views, and so you can perish overnight. You happen to be in another place, so they don't have access to you. I ride down the street and more stop, pull up on me. Uh, ISUPK pull up on me, but ISUPK, even though I disagree with them, I actually see some of their good work in the community. Um, but I live in New York, and and people have access to me, and they try to size me up, and they try to bully people, and in New York, it's like prison. You got to do push-ups. You can't be lighting the ass in New York, right? Because it's not about scholarship most of the time. It's about bullying, trying to bully people. And I'm pleased, man. I escaped the penitentiary. All my friends are, most of them are federal felons, right? I grew up in a tough project. I don't need to be tough. I don't need to be tough. It just takes one. It just takes just a bad emotion for somebody to for you to catch a murder charge or an assault charge or something like that. So you can't take it to heart, and you can't be dealing with women can't be dealing with these crazy men, and men can't be dealing with crazy women. These people are before this community, they're just people in communities, and then they next day, they putting on eyeliner or they're putting on a costume and they're saying that they are Kemetic or they're Hebrew or they're Moors, and so they convert to some damn belief. But anyway, um, that's the situation we are. What you're doing is actually showing people that you can read the Medu Neter, right? That you can comprehend, and you're separating yourself from the fakes who are making money off of mm, or off of people wanting to know what real people do when they invest their time to learn a language sacred to African people. So I always appreciate your channel when it comes on because you're a real dude. If you was in New York, Shaka, I tell you, it's a little bit different. They'll be running up on you. Uh, you got to be Bruce Lee in this bitch, right? So
Well,
you're not.
I got physically attacked by some Nation of Nation of Islam affiliates in France. They try to jump me. You know what I'm saying? They're two against me. Now, I end up giving more blows. You know what I'm saying? It was a bit messy, but um,
And they attack you for what, Shaka?
well, for the things I've been saying for years, I disagree with those their lessons. And besides, the in France they did something special. Not only the I've been defending the Church of Scientology and Dianetics, they ally themselves with neo Nazis and skinheads, and they're even defending rapists and pedophiles. So I can never accept that. But that was a long time ago. That was like 9 years
Yeah,
ago.
but the nation of Islam, um, they 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 really, 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 for the most part, are very, very disciplined. And so, just because this is in another country, but Minister Louis Farrakhan doesn't condone this type of behavior. Uh,
Oh,
and
he does. He does. He wrote that Malcolm was worthy of death. You know what I'm saying? And
what?
after Malcolm's death, he said, did you teach Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was he your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut up and stay out of it. So he will not say I condone it, but there's another video where he basically praised the shooters of Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? He said those guys were fearless men. You know what I'm saying? They were not hiding like his bodyguards were supposed to
Yeah,
to protect him. You
no.
damn punk. You don't have no leader no more. And but anyway, some people will disagree with what I'm saying. But I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, see,
they are
here's
they
the
are.
thing.
I just want to end with that. They are disciplined. It's true. But when it's time to lay that murder game down, there's the Hanafi murders where they almost decimated the family of the imam who was Karim Abdul Jabbar's imam. They shot men, women, and children point blank in the head. Now the baby, the newborn, they had mercy. They drowned the baby. They didn't want to shoot the baby. But men, women, and children, they lay that murder the game down quick. If they feel like it's necessary.
Well, okay, but you have to. I'm not. Listen, I am a member of the
I don't
Sons of
expect you to agree.
Africa.
Of course, I understand you have a
I'm a member
relationship
of
with
the
them.
Sons of Africa, and I am an
Mm,
affiliate of the Organization of Afro American Unity. I've been
mm,
that for 30 something years.
mm,
I helped lead under my teacher, Professor Small,
mm,
lead the pilgrimage. I have met and taken orders from Sister Ella Collins. I know Rodnell Collins, the nephew. I know Malcolm's family. I knew Sister Betty Shabazz. Um, and so I have been around many of the people that was with Malcolm, and but at the same time, uh, uh, Minister Louis Farrakhan uh, was a was one of Malcolm's daughters. Unfortunately, put
Try
herself
to
in a
kill him. Yeah,
situation, and
try to have him killed. Yeah.
Minister and I went to the Apollo Theater where Minister Louis Farrakhan was there with his wife, and Sister Betty was there with her children, and Minister Louis Farrakhan basically he didn't bring the force of the Nation of Islam against Sister Betty's daughter and Malcolm's daughter. They mended their some of their differences. She didn't get charged and criminalized over that matter. Uh,
Mm.
he spared her, spared the family. During those times, those were times before I was born, or months before I was born, and prior. Those were tough times. Minister Malcolm, uh, went to the edge and said some things personally about their teacher while they was building a nation, and
Because
he
they try to kill him. We have to be fair. This slandering Elijah in front of the right press, that's cliche. But I understand how they felt.
they
But they
didn't try
try
to
to
kill him.
kill him.
They didn't try to kill him at that
But
point.
some people try to kill him. Well, his house was burned.
No, that's
Omar
yeah.
Shabazz, he documented several instances where they made attempts on Malcolm's life. Now, I don't expect the Nation of Islam to agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Some of them don't even agree that
yeah,
Elijah Muhammad died in 1975. Like Wesley Muhammad, he said, "I don't believe that he died in 1975." So it is what it is.
yeah. But here's the thing. Again, I'm in New York.
Mm,
I'm a member of the Organization Afro American Unity.
mm,
My teacher, Professor Small, was the imam after El Hajj Malik El Shabazz.
mhm.
I know people who were in the war between the Nation of Islam and Organization Afro American Unity. I know them personally. Um, One of my good friends' uncle was one of the uh, was on duty the day that Malcolm was killed.
Mhm.
Right. Um, the issue is the bigger issue is, do we still continue to kill each other when we know that there was another factor involved? The Nation of Islam was hurt by the things that Malcolm said. Malcolm was hurt by the suspension. Um, Malcolm said some things. The nation said some things. Those are things that are just said. Now, did was there some violence toward Malcolm? Yes, but it was a third party was involved in that and was pushing people. The Nation of Islam, if they at any time they were really upset, they could have uh, done something to Malcolm. I'm not trying to make them blameless for the climate that they created, but as they said that they created the climate. But the difference is that I seen Minister Louis Farrakhan and I seen Sister Betty, and I seen them get on stage at a time where Malcolm's children was in jeopardy. And at that point, if Sister Betty was willing to,
One of his child, his daughter, not the children, just his daughter.
all the children,
Really?
yeah, see, the one child, one daughter was involved in the federal conspiracy,
Hmm.
but that was an attack on the minister of the Nation of Islam, the leader. That means everybody, if they thought it was a threat, everybody dies. But Minister Louis Farrakhan decided uh, to see this.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier. I understand, and I don't expect
No,
you
you
to
don't
criticize them.
understand.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
do,
understand
because
because you know why?
you you
You're
said
not
it.
a part. You're not a part of it. I told you I'm a member of the Organization Afro American Unity. I told you I was there. I was there as a how can I say, as a soldier. I
Yeah, but
was there.
the thing, see, the Hanafi murders, the Imam wrote a letter criticizing Elijah Muhammad. They went
Yeah,
to his house. He wasn't there. They killed his family members.
yeah.
We know what happened because the lady was shot in the head, point blank range. She survived. You see.
Mhm.
So Malcolm said some stuff they didn't like. They killed him. That's the end of the story. Now it
No, that's
wasn't
not
just
the end of the story.
what. Let me
Philadelphia.
allow me to say this. It's not just the climate because
Mm,
I have a video of Farrakhan saying publicly
yeah.
members of the Nation of Islam were involved in the murder of Malcolm X. Now, over time, they try to, kind of change the narrative and use different vocabulary. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
that's what it was. There was a newspaper with Malcolm's head bouncing. Now, if Betty agreed, to make peace, and it's all good. There was something was at stake. Like you're saying, probably the life of the family and the freedom of the sister who try to have a hit
Well,
on
I'm just
Faircon.
trying to. Here's the difference.
Yeah, but
Again,
I mean, the funny thing, I mean, you will criticize some people because you don't like their religious ways, but we have some people who are responsible for Malcolm, and you try to make excuses for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can never go back.
here's the thing.
We
But
can
the
never
thing
go
is
back.
about it is, well, here's the thing about it is, right? Just because it's public,
Mm,
you're a spectator. You're not
mhm,
involved in Malcolm's organization. You don't know Malcolm's family. You
mm.
never really met their daughters. You never did anything for
It doesn't
Malcolm.
make a difference.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't make a difference. Like it's like Farrakhan saying, was he your traitor or was he ours? So you just shut up and stay out of it. So if now as black people we have to feel like, okay, oh, you're not part of this organization, we murked him, you just shut up, it's none of your business. If
Yeah,
that's the way it
it's
is,
not
we might
okay.
as well
So,
embrace gangs.
but because you're not, because see, Shaka, you probably watch me on YouTube.
Yeah.
You see me on YouTube. I'm telling you, I'm a part of those organizations.
And I understand. And like I said, I don't expect you to criticize them. I was
Yeah,
just stating my piece.
I am
I was just
telling
saying my
you,
piece.
I am telling you that there's a way to go about it. So if I have a problem with the Nation of Islam, right, I speak to my teacher, right, and or I speak to the minister of the mosque, right, which I have. So if you see me with Hafiz Muhammad,
Hmm.
you see me talk to Dr. Wesley Muhammad, right? I don't. I talk to them directly, and we handle it. We handle it behind closed doors. We don't handle it in public. We don't call each other names. We don't. We don't take.
I haven't called anybody names
Yeah, we don't do that. What we do is
because they'll
on
clap you real quick.
right.
And it's true.
Well,
It's
you will
true.
get because there are people like okay, like you're. I would consider you as respectfully a spectator.
Mm,
The Nation of Islam has spectators too,
mm,
meaning that people that don't go to the mosque, who used to go to the mosque, they ain't the mosque, but have hard feelings and love for the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Minister Louis Farrakhan,
mm,
the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
mm.
They will clap you on GP just based on you just talking and you're not involved. Now, I'm a person, not you, who really could get clapped, right?
And that's what I was saying. I really
Not
don't
you,
expect you to.
me.
I really don't expect you to criticize them. I mean, we might as well just talk about something else because we're going to go in circle. But
No, we're not. But okay. What I'm saying is, respectfully,
mm,
respectfully, there are spectators. If you, the problem is when you have organizations, you settle you because you're trying to preserve Black lives, African lives, Black people. Spectators have feelings that they shouldn't necessarily have. You can
well,
have those feelings.
you could do the same with Jabari's organization. You don't have a problem criticizing them all day, every day. You could do it behind closed
Oh,
doors too. Yes, you could, with all
but you know
fairness.
what the difference is? You know what the difference is? I criticize him to his face. That's the
Yeah, but
difference.
you do it publicly. But the NOI, you don't. The NOI gets a special treatment. But then again, I'm not expecting you to criticize the NOI.
But
It's all
you
good.
just saw me talk to Dr. Wesley Muhammad. You saw me
Well,
criticize.
well, no, I didn't. I didn't. I don't even listen to the dude. I don't even listen to the dude.
Well,
I u-
yeah, but I told you,
I used to until he backed down from the debate that he challenged me to. But I don't have no ill feeling towards him.
yeah,
Now he's part of the 13 members or whatever that is going to take over after Farrakhan, because apparently Farrakhan has retired or he will retire. So he's doing his thing. He has a PhD. He's a student minister. He's supposed Dianetics. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? More power to him. But
I was also with Dr. Khalid Muhammad during
oh,
if you don't know, I was Dr. Khalid Muhammad's
he was shot
pulpit,
also by apparently a Nation of Islam member or
a
ex-member.
spectator,
You
a
know, but
spectator, a
yeah,
former member of the Nation of
but he was once
Islam.
a member. But I
That's
mean, it is what it
right,
is. You know what I'm saying? So,
right, because people have hard feelings, and
yeah.
my organization was with both Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Khalid Muhammad when he spoke at Kane College, and I was with the minister, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, uh, uh, supporting his needs as and we were trying to soften the blows. But the Nation of Islam never and did not take credit for what happened to Dr. Khalid Muhammad, the shooting. They did
Well,
not. It was a spectator. They didn't
the,
order it.
which organization would take credit for people getting shot? I don't think
They
there's
didn't
any.
order it. I'm gonna tell you. Can I give you? I'm gonna be crystal clear and cold, ice
But
cold.
you know about the Hanafi murders, do you?
Yes, I do.
So who ordered it? Did they act on their own accord? Once again, I don't
Yeah.
expect them to say it was us. It's all good. But I
No.
mean,
See,
I understand. We don't even need to talk about the NOI. Because
no, because yeah,
I don't
because
want
the
people
thing
to think
about
that
it is,
I'm trying to look for people to say, hey, it was us, it was me. That's not what I'm trying to do. But we need to be fair with Malcolm. You know what I'm saying? That
I
just the
don't know.
narrative.
I don't. I think. Here's the thing. I think I am very fair with Brother
Well,
Malcolm. I've been to his grave for the last 34 years. I've met
yeah.
everybody in between. Right.
Yeah, but when people say the climate, and when people say, oh, he said some stuff about Elijah, I mean, damn, people try to kill him. He received death threats and all that, but he was evicted from the house where he used to live in. And
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was the
there's so many
Nation of
things.
Islam's
But
house. You can't be
yeah, but
talking about they
I
own
mean,
the house.
well, it's all good. It's all good.
They
No, no
own the
matter.
house. They
Yeah,
asked him to leave. He went to court. They
yeah.
he went to court,
Uh,
and unfortunately the house was bombed.
all right.
But
The people who are in jail for his murder were they not
yeah,
Nation of Islam members?
only
They're
one.
not spectators. Yeah. So we always go in a
Two of
circle.
them was falsely accused. One actually
Yeah,
did it.
yeah, that's what they say. All of them falsely accused. But at the end of the day, we cannot go back. It's done. It happened. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully,
But you don't
pull
want
a,
to. You don't want to deal with the facts. The
which
facts
facts?
is
Which facts?
Hayer was the Hayer was the all of them were involved in the Nation of Islam. Two of them wasn't even there, right? According to facts, they weren't there. They were put there to hide the other people that actually were the hitmen. Hayer was the only one that actually was shooting at Malcolm. Was he a member of a mosque? Yes, he was a member of a mosque. Was he rogue? Yes. Was it the Nation of Islam that put that hit together? No. Why? Um, all you have to do is look at the evidence. Everything that was going on was heavily investigated by the United States Federal Bureau of Investigations, right? I talked to someone today about the story about it, who was actually there, right? A
Okay,
lot of the things.
may I ask one question? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Have you heard about some phone call conversation the Farrakhan made the day Malcolm died? Have you ever heard about that? That it was recorded and it hasn't been released? Have you heard about that?
Phone call, what? Say it again.
A phone call conversation, Farrakhan on the phone the day Malcolm X died, and it hasn't been released yet. Have you ever heard of that? I'm not saying it's factual or not because I haven't heard it, but have you ever heard of that?
Mm. Um, I didn't hear the phone call, but I'm just trying to say that at that time period, Minister Louis Farrakhan was among many people, right, who was upset with Brother Malcolm, right? And
Yeah.
yes, his emotions got the best of him, and he was protecting his leader, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
You protect
And
someone, you don't say he's worthy of death. That's not protecting. That's almost threatening. But I
he was
understand.
a
I
young
understand.
man.
Yeah, but I mean,
You know what?
he was a young man. Wasn't he a minister? When you're a minister,
Yeah, he
like
was.
you see, for example, let's talk about something else. Not, because the murder, we'll never know, what happened for sure or who was responsible for sure. But then again, I don't expect the nation of Islam to say, oh yeah, it was us. Of course, whoever's responsible for it will deny. But the wives, the so-called wives, 28 years later, there's this speech done, in somewhere in Harlem, and they are presented as the wives. Those ladies were impregnated by Elijah Muhammad. But there's
Mhm,
Muhammad Speaks newspaper.
mhm,
One minister, I have the stuff on my website. One
mhm,
minister labeled them as prostitutes back then. He said, as for those prostitutes, you know. But
mhm.
magically, 28 years later, oh, he has the wife. He clapped them. This is not a cheap woman. Come on, man. But it's all good. We can never go back. It's all good.
Right, but then
It's all
what
good.
I'm just trying to say is, okay, you iri mod, right? Right? That means you do mod, right?
Hmm.
You jed mod, you
Hmm.
speak mod, right? You unk mod, you
Let's
live
hope they
mod.
don't shoot me when I go back to America, because I have museums to visit in America. I don't know
Right,
when, but
call me when you come. You
we
live
we,
mod,
we,
right?
we see how it goes. If I go, I go. It will be
Right.
the FBI, it will be the CIA, it will be
No,
CONTELPRO. It
no.
will surely not be any.
Just, if you're commanding and you lead many, right? Then you have to control your speech, right?
Yeah, you will have to avoid trouble. It's true, but
You,
Malcolm, deserve that some people speak the facts, and at the end of the day, no matter what we say, we'll not resolve the issue. You know, it's done.
if you're a leader and command many, strive for excellence in all that you do, so that no fault can be found, right, in your character, right?
Mm,
So the question is, some things, because you have a family and you have young daughters, some things are not necessarily your direct concern. You may have your feelings. I have been around some young brothers who was with Malcolm, right? Who uh, who risk everything for their love of Malcolm X,
mm.
and but for the love of black people on both sides, the Nation of Islam and the Organization Afro American Unity decided to drop their sword because they saw that there was something else going on. And
They're not ready.
you said what?
Numerically, they're not ready. Numerically, they're not ready at all. You know what I'm saying? But but
I don't
but
understand what you mean.
uh, numerically, the Organization of African Unity, or whoever was close to Malcolm, there were no match for the NOI. Back then and even now. But there might have been some outside forces. You know what I'm saying? That's a typical narrative. But can I ask you, how do you feel about Kwanzaa?
Well, okay, again, I know Dr. Malana Karenga,
Yeah,
spoke to him many times personally.
yeah.
Um, what it is it came out of Kawi the theory, right? Kawi the theory is basically communitarianism, right? The highest form of socialism is community based. Um, he decided not to be spiritual. He decided to put principles. So his Nguzu Saba is based on principles. It's basically scientific socialism
Mm.
in a
So you,
sense.
you do you do agree with Kwanzaa then?
No, I agree with the principles.
All right.
I
So
just don't ritualize them.
do you feel that we should celebrate it?
I think some people, if they choose to celebrate it, they should celebrate it.
Yeah, but you are surely aware that it's plagiarized. That is uh, plagiarized from Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday Hanukkah.
You mean
The time
Hanukkah?
period, the chandelier. They just change the colors, and a lot of our people just don't know that. They think that Kwanzaa is something
Well,
genuine or legit.
the principles, um, or have something to do with our movement. And again, it was a period of time where people were studying scientific socialism, and that they decided to be principle based. The principles themselves are African principles. It's not plagiarized.
So he says, but with all fairness, and I'm not trying to start anything. I don't see
You-
why we will criticize Isaiah Hotep and Ujau from plagiarizing. And when it's Molana Karenga that plagiarizes Hanukkah, then it's all good. He gets a pass. Maybe it's because he has a PhD, But that's
you-
just food for thought. I'm really not expecting, because Karenga, you have, you know him, so I don't expect you to say anything, But that's just for the people. If they don't know, Mukasa Africa, when he wrote the article, he had a master's degree, but now he's a PhD. Mukasa Africa Ma'at, he wrote an article called Karanga's Ghost, and I invite everybody to read that article. Just not in the spirit of hate and stuff like that, but just for information's purposes. That thing that you celebrate, try to find out, the deal about this. Then you will ultimately be in the known about the women who were tortured, and also the accusation of fighting against the Panthers and being a government or FBI informant.
okay,
But
when, when you say he plagiarized from Hanukkah, right?
yes,
Which principles match from Hanukkah to
all right, okay.
the
Let's
Ngudu Saba?
let's deal with this. Let's deal with this. So I'm gonna share the link, and then it's gonna share the screen. So where is it? So Kwanzaa, Kwanzaa
Mhm.
facts, Ranga's ghosts. Everybody can see it. Now I'm gonna share the screen.
Mhm.
I actually had a short dialogue with Molefe Asante, and he
Dr.
actually,
Malefi.
yeah, Dr. Molefe Asante, and he accused Mukasa of being an agent provocateur, and
Okay,
um, why cannot why I cannot make it larger? What's going on? Okay,
we can scroll down. We can see it.
yeah, but usually I can. What's going on? Oh, that's it. Now I can. Wow. Okay, so where is the page? There. Oh, I haven't shared it yet. Um, Let me remove this.
We can read it. I can read it.
Hold on. So I don't have the right page. That's all.
Mhm.
And this is okay. This I'll look later on. Okay, I have to make it larger because
Uh, we can read it.
okay. All right. So I invite everybody to make sure your screen is large. That you have the full screen.
Mhm.
Okay. I'll put RBG. So
Mhm.
article is quite long. Okay. So this is the part of the article. If you want to look it up, it says the Kwanzaa cult and Jewish RBG candle lighting. So Mukasa wrote, I am African spiritual and practice African rituals myself. A ritual is not cultist if it is authentically grown out of the tradition of a people. Cultist rituals are not the expressions of are not the expressions of a people. Cultist rituals are non-authentic expressions to bolster the personality worship of particular individuals or group. While Kwanzaa events have helped
Is that true? Is it what he wrote is true?
that cultist rituals are non-authentic expressions to bolster the personality worship of particular individual groups,
Is that true?
I would say so. Yes. So
No. Why
what?
is it true? See,
Oh well, I would like to just read that part, which is not really
yeah,
long.
cultural rituals. So what happened in the Sabbats and the Sabbats? in the gnomes or the so-called gnomes of ancient Egypt,
Mm.
they weren't. That wasn't. Those weren't cults. Yeah, they were cults, right?
Well, it depends if you use it. The connotation today of cult
Yeah.
is negative. Like people who blindly follow individuals, you know.
Uh,
But
well,
but but cult originally is like a congregation, religious congregation. It's not.
right. So what happened when they
Yeah.
had local gods? Every spot had a local god,
Mm.
right? And they was there before the country was united, and then when the country was united, the king found a way to fuse those local gods into the national thinking, so to put out the wars. But
Hmm.
every nome had its local god, so they were cults,
So
and they
so you say. So you say. But I was just gonna try just to finish reading that paragraph, and it's no longer it stops there. You see
yeah.
where it's in bold here. That's where it stops. So it's really not long. Um, while Kwanzaa events have helped raise some African consciousness due less to Karenga and more to local activists, many who are not associated with Karenga at all, the holiday can promote a superficial and even pseudo consciousness of African lifestyle. Kwanzaa has been used to promote the personality worship of Karenga. Holly West interviewed Karenga in 1978 for the Washington Post and wrote the following: I created Kwanzaa, laughed, Ron Karenga, like a teenager who's just divulged a deeply held precious secret. People think it's African, but it's not. I
Hmm.
wanted to give black people a holiday of their own, so I
Hmm.
came up with Kwanzaa. I said it was African because black people in this country wouldn't celebrate it if they knew it was American. Also, I put it around Christmas because I knew that's when a lot of bloods, meaning blacks, will be partying. So the holiday is not authentically African, as Karenga said himself. The Jewish Hanukkah festival of lights begins on the 25th of the Jewish calendar in Kislev and lasts 8 days. It is roughly around Christmas on December 25th. A candle is burned each day with a servant or helper candle. This is strangely similar to the Kwanzaa lighting ceremony, where the servant candle is replaced with the black candle. Instead of 8 candles and the one helper candle like the Jewish celebration, Kwanzaa uses 7 candles with the colors red, black, and green. I call them Jewish RBG, red, black, and green. Candles for this very fact to note an African surface painted over a Jewish ritual. Many elders who celebrate Kwanzaa do so without the Jewish RBG candles. These elders instead pour libation, a time honored and unquestioned African tradition of thousands of years. We must be very serious about the rituals we pass down to generations. We must be very careful with those who we call leaders. I will discuss more of the question around Karanga's leadership in the next section. The Kwanzaa lighting celebration with 7 principles over 7 days, although performed out of sincerity by countless blacks, is a copy of the Jewish festival of lights of 8 days. Due to this very reason, it is more cultist than it is African. Funny we have the word cultist. We learned as much from Karenga laughing like a teenager in 1978. At the very minimum, this Jewish lighting ceremony should be eliminated to gain some respectability among the holiday's participants. So that was Mukasa Africa.
Well, that's his words.
Yes,
That's his point
yes.
of view.
With a quote from Karenga from the Washington
No, he
Washington
had a
Post.
small quote from Dr. Karanga. He didn't
Yeah,
have.
that's one of
He
them that
used
many
that
people are not aware
quote.
of.
I mean, you do this work. He
Hmm.
used a snippet of what Dr. Karanga said on an interview, and then he put his own words. So what he contributed was
Can you
nice.
direct us to the full thing?
Um, yeah, if you give me a few minutes, I can
Oh, feel
find
free,
something
feel
on
free.
it.
I'm interested really, because
But
I've been
I'm
interested with this for years. I even purchased the newspaper articles about the trial, when he tortured those black women, So
okay. So I'll just Africa UPenn education.
mhm,
So I will share my screen.
mm. And please, if you don't mind, can you share the link in the chat?
Yeah, when I share the
Or maybe, yeah, when you're ready, or maybe actually if you send it to the private chat, so this way I can share it and it will be a clickable link.
yeah, this is one source, and I'll get another
Of
source.
course, yes, as many as you like.
Okay, so share.
And
Uh,
in the meantime, brothers and sisters, if you want to get on the panel, then the invite link has been shared. It's in the top, um, it's pinned at the top of the chat. And if you don't want to show your face, then feel free to use the chat.
okay, so this is share. Okay, so this is one link. Um, so this is the African Studies program of it says okay, so it's from the university africa.upenn.edu.
Can
Uh,
you please share the link for me, brother?
yeah, uh, yeah. I'll put the link in the which we call it chat. Okay. So 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, no, no problem. Take your time.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem at all.
Uh, okay. So this is the I got to go to the YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay. Okay. So this is okay. So Kwanzaa, what is it? This was in the African Studies program in Wisconsin Madison. Uh, uh, it says each December, the outreach program receives numerous inquiries about the Festival of Kwanzaa. The celebration is not a festival originating in any of the 55 African countries, nor is the African Christmas celebration. Kwanzaa is an African American celebration of life from December 26th to the 1st of January. Dr. Malala Karanga introduced the festival in 66 in the United States as a ritual to welcome the first harvest to the home of to the home. Dr. Karenga created this festival for African Americans as a response to commemoration of Christmas. In fact, one might say that Kwanzaa has similarities with Thanksgiving in the United States or the Yam Festival in Ghana and Nigeria. The word Kwanzaa is a Kiswahili, Kenyan, Uganda, Tanzanian word meaning first. Five common sets of values are central to the activities, which you know um, in gathering, reference, commemoration, recommitment, and celebration. Seven principles in Guza Sava utilize Kisa, Ki,
Kiswahili?
Kisawali, uh,
Kiswahili.
yeah,
That's
words,
basically Swahili, but that's the way they
yeah,
call their
Kiso,
language.
so, yeah, I'm getting tongue tied. Kiswahili, uh,
Kiswahili.
Swahili, words, unity, umoja, self-determination, Kuchishakalia, collective work and responsibility, Ujama, cooperative economics, Ujima, and then Ujama, purpose, Nia, creativity, Kumba, and faith, Imani. Each of the seven candles signify the principles. Like the Jewish Hanukkah candles are used to represent concepts of the holiday, right? So it says, like the Jewish Hanukkah, candles are used to represent the concepts of the holiday. The symbols of Kwanzaa, crops, and so it goes on with the concepts. So right there, it basically says that it's like Hanukkah, but it's also like Thanksgiving, right? And it comes at the time of Christmas, but it's based on these seven principles. So now, where, what part of this is plagiarized? What part of it is plagiarized? You could take a time period, but it's a festival of yam in Ghana, right, and in Nigeria, right? They're using principles, African principles. But now, what are the seven principles of Hanukkah, right? So yes, in Hanukkah they light, and I can look at Hanukkah. Let me just look up Hanukkah and see what the ritual is. But basically, it's African Americans are embedded with many cultures, and so he conceptualized something to replace what uh, what Christmas is. So I don't know if that is, uh, if you want to say things,
Kemetic Christians are all good then, I guess. But Reggie,
that's
I don't
not
expect
a
you to
good art.
criticize. I don't expect you to criticize Karenga, but would you have that article, that interview? Because you said it was only an excerpt in Mukasa Africa's article.
No, no, because I don't think that. I think that he is tearing down. I'm trying to figure out what his purpose is. Um,
It's to inform the people, just like you do when you criticize some Kemetic
you
people,
can inform the
non-Kemetic people.
people, but tearing down a person, what is negative about? I don't practice it, but what is the?
Some people will say you're tearing down Jabari, you know. So I mean,
I'm
it-
criticizing. I don't tear down Brother Jabari directly, right? What I am
and I would agree. I would agree.
what I am
Though you have a
doing is
focus on him.
I'm talking about information, but I'm not. He's somebody that I knew for years. I'm not tearing him down personally.
But with all fairness,
It,
I think it's unfair for Mukasa Africa for you to say that he's tearing down Karenga because I
well,
don't
let's
think you
see
have
what else
read.
he says. I'm gonna stop
Yeah, well,
sharing my
well, the,
screen.
the, the article is quite long, so you can read it in your own time. But I
But
think,
you made the point. So what is
well, I
he's
made the
making?
point about the plagiarism of Hanukkah, which is a part of the article. But in your own time, you are free to read the full article if you want to,
Right, but
because
I need you. I want you to make your point. I want you to see. I
but
want to
I
find
made
out
my
where it's
point.
plagiarism.
Because we were talking about Hanukkah, and I was talking about the fact that it's plagiarized, and you asked me what is plagiarized, and then I actually went to read where it explains the where it was plagiarized. The time period, the candles, and so on.
That's
So
plagiarism.
yes,
Okay.
to me it is, yes, and to many other people. and
Okay.
and but really, I don't think it's fair to say that he's tearing down Karanga. At least if you read the article first, but you are always free to contact brother Mukasa, Dr. Mukasa Africa Maat. um and then ultimately we'll never agree on everything. That's how life is.
Well, let me just pull up and see what the principles are, and let's see what is Hanukkah. So let's just
Well, the
do a few.
principles will not be the same, but we've seen the
Well, the
chandelier.
principles are not the same.
Yeah, but the time period, the chandelier, so that's good
That
enough.
makes it okay. So let's just see. Um, okay, background, traditional view, um, the rituals. So let's say kindling the Hanukkah lights, right? Okay, so let's see what they're talking about. Each night throughout the 8-day holiday, a candle or oil light is lit. A candle, oil-based candle is lit as a universal beautification. Okay, so then what are the days and why? Okay, so um, okay, okay, uh, okay. The reason for Hanukkah lights is not for the lighting of the house within, but for the illumination of the house without. Okay, so then let's see candle lighting time. That sounds interesting. Uh, Expensive small wax. Blessings over the candles, right? Okay. Blessing of the candles. Blessed are you, Lord of God, Lord of the universe, who has sanctified with us his commandments and commanded us to kindle Hanukkah lights. Hmm, okay. Um, okay, so what are we kindle these lights for the miracles and wonders, for the redemption of the battles you made for our forefathers in the days of this season, throughout your holy priest during the 8 days of Hanukkah. These lights are sacred. And okay, so what? Maybe here I don't see I don't see them doing a day for each principle. Okay, so these are just the 8 days of the festival, but I don't see where they are aligned to the like Dr. Milana Karenga is doing. Um,
It
okay,
would not be exactly the same because it's plagiarized, not a copy. If it was exactly the same, it would be a copy. But then again, I really don't expect you to criticize. Karenga, the people here,
Well,
they have.
I criticize Dr. Karenga
Right.
on some things, but I want to see where the 7 days are aligned to the principles. So I'm just trying to figure out. I know that they're marking the days of Hanukkah and they are lighting this, but where are the principles of Hanukkah that they are
The
lighting?
principle is something else. It's something different. But we have the time period and the symbol, that chandelier. It's like me, choosing the time period of Ramadan, and I build like an
Mm.
edifice or a house, and I say,
Mhm.
okay, I give it an African name, and and some people will point out that, hey, this
Mhm.
plagiarized from the Ramadan. It's
Well,
just as
I
simple as
think that
that.
you need more. I think that you need more. I think that the article that the thing that I read is basically says it's like several things. So they pulled from several concepts to.
You notice they mentioned Ghana and Nigeria, but then
Mhm.
the name Kwanzaa includes Swahili, languages that are not spoken in Ghana and Nigeria. So it's a melting pot. It's a mix of everything.
Right, it's not
But
authentic African. It's African American. It's African
fine,
American.
fine. But people don't feel that way. People feel like it's something that comes from Africa, that was practiced in Africa. But at
They
the end of the day,
never
people.
said that it was Kwanzaa didn't. I mean, Dr. Malana Karenga didn't say it was African. He says African American.
Well, according
The
to the
article
interview, he
says,
said he told them, told the people that he's African. But some people might disagree with that interview. They might disagree. Maybe it's a white man who made the
what did he?
interview.
I don't
So
think he
it is.
said that. Say, pull up where he said it again. Let me stop sharing my screen. Pull up where he
Um.
says it's African. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Okay. Let me
I
let me
thought I
just.
stopped sharing. Pull it up.
Yeah, you have stopped sharing. So let me put it back on. Um. So this is Holly West, who interviewed Karenga in 1978 for the Washington Post. And that's why he wrote, I created Kwanzaa, love Ron Karenga like a teenager who's just divulged a deeply held precious secret. People think it's African, but it's not. I wanted to
Okay,
give. Well, but
he
hold on,
said
hold
it's
on, hold
not
on, hold on,
African.
hold on. No, no. He said people think it's African, but it's not. And he said, I wanted to give black people a holiday of their own. So I came up with Kwanzaa. I said it was African because black people in this country wouldn't celebrate it if they knew it was American. So then what matters is, do we
Hmm.
take it as something credible? Do we take it as something that he really said? We'll never know. We're not there, but that's what is reported.
Well, he said it was African. It has African concepts in it, right? The
Yeah.
the 7 days are African
But
concepts.
we went
Those
from he
are
didn't say
concepts
it's
for
African to, okay, he said it was African, but we never agree. It's all good. It's all good. People have the information, so they can make their own opinion about it. They can make their mind up. But then we shouldn't criticize Kemetic Christians if it's all good to celebrate Kwanzaa, because Kwanzaa is a plagiarized version of the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. So if we claim to be uh, conscious African people or into African consciousness, and we celebrate the Jewish holiday, what I'm saying, what's the point telling people, we shouldn't be in those Abrahamic belief system. We should follow our own if we follow other people's tradition. But the thing with Kwanzaa is that it's been practiced for so long. It is an established holiday. Even in like
Mhm.
have stamps when it's a time period on TV stations, news channels. They might say, "Okay, happy Kwanzaa." It's Kwanzaa, so it is something established. And when something is established, it's very difficult for people to stop
Right, but think
practicing it.
about okay, so let's just because it may be practiced in Europe in some places, but
Oh yes, it is. It is
okay.
in France
But
as well.
basically, what happens in the 7 days of Kwanzaa, for the most part, right? Um, First is the principles that you celebrate the principles that he's attributing to our success in America. Largely, the gifts that are given are African based, and it's based on 7 days where African people make money based on a particular holiday that is not a 1 day holiday on Christmas. So the gifts that they give might be African based and they might be European based, but they give it for the particular principles, um, uh, in the context of those particular principles. And so it for African people in America, it gave us a economics around this period that was separate than the one day of Christmas. And it helped kind of reframe our minds. It wasn't hurtful to us. Now is there hero worship of Malana Karenga? I don't. I think not. I think that there are small groups of people who follow him. That there's hero, but there are enough people who hate Dr. Malana Karenga for the issue of Bunchy Carter, the murder of Bunchy Carter, and the conflict of the Black Panther Party and us. But there are Black Panther Party members that celebrate Kwanzaa, independent of the founder, Ron Karenga. So the fact of the matter is that he decided that we needed to replace the commercial holiday of Christmas and Christmas in the United States. So you have your point of views. I just think that I just wanted to. I didn't see the whole article of the brother calling himself Mod. A lot of people call themselves Mod. He may be a member of a group of people who certainly don't like anything that Dr. Malana Karenga has written, but Dr. Karenga did write probably the most informative book on Ma'at, um, uh, pretty much ever written on Ma'at, right? So obviously he hates Dr. Malana. Well, he may not hate Dr. Malana Karenga's book on Ma'at. He might just not like Kwanzaa. Here's his point of view. But Dr. Karenga's book on Ma'at is probably one of the best books. Do I have it? Yeah, here it goes, right here.
It will be very difficult for me to read that book because it's like a Soul on Ice by Eldridge Clever. I always had a great deal of respect for the original Black Panther Party,
Yeah.
and I like Raska's music, and he entitled his first album "Soul on Ice" after the book by Eldridge Clever. But when I read the book, to my surprise, he explained, that he used to rape women. He first practiced on black women, then he first practiced on black women, then he moved to white women, and ultimately he went to jail for that. So I couldn't finish the book. I actually went out of the apartment, went down and threw it in the garbage. And Garanga, he went to jail for torturing black women. So all these things makes it difficult for me personally
Hmm.
to read his book.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you should read this book on Ma'at, which is
No, that's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Knowing that he tortured black women when he was the head of an organization for black people, not when he was like young and wild and and the
So
plagiarization.
you wouldn't read this book?
Well, like I was saying, it's difficult for me to read a book by a dude who tortured black women. And Dale Jones says that some objects were inserted in the vagina. He said that on tape, you know. And Mukasa Africa addresses the fact that the transcript of the trial magically disappeared, so maybe there's some stuff they didn't want us to know. And I know some people will say, "Oh, that was in the past," because some people have expiration date, for whatever happens. But I'm saying for me personally, it will be very difficult for me to read that book, for that, for the fight against the Panther, Bunchy Carter, the accusation of being an agent. But some people will say that was Conter Pro.
There
But
was agents on both sides.
yeah, we can say that. We can say that. But he at the end of the day, people will say it's Contact Pro. We never know for sure.
Can
But
I ask you can I just generally ask you
mm,
what's your age?
40.
Okay. Okay. So you you're 1 year after the age of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz Malcolm X. One
Mm,
year. I met Professor Small when he was 39 years old. I met Dr. Jeffries when I think he was about 40, 46, 47 years old. That's when I met Dr. Jeffries. I met Dr. Clark at 70, and I met Dr. Bennett. He was about maybe about 56 or something like that. Um, you live long enough, you will find that even the people that you cherish the most, right, have mortal uh, or mortals. Even the people that you cherish the most, um, you you should irimat, try to jedmat, try to ankmat, and not concern yourself so much on other people, based
No,
on
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
things.
If people run around torturing black women, I'm concerned about this. We need to
Yeah,
have some standards. You know,
yeah,
but he
but
went to jail for that, so he paid his debt to society. You know,
mm,
and
yeah,
I think he studied in jail. I don't know if he got a PhD in jail or if he's out of jail that he got a PhD, but that's a fact. That's a fact. That's the reason why his wife
okay.
left.
I think we'll talk.
But
I think hopefully, if I live long enough, um, and you live long enough, when you're my age, I'm hopefully uh, uh, at that point during this course that we can talk about life, to be because see, if you don't believe in redemption so Malcolm X was a pimp. Malcolm X was a thief.
he sold drug and all that. That's true, but that
Right.
was before Malcolm X was into movement for black people. Karenga was a leader of the Earth Organization. That's a huge difference.
Yeah,
But
he
at
was
the
a.
end of the day,
How old
yeah,
was how old was Dr. Malana Karenga when he was a
I
leader?
really don't know. I mean, we could look it
Right,
up. We could look it up.
right. So the
But
fact of the
no,
matter
no,
is,
but that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse because
no, but you
you
have to.
how you gonna criticize people and label them committed Christian, but a guy who tortured black woman, you're defending him. That's unfair.
Because those are two different things.
It's different things, but
Kemetic
it's worse to
Christian,
torture black women, isn't it?
my critique on Kemetic Christians is not is about doing the work, right? It's not about crimes. They have done no crimes against black people. My critique about them is meaning keeping Christianity alive so that they could bring about a new concept that's to me very similar to the Christian faith as the way they're organized. And the fact of the matter is they don't read primary text to make their point, and that the ceremonies that they do are their own innovations, and that uh, and then uh, Brother Jabari does connect it historically, but many of the a lot of the others do not. They haven't had the education that Brother Jabari has, and they pretty much just follow. My critique is a little bit different than them. I can critique. Difference is that Shaka and Dougal, I can critique. I'm a person of standing in this community. So I'm not a YouTuber. You can Google my name. You could see me in my activism. I am not perfect, but I'm a person of standing of this community with higher education. And if it wasn't for my work, many of these concepts wouldn't be in YouTube land, right? And they wouldn't be corrected. So I correct a lot of people, and because of my character, even though I disagree with them, I'm able to have discussions with almost everybody, and it's not a shouting match because of my character.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing when we are able to dialogue. But then again, I could say that Kwanzaa is keeping Judaism alive as well. And just because somebody knows the text, he doesn't get a pass for torturing. But once again, he was convicted for that. He did his time, so he paid his debt to society. But the nuance, when people try to make the comparison with Malcolm X, the nuance is that he was indeed the leader of a black organization. no matter, regardless of his age at the time. But we can never go back. This thing happened, but it's important for people to know because a lot of people don't know that, you see. So it was his action, him and his members, because he. Um, uh, so if people want to talk about the work, I understand. They want to say we all make mistakes, and indeed, some people, had done some stuff in the street or elsewhere. Uh, there is the book that you mentioned, and I've heard about it many times. I heard about it many times. But then the holiday itself, which was the first thing that I addressed,
Mhm.
there's reasons
Well,
to
I
have
was
concern about it.
okay. So just so that you know, I was in the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization uh, before it began. Its first one of his first pre conferences was in New York,
Yeah,
right?
I saw you on tape,
Yeah,
looking very young.
that was the second or third conference, right?
Hmm,
I knew Dr. Jacob Carruthers,
hmm.
who has enormous standing in our community when he was alive. And he was a friend, associate, and worked with Dr. Malana Karenga on the Hosea. Uh, I know the conflicts between Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark on Dr. Malana Karenga. Dr. Clark didn't have much to do with Dr. Karenga, but didn't say any of the things in public.
Oh
Uh,
no, I'm sorry. I have the tape. I can play it now. He publicly addressed Karenga, and he said, he has not. And actually, it's better to demonstrate than so the people can see it for the record. But yes, he did address Karenga publicly. He said he never atoned for his mistreatment of black women, for his activity against the Panthers. I'm just looking for the article right now so people can see that I'm not making it up.
mhm.
Sometimes, I lost channels, so the videos were removed, but hopefully it
Oh,
will
you don't
still
have to
be
play it to
online.
get your channel removed, but
No, no, no. I'm saying sometimes I had many accounts, and sometimes some videos I
Dr.
uploaded were not available. But just for the record, here. Oh no, I need to play the actual video itself.
You don't want to.
So
You want to make sure your channel doesn't get removed because I don't
no,
want to
no, no.
keep.
It's not. No, it's not what I was trying to say. But it's uh it's 45 second actually. I'm just gonna share it now. Now there it is. He has not atoned to the community for his attempt to destroy the Panther movement. He has not atoned for being a police informer. He has not atoned for the way he treated black women. And look now, the women he mistreated and mutilated were dark in complexion. The women in his harem are light in complexion. The number one woman is a Mexican with what seemed to be an Afro wig. So just for the record, he did address it publicly. Just like he addressed Farrakhan publicly, and also, oh, hold on, what's going on now? And Dr. Ben also addressed Farrakhan publicly. He said, Sister Betty, talk your ass off because everybody's telling her to be quiet. But I'm not saying this to try to imply that everybody should just talk about Karanga or Farrakhan. I'm just saying for the record, they have addressed, and they're probably some of the few. John Henry Clark and Karanga. I'm sorry, John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben, and actually they address Farrakhan. Both of them
Mhm.
address what Farrakhan said about us not having kinky hair and being disfigured. You know, basically self-hate teaching. That says that we are disfigured and marked, and essence of beauty lies in obedience, and the essence of ugliness lies in disobedience. Disobedience. So I've played that clip many times. The link is.
Here's the thing. So here are some of the dynamics, and I just want to bring it to the audience. The Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization, ASCAC, its president was Dr. Jacob Carruthers at the time. The first vice president was Dr. Malana Karenga. We spent 3 years nationally trying to get the organization together. Dr. John Henry Clark was head of the Council of Elders. In 1986, we had our we had, I think, our third annual conference in New York. In that conference was Dr. Carruthers, Dr. Karanga, Dr. Clark, and Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan, all of us. Dr. Clark obviously did make that statement, right? And that is his true feelings. But even with that, he participated in ASCAC. 1987, Dr. Clark, Dr. Milan Karenga, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, uh, Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan, uh, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and Professor Small, and uh, uh, 990 other people went to the Nile Valley in unity, right? In ASCAC. So the personal dynamics, I think, is a little bit different because I was there uh, during all those particular periods, and they found some unity in spite of what Dr. John Henry Clark said publicly. He said what his mind was, pretty much to give guidance. He said he has not atoned. That doesn't mean that a man can never atone, right? He said he had never atoned. And so it's an opportunity to do better. Dr. John Henry Clark uh, may have, he had hard feelings. He has hard feelings against a number of people. Um, and that is a great elder's statement. But because of his personal involvement, but the people, the Rakit, the commoners, we have to do better. But I know for a fact they stood on stage with each other. Uh, they worked together. They continued to argue together. I was Dr. Ben's escort during the ASCAC conference that we did in, I think it was in Baltimore. It might have been in Baltimore, where Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben no, and Dr. Malana Karenga actually had a heated conversation. And I was his escort, doctor. I was in charge of the security for ASCAC during that conference with Milana's organization, and I kicked Milana Karenga's organization off of security. I When they decided to rally around Dr. Milana Karenga during the conflict, and uh, I removed them from the security because they couldn't be biased. I was there. I did that. I did that in my young days. But my point of it is Shakan Dugu Kemet. Our African lives are more important than conflicts of personality, right? If the feelings were so hard and couldn't be fixed, then Dr. Malana Karenga would not have been a part of any of those. Wouldn't have been a part of ASCAC.
But
And
I heard there was, I heard like, yeah, not that it was kicked out, but like it was no longer part of ASCAC. There was some situation, but doesn't matter much. But that's just for the record, that's what I heard.
Uh, I think that for the I was actually there. Dr. Malana Karenga was obviously continuously being attacked and being held accountable, but unfortunately, the by and so he left ASCAC under continued conflicts, but he wrote this in very important book that you should read, that everybody should read on Mott, right? He wrote the most substantial book. Every text that we know of Mott, uh, he actually uh, he actually put it in. So if you want the pretty much the Encyclopedia of Mott, there's no other book that has been better written than this book. So this is one of the books that I keep close to me, and as a resource of what mod means. and that's Brother Reggie. It's a research book. It's not a theological book or anything like that. It's a research book of where I can find particular text of Ma'at. So the interpersonal, what I try to talk to you today is about uh, going forward and dealing with interpersonal issues, even if there's a dispute, which is a concept of Ma'at, right? Um, and so in these situations, you nor I nor many, we don't want anybody to lose our life, our livelihood, our families in these terrible conflicts that many of them happened in the 60s where we were killing each other. Malcolm died, and later in the 70s, many Black Panther Party members died, and many people from us died, and this bloodshed among Africans over ideological situations must end. Other because the Europeans, they settle their disputes and they oppress us, while we keep infighting over petty things. We are continuously losing the opportunity to solve problems.
And I understand, but we're not there at all. When I address Kwanzaa, I mean, when you criticize Jabari, I'm not saying okay, let's move forward. Let's not kill each other like in the '60s. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we were
I
never
don't
gonna.
spend a lot of time. You're over.
Oh, you do, you do, my brother.
No,
With
I know
Jabari and
I
them.
debate. No, see, that's the perspective. I talk to Jabari personally. I see him personally. He'll tell you we've been arguing for 30 years, right? Or 25 years, because I don't think it's 30 years. I think it's more like 25 years that we've been arguing because I'm just older, right? So he'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. What I criticize is that if they were reading from the text, I would have less to say. If their rituals were actual rituals, I would have to less to say. Um,
And you have the
uh,
right to say. You have the
and
right to say.
and
You just
of
happen to say it a lot.
the conflict
He's
of
probably the one you've criticized the most, actually.
if it wasn't for his priest, right? His priest who I knew at the time of ASCAC, his priest, I don't want to say his name because I don't have to, but
Is it the one from the Temple of Anu?
no, 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 no. But
Is it one of the guy who wrote the book with the guys that we addressed earlier?
no, it's not his priest, the one who made him priest. I've had
Oh, Samaj. Okay, Baba Heru.
I've had conflicts. I've had conflicts with him based on making my complaints, and he decided to call me up on my phone one day and tell me what he felt about me, and I told him what I felt based on you can't talk to me like you think you could talk to me, because if you want to talk to me, you want to make a complaint to my elders, Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Professor Small, or you could have made it in life to Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Don't call me up. You're not my boss. You're not my priest, and you don't get a chance. You don't get to talk to me like that because I come from a whole nother uh, uh, area of the work. So you don't you I was an officer in ASCAC. I was an elected officer of ASCAC. I held several posts: sergeant of arms, first vice president, and for the national, I did great things. I led a tour to Egypt with the organization, and I also supported the elders when they did not support the elders. I'm not talking about the organization. I supported both Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Yosef Ben Joe Cannon in their eldest of elders, and they weren't, and the person who was criticizing me was not there, right? They do nothing. So you don't get to criticize me, call me on my house phone, and tell me about your feelings about my thoughts. You defend it intellectually. You're not special, right? there are elders. You might be an elder, and I respect that you're an elder, but there are other elders. And if you got a conflict with me, you talk to my elders, right? About
Well,
me, and they will talk to me.
well, I wouldn't say the approach was wrong. Now, what he told you or how he said it to you, that's something that only you know. And
That's
indeed,
correct.
if somebody talks to you crazy, nobody will like it. But I think the approach is good if he has an issue with you that he addresses you. But from an outsider, what I observed at the time, because I remember somebody said that you're unclean, and you actually uh, did say that, for some zealots, when someone is labeled unclean, that person might be a target for
Yeah,
whatever.
he did say that. He did.
Yeah,
He
but but
said some things publicly, but I don't.
I just trying to say that what I observed, there was a time period, you know, when several people actually went at him, put up some videos when he used to sing and laugh and do some video montage, and it's like it was going on for a good while. And I can understand at one point he was like, "Hey, what's going on now?" You know what I'm saying? Like he has a right to respond, and maybe the way he responded, like I don't know what he told you. I don't think you would say, but probably the way he addressed you wasn't really the best way. But him reaching out to you, I don't think the approach is wrong. But indeed, it was maybe target is a big word, but he was almost being slandered. He was being laughed at, being mocked, and I think was unjustified. And the people who did that, some people I used to be I mean, some people I have a history with, other people who like to label us Egyptomaniacs, what I'm saying? There wasn't just one person. And maybe you were caught in the crossfire.
I wasn't concerned with that. I was only concerned with um, the historical, cultural, and just doing the work and just challenging the fact of the matter is who is in control over these rituals. I don't understand. Or these rituals really hecka? Do they do really anything, or is it and who's in? I mean, who's in charge? Where do these things come from? Right? Because I'm reading and researching the meta nature, and I don't see any of this stuff. I don't see any of this stuff. I see it as innovations, right? And so my comments wasn't direct. I didn't have a conflict with him until he called me on the phone. When he called me on the phone, I was quiet about him. I never said nothing to him. But when he called me on the phone, then I'm saying you don't get the chance to do that. You want to talk to me, you talk to my elders, right? If you think it's an issue, but you don't talk directly to me because I never talked about you. I was making some criticisms about the Kemetic situations or culture, right? Which I see as far as the work that we're doing. We have a problem. I have a problem criticizing Christians, Hebrews, Moors, and then the other people who I think are working with me, right? They are making these criticisms for the benefit of themselves to get people into their camps, right? So I'm more like Rob Bourne.
Everybody does that at the end of the
I'm,
day. It's
I'm,
like
more,
politics.
I'm
Everybody's
more like Rob
campaigning for
Bourne,
their team.
but
No,
then when you
Rabon is spooky and try to label other people spooky. Rabon is all over the place.
Rob
You
Bourne
know,
is Rob
he's a
Bourne
he's
is
a, he's a 5%er. He's Islamic, and he's saying that Islam is not for us. He's just all over the place.
Rob
I'm
Bourne is
I'm
actually
sorry to say it, but and he
Rob
said
Bourne
Kemet
is
is he
actually
said he said Kemet is dead. I called him up on that. He didn't want to have the discussion. That's his right. It's all good. He left a message. I let him know that I've seen it. I don't have a beef with him. But I don't think he's somebody that we should take as an example. He's just all over the place,
Why are you using the
confused and
word?
spooky.
Why are you using the word Kemet? Let's now
Because
me
that's
and you talk.
well,
Why are you using
that's
that word?
that's the name of the country. That's the name of the land. But
Wait, 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 wait. When was it the name of the land?
I cannot tell you exactly when, but it was. It's written. It was at
Yeah,
least
at
during the
which
time.
point? So
At least during the time of Ramesses II. So at least around 1200 BC.
was it
Probably.
the first dynasty, second dynasty? Was it the Old Kingdom? Was it the Intermediate Kingdom? When did the
Oh,
word come in?
well. probably during the 18th dynasty, during the time of Amenhotep
No, it
III.
came in through the
But
10th and 11th dynasty with King Keti
no,
talking
no,
to
no.
his heir.
Ramesses II, he was in use. If you want, I'll show you the artifact right now from the
No,
Louvre Museum.
you can. Okay, let's do Kemet.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
I
so
show. Okay,
now,
okay. Let me look for it now. Let me look
oh
for it now.
my goodness.
Yeah, but it's the Louvre Museum. So if you want to say it's fake or whatever, it's
No,
fine.
I'm not going to
No,
say it's fake. I'm just telling you your period is. You said Kemet was in use at what time?
there's an artifact in the Louvre Museum, and it's during the reign of Ramesses II. So Ramesses II is the 19th dynasty.
Hmm. Are you saying
So
that the word Kemet came in during the 19th dynasty?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it was at least in use during the reign of
And
Ramesses
I'm asking
II.
you when was it first called the
I
place
don't know.
name Kemet?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So, the was it called Kemet in the Old Kingdom?
I don't know. It's probably called
No.
Tawi then. Hmm.
Yes. It was Tawi. It was Hinu, right? And then in the 10th to 11th dynasty, the king Keti, right? There's two important things: Keti to Merikari and the eloquent peasant. They both used the word Kemet. When the eloquent peasant used Kemet, it wasn't the name of the whole land. When when Keti said to Merikari Kemet, it was formulating a region. It was during the time period of Mentuhotep that it became the name for the whole country during the time of Mentuhotep. So prior to that, the pyramids were already built, the culture was intact before the word Kemet came into being, right? Then it's a conflict of Kemet being a place name or Kemet with the people glyph, the collective uh, term of Kemet with the people, right? So Kemet is not Kemet. I mean, ancient Egypt or uh, Tawi was already built before the word Kemet came into being. Kemet came into being because of geopolitical circumstances to unite the country. At the same time, the word Tameri came into being. Those are kind of ceremonial words to 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 help the country, the beloved land, and Kemet, the black land or the black community, depending
It
on.
doesn't. It doesn't change anything, does it?
It changed because you can't call a whole civilization Kemet.
Well, we call America America or the United States of America, but it wasn't called that, before the so-called independence. It's still the same location. Wasn't
Mm.
maybe the same government, the same rulership, but we know what we're talking about. And there's other countries as well that had other names before, and the names change.
Yeah,
We
so
have.
we are, but the difference is that we're not, we're supposed to be a little bit more scholarly. So the people who talk about this in education, they don't, and they talk about the 13 colonies, they talk about the Continental Congress, they talk about George Washington being the first president of the United States in,
after
well,
after the Moorish guy, the Moorish black guy.
no, not Hanson, not
Yeah,
Hanson.
yeah.
So the question is for example in this book, the Middle Kingdom. Let's see if I have it right here. This is yeah. I don't. Sorry, I don't have the cover, but it's Egypt transformed. The Middle Kingdom. This whole book that the Metropolitan Museum of Art wrote. Let's see, on uh, ancient Egypt transformed, the Middle Kingdom. Ah, in this whole book, from the Met, they don't mention the word Kemet once. It's not in the uh, table of contents. It's not in the index. Kemet is not mentioned. So you could obviously look at the culture without even actually saying the word Kemet. Kemet was important. It was Dr. Richetti, Dr. Cheikh Diop first, and then in America, largely, we didn't know about. We only in Black Studies did we know about UNESCO. Only in Black Studies departments, particularly Dr. Leonard Jeffries' department, and through Dr. John Henry Clark, and then the community didn't know about Kemet until ASCAC and Dr. Richetti Ahmed. We didn't know about the word Kemet until we started studying in the period of 19 roughly 80, 84, 85, right? Uh, even Dr. Ben didn't use Kemet as much. And then we started reading the Meta Necha. Then all of a sudden, this kind of Wahem Masud or Renaissance period popped up in the
Yes.
Black community, where we
Mhm.
started Kemet, like we brushing our teeth, right? Kemet, without
Nothing wrong
understanding.
with that. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the name of the place, as it was written by the inhabitants of the land. So there's nothing wrong with that.
At one time, but not all times.
No, all time indeed. But it's like you had Azania, then you had those Boers, some maybe British, some from the Netherlands or these parts of Europe,
Let's just stay
and
on.
and and
Let's
and,
just
and, and
stay on
no,
the
but
Nile
just
Valley.
it's an analogy. Then we had the apartheid, and then uh the place is known as South
Okay,
Africa.
so
They,
then
they,
the
they,
common
did they,
people
they,
get
they
in.
they did not choose to go back to Azania. You know what I'm saying? And we have the Democratic Republic of Congo. For a while it was called Zaire, and then it's back to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So the name was the
Right,
name
but you
changed.
you do the work. So in your work,
Hmm.
as a person who reads Medu Neter, right, who
Hmm.
understands the history, please know that the country and the great works of that civilization was formed before the word. The first time that one of the first times we actually see Kemet is Sabi Kem, but it's not Kemet. It's a man called Sabi Kem, right?
Sabi the
He,
Black.
right, right. Well, but you got to understand, Sabi means black knife. Sabi Kim means the black knife. So it was the black knife, the black man that was the black knife, right? So then, it's not Sabi, it's Sab, but it's Sabi because he's saying, I am the black, like I am the black knife. It's me, right? Sabi me, Sab me, or Sabi, Asabi. And so then, so Kemet is first put together is when the Nosut witness says that he is the Sai Kim Sa Sit Kemet in the pyramid text, and then we see lots of usage of Kim as being the black ram and the black sheep.
Mm. I'm sorry. Can you you mentioned the pyramid text. You mentioned Unis or Unas, as we say in English.
Yeah,
Um, that use of Kemet, was it for the territory?
no,
Okay.
it was a king. It was the king saying who he was, and
Hmm.
this is the formation of Kemet being a place name. So when the king says that he is the Sa Kim, he's the Sai Kim Sa Sit Kemet. He's the black ram born of the black sheep, son of the black sheep, black ram, son of the black sheep. Then Kemet is the word Kemet is being formed, and then we will see it later as a place name.
But Set, that's the word for place, right? The
No,
throne, the seat.
sit.
See,
Sai is a name for a ram, and sit is a name for sheep.
okay, okay. So
Sai,
so
yeah.
so there in the pyramid text, the word Kemet is not the place. We don't have the nude glyph. It's not the place as well. Okay.
No, the
Well,
place
it
on
was in use at least in 2100 BC.
yeah,
So
that's
that's
kind
four
of
thousand
late.
years ago.
Yeah,
Well, it's
that's
kind of like that's from the dynastic period. That's more than half of the period.
mhm. Okay.
If
So
if we
now
start at 3100, or 30,000 BC, that's more than half the time period of the
okay,
dynastic period.
right. So Shaka, good brother Shaka.
Mm.
So what happened is what we become is become Kemet centric and are Egyptian centric. So now the only problem is that that stops us and a lot of people who study the civilization for exploring the time periods of this civilization and formation. And it stops us from understanding the earlier part of the civilization, the thousand years before the formation of Tawi or Shmai Tawi, the two lands, and it stops us from understanding. We become praise of the Europeans because now we are spending too much time separating this Nile Valley civilization in the context of a word like Egypt and then Kemet, which much comes later, without understanding that this civilization was a daughter of Nubia, right?
Well,
Or
I think it's a matter of opinion. I think it's subjective. I don't think it stops us from anything, but there's only so much a human being can do. There's so much material already for Kemet, and most of us will never go through uh, maybe even half of the material, the writing that we have from Kemet.
Well,
But
but that's not true because you have other people that do the work. I mean, you may not respect me as doing the work, but
mm,
I do. I, unlike other people, I actually interface with the scholars, Dr.
mm,
Beatty and and many more of the scholars in academia, Dr. Richetti Amen, Dr. Bonacci, I mean, Brother Bonacci Montgomery, and then I started a long time ago because I worked on Diop's book, Civilization of Barbarism. I was on the translation team with
mm.
Dr. Yalinga Ngemi and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And I managed to get myself in a journal article, and I speak at conferences. I speak at conferences. So you may not respect, but what I'm trying to tell you, just as a part of your personal growth, is that to understand that civilization, you really need to look at the dynastic period prior to it, and then actually understand Nubian civilization. Um, Most people don't know. Yes.
and and I understand, but you see, we should not fault people for not dealing with a particular time period or area. I mean, when it comes to Nubia, there's one guy who says that he has deciphered the Meroitic script, but
No, that's in a later period. That's not where. That's not. Where do you think? Tell me about Nubia. I just want to.
mm,
Maybe we
mm,
can talk offline at some point.
mm.
But maybe you'll hear it on the Amira Squad because not the Amira Squad, but on Sulu Killers
The
because
PK, yeah.
yeah, because we've made because I have them exploring it because they laughed at me and then Ankh realized that you shouldn't laugh at me. Where does the word Nubia come from?
From the Medu nature Noob, which means gold.
Okay. Where is that? Where it means gold. Was it a place name?
No, Nubia derives from the Medu nature Noob.
Okay.
So
No.
I'm not saying that the word Noob, which means gold, is a place name. It just
Yeah.
means gold, but ultimately
So
Nubia derives from.
right. So and so the place where it comes from, right? The actually place where it comes from is where. Now, you said noob. Noob is gold, but is there
Yes.
a place name?
No, it means gold. It's the
But is
material.
there what is so is what is new bit? New wit. You can pull up the TLA.
Well, I'll let you do that. I'm not familiar with that place you mentioned.
Okay, so that's the whole point. So the issue is that have you ever heard of Nakata?
Yeah, there's Nagara one, Nagara two, and it's this very ancient period.
Okay, where is it? Why is it called Nakata?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So what we do on a pseudo killers or Anka is going to lead the charge. Is that the fact of the matter is Nuwit, Nuwit is Nakata. Nuwit is Nakata. And so what they did is the Europeans fashioned a whole new term called Nubia and took it out of pre-dynastic Egypt and pushed it lower south to deal with sub-Saharan Africans. But Nubia or Nuwit is actually in Egypt proper, or Egypt, which would the territories that would become Egypt. It's around Abdu and Tennis.
Abydos. Hmm.
Yeah, it's Abdu and Tennis, and then there's Nubwit, which is Gold Town, and so that is in Egypt proper. But what Reisner and uh, Petrie and the rest, what they did is they took this, they created a whole new term and took it out of the territory that we would call Tameri, right, or and later Kemet, and applied it to the below the first cataract, right? So it's scientific racism, which they did. The fact of the matter is, if we understand that those cultures before, like Nakata, which is basically derives itself from Nuwit, right? We understand that the Europeans are just playing with our history, and because we don't know enough, we're like 30, 40 years behind them,
Mm.
right?
Now,
And
for the listeners, cataract, you have the Nile, and at different points of the Nile, you will have a first cataract, second cataract. So it's a way to know where about we are talking about in terms of location. But the thing is that when it comes to Nubia, I mean, we need to know about the writing, the language that they use, and be able to have material to read and know what was happening, And there's not that much available, and people need to do excavation. Um, Anthony
no, there's
Browder,
a lot available. It's just that we are too Kemet centric
what's
to
the
look at.
language? What's the writing then?
You being sarcastic or you
No,
being
no, I'm not.
okay?
Uh, are you gonna say it's Medu Necha?
I'm gonna say it's pre-Medinetia. I'm gonna say it's I'll show it to you. The Africa conference and ASCAC on this as my work, so I'll show it to you.
Hmm.
Let's just see.
But while you're
Uh,
looking at it, we shouldn't fault our people for not dealing with Kerma or Nubia or ancient cities. People have the right to
Karma
choose.
comes later. Karma
Yes, yeah,
comes later.
everything
Karma,
comes later. Before Nubia, there were other
right? But
stuff.
let's focus on the correct let's focus on the correct terminology. The
Hmm.
correct terminology, that's where we mess up, because if we use the terminology of the Europeans, then we're kind of messed up, right? We don't. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so let's just look at this. Let's look at this vase. I don't know why it doesn't. It's every time I pull it up. Give me a second.
No problem.
Um, I'll pull it up and I'll show you the precursor of writing. So let's visit this. Uh, okay. Still waiting for it to come up. It's not my
Yeah,
fault.
no, no, I understand, no problem. And yeah, we use a lot of terms coined by the Europeans, but there's only some version a human being can know. Most of the Necheru we know by their Greek redemptions, and it's only when we deal with the Medu Neter that we will know the most appropriate, most likely appropriate
Okay.
pronunciation.
So let's see if this comes up. If 1 second, if the Katavaz is 1 more second. I apologize.
No problem. No, no, no problem. You don't
Okay.
need to apologize. It's all good. It's all good. Saturday evening, I don't work tomorrow, so it's all good.
Okay. So this particular one. Let me share my screen.
Hmm.
And so all right. So writing begins in this particular period right here. So share screen, and Here, share screen. And I'm sorry, I will try to blow it up a little bit bigger.
Hmm.
Okay, so this is this particular vase right here. This is in Nakata culture,
Hmm.
right? Uh, can you read it?
What the
Let's see if I can blow it up a little bit. Let me just see if I can
oh,
blow
you
it up.
meant the vase itself. I thought you meant
No, the
the
writing.
description.
Yeah. Sorry. Shoot. This. This. So I want to ask you because you read Meta Nature, and I'm just going to uh, help you see if you can read this. So let's
Hmm.
just see if I can. So move this move this over here. I'm making
They,
headway.
they,
Making
they,
headway.
they do have some vases like that in the Louvre Museum.
Oh yeah, they have plenty. It's pre-dynastic pottery.
Yeah.
So okay, let's try here. Uh, did it, trying to find a vase that I actually.
I think you passed it. If you scroll down again.
This is the one I want,
All right.
but it's not.
Well, I think you can. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to blow it up for you because I
Yeah.
want to help you. I want to help you read this. And I'm sorry, I have a better picture of it somewhere. Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah, I cannot really tell what the glyphs are. I mean,
Well, it's
let me.
Nakata, so let's.
I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's a person or an animal, but it looks like you have the sun disk on top of the head. But I don't know if it's really the sun disk. Yeah, but
Yeah, so that's the problem. So I'm just trying to make it. I'm just trying to make it clearer. So this is in the age of writing. So
no, on the
everybody's
right it looks like the Chesed glyph, like the three the here with the three sides of. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Well, at the top anyway, there's more than three, so it might not be that.
okay. Let me give me a second. You could talk about something else, and I'll find it better.
Yeah,
I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll find it a little bit better. Just
yeah.
talk about.
Well, but this is just. If you want to join the conversation, feel free. I've shared the invite link. It's in the top of the chat. And if you don't want to show your face because that's a requirement to get on the panel, then you can use the chat. We have our brother James, also known as Pan African Designs in Apparel, who is in the place to be as well.
Well, I agree with the person who wrote how is Nakata Nubian A not Meta Nature. I agree. I absolutely agree. It is Meta Nature, but it's Meta Nature uh, before the Egyptian civilization. So I 100% agree, and that's my work. Even though
But
the pseudo killers
but
say I'm not smart enough to do it, so that's
they say a lot of things. I mean, they read Wikipedia that labels Diop's linguistic comparison as pseudoscience, and they roll with it. So
okay.
then when
So
I told them about the Wolof, they asked me, okay, so how do I classify the Wolof then? Do I put the Wolof under the Afro-Asiatic? And I told them, I'm not in a position to put the Wolof under any linguistic phylum or family because I don't deal with the linguistics. That's not my lane. I'm not in a position to do that.
shoot.
So, but we have those drawings on vases or pots,
Are they
jars.
drawings? Are they writings? What are they? What do
Well,
you think?
okay. Well, you will demonstrate that it is the Medu, so I will learn something today. And
You
I'm
are.
not saying that being uh, uh, like slick or anything like that. Um, but I doubt that we have text that would actually tell us about the ruler and what he
Oh
did
no.
and so on. I doubt.
Oh,
I
you
don't know.
doubt?
Yes, but if you can show me,
Yeah, I'm gonna show you in a second.
I'd
Give me
love to
a,
see it.
yeah, you're gonna see it. All right.
But once again, we should not fault people like you're not going far enough. You're not going far back enough.
Why not?
Because there's only so much a human being can do. To me, it's like let's say somebody becomes a
I
Muslim,
can't
he
do
learns
it.
the Arabic, and then somebody tells him, well, actually, in the Quran, You have a lot of Syriac and you have a lot of Aramaic, so you need to study the Aramaic. It wouldn't be fair. Or you need to study the Syriac.
Okay, you might have to.
Well, well,
Okay.
see, back then, indeed, people had sponsors, you know.
Right.
So you might have someone that's a noble and will sponsor you when he sees that you're a scientist or you're a researcher, but we're no longer living in that time period. It's only so much someone can do, you know. So, and you might have to, yes, but you should not fault people for not doing that, you know.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So let's. Okay. Just give me a few more seconds.
Yeah, no problem, no problem, no
I
problem at
will.
all.
I can just do a quick demonstration, and
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna relieve myself, so I'm gonna play a clip. It's a 3 minute clip, and I'll be right back. So
right, and I should be finished by then. Okay.
actually, I'll play two. I'll play one that's 1 minute, and then I'll play one that's 3 minutes.
It will be. It will be important. Wrote Kemet bars. If you want to get authentic
Come on, go ahead.
about blacks, conquering blacks, throw Maya in the trash can, throw out this rock, the slave nation, God away.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight.
Yes, sir.
Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
All right, I'm back.
Mhm.
First was Wesley Mohammed, PhD, and second one was Louis Farrakhan. And I usually put that Farrakhan clip because it's 3 minutes and it allows me, to go get some drink or go relieve myself. So it's something that I have done before. It's not
Mhm.
to cause any reaction or comment or statements. The people who are uh,
Mhm.
regulars on my live streams, they know me for playing that clip quite often.
Mhm.
So feel free, brother Reggie.
Okay, so because I have the hair that Minister Louis Farrakhan is talking about, right? At 58 years old, my hair is thinning even more, right? I wish I had more kinkier black hair, not the ones on my eyelashes, but the one that's on my beard, right? So that I wouldn't suffer from my age, right? And have to cut it down. So what he's saying is what he's saying for his purposes. I'm just not gonna agree. There's no agreement in science what he's saying at all. I people,
That's theology.
yeah, people develop their hair based on uh, based on their proximity to the sun, right? Not Allah, but their proximity to the sun, and so thick hair allows more moisture to stay in the hair, and thin hair is in places where you don't have to where the sun is not so hot. But anyway, I share my screen. So he is of course, the elder has a right to say what he has to say. It's just not scientifically correct. And so anyway, here, just so everybody know, brother Reggie is in DC Comics, on the front page of the DC Comics. So I'm in the DC Comics universe. I'm a human superhero. Not so this is not pseudo. I'm DC Comics. DC Comics first, digital first. This is brother Reggie. Uh, just to let y'all know. Uh, okay, so let's just yeah. So um, So part of my work is here. Uh, this is the Custal incense burner, right? Can you read this?
You mean the glyphs?
Yeah, let's blow it up. Can you read it? I'm just trying to blow it up. Let's see if I
I think
can.
there's like three animals and one human. I
Yeah.
think that incense burner is or maybe it's the dagger. The dagger is in the
All
Louvre Museum, or maybe
right.
it's the incense burner. I don't know.
All right.
But there's one thing that's as ancient as that. But I cannot really distinguish. And at the bottom, it looks like a fish. At the top, is a bull, so maybe car. The man with this gesture, I'm not familiar with. Uh,
Okay. Okay.
well, I don't know. The shape all the way to the right, it reminds me of the Ked glyph, but doesn't really have the exact
Right
same
here,
shape.
this shape.
Yes, it reminds me
Okay.
of it, but I'm not saying that's what it is.
All right. So this is pre-dynastic ancient Egypt, and so this is when language was just writing was just being formed. So this this element right here in the fish. What's the fish in Meta Nature?
It's a bilateral, if I'm not mistaken. Is it in IN?
Right.
Yes.
And then this harpoon right here, right?
The
With
only harpoon I know is the wa that's used for unique friend semer wa or semer
okay.
wati. If there's another harpoon, I wouldn't know the
All
phonetics
right.
behind
Well,
it.
I propose that this harpoon is a pre-dynastic version of Min, and
Oh,
And
man, the Senate game, the bilateral MN,
no,
in
men the man
the god.
with the elongated penis.
Yeah, the god, the nature. Okay.
So here is, watch this. So this is men, right? And here is the determinative, and he is the man with the elongated penis, the third leg,
But not erected.
right? But he's still men because he has the long penis, right? That would mess up the glyph. And behind him is the antelope, who is the personification, where where is the antelope that mates very quickly, right? He mates in like 2 seconds. As soon as he's erect, sperm is passing through him. So this man is him, but this is writing. And then to make it off, this is the pre-dynastic version. This is the pre-dynastic version of the
Or the
Necher.
was nature.
No,
Oh, okay, okay.
this is Necher. So this says Necher men.
Mhm.
This is the Necher men. And how do I know it's the Necher men? Because this is his anthropomorphic idea of him. He has the qualities of the third leg, and this basically is the rebus principle. So writing began here in Nubia A. So let's look at this. Okay. So I'll just blow this up, and I'll just do two cases. I won't do you. I'll just do two cases. Okay. So let's read this. So let's assume that this is that no one told us that we couldn't read Meta Nature in the Kata period. So let's read this. What does this say? Can you find anything in here? Can you find anything in here that will allow us to uh, let's see if I can blow it
No,
up. I can't.
I don't recognize any. And what I thought was like the sun disk on top of the head. Now it kind of looked like female shape to me, and the round
All right,
shape looks like the
you're right.
face, the head actually of the
Okay,
face.
so let me read it for you. Right. This is the royal bark or the
Oh,
bark.
Ouya, Ouya.
This is right. So this has a determination.
Oh, is it the red leaf at the front?
This is Nosut. This
Okay,
is
the sedge. Okay.
right. What's he holding in his hand? The
Uh,
Awat staff.
the was.
The Awat. Before the was is the Awat staff. So he's
Okay.
holding an Awat staff, right? This woman right here is Bat. She's the female Bat. She's the same on the. She's the female that would be on the if she had horns, but she's the pre-dynastic head
Oh,
herald.
bast.
Bat, B-A-T, Bat.
Okay, okay.
And this is her likeness, meaning her daughter. So she is grasping the king and giving the daughter. But let's just say that's lookful. Let's go here. This man standing here, right? What does this say? What does this glyph say?
Well, the arms up. Maybe it's dua, but
Well, he has this man right here. This man right here. What does it say?
I can't tell what he's holding.
He's holding the flail, the neck, like the crook in the flail, the fly whisk.
Uh, well, the crook is Heka. The
Yeah,
frail, I don't know how they call it.
yeah, neck.
Okay.
So base. But what does this say? What does this staff say?
Oh, is that a staff? I thought it was a man with his two arms like that.
No,
Uh,
this
I,
is
I,
on
I,
a boat. What
I,
does this say?
I can't tell what it says. I can't tell which glyph
Okay,
it
let me
is.
read it to you. It says this is the netter because this is the pre-dynastic version of netter, and this is Sa. So it says netter Sa netter, son of the netter, right? Son of the netter, and but he's the royal, so it has all the elements of writing, right? And it says netter Sa. So I spelled it out. What I did is I transliterated this. I did some transliterations. So this is I put the elements of writing here. This is the Nosut right here, and he's holding the Awat right here. This female is Bat, right? They're standing on the Hut or the Hawat, right, which is the temple. Then we see the uh, uh, um, uh, okay, this could be this term right here could be the Hemet because it's in a concept. If you look at the glyph of the Hemet with the triangular part, so this could be his wife, um, and this means the Neter Sa or Sa, the divine son, and he has the fly whisk, right? So let's look at another one.
But the
Uh,
Hemet is really like what is described as a well with water. One of them kind of look like an egg, as people in
it
the
looks like
morning.
a vagina.
Well, it's really the hem, right? The bilateral hem, and then with the addition of the loaf of bread, it gives us Hemet, meaning wife, right? Are we on the same page? I think it's N41 and N42.
Let me pull up Vigus for you. Let me just pull up Vigus.
I will double check because I have.
Yeah, yeah. Let me show you.
Um,
Let me see where show you where it comes from. So
uh,
where is it? Uh,
N N41. No, where's N?
are you pulling it up?
Yes,
So I
and
can.
yeah, and Gardiner N41 and N42. Those are the two glyphs that I know for him. But besides, okay, there's of course the hem for the Majesty, that looks like a baseball bat. But the one for wife will be the one that's described as a well. Basically, if you look up N41 and N42,
Okay, let me. Okay, so let me just pull up Vigus for you because I. Uh, so history.
I do
See,
have Vegas somewhere, but
yeah.
Vegas is to be taken by with great caution, according to this guy that Garfield had on this channel, that PhD in Egyptology, who has a website, Egypt and the Bible. He has
You can
some,
if you don't you can use Vigus, you can use Dixon, you could do
yeah.
another but it's not going to disturb the point. So
Hmm.
it could be taken with caution, but
Yeah.
somebody writing on the Bible, I ain't listening to them. Vigus is accepted. I'm not listening to them,
But I know what quotes the
right?
Bible all the time. Elijah Muhammad quoted the Bible way more than the Quran.
Oh boy, you know how can I say?
I'm joking on this one. I'm joking on this one. I'm joking.
I know. That's why I'm not. All right. So I'm
Now,
bringing the Vigus. So let's look at
2018.
him. Sorry.
Is it
Um,
opening now?
Mine's is. Are you sharing your screen?
No, no. I just want to look at the same time, but it's a bit frozen right now. But I have the 2018 edition of
It doesn't.
My
It doesn't.
Vegas.
It doesn't. I just
Yeah.
have this loaded. Okay, so let's just say wife. I'm just gonna look at wife. I could look at him, but let's see if I. There it goes right here. So this glyph right
Yes,
here.
that's one, and that's the N41
Right. So
or
this.
N42. Mm.
Right. But in pre-dynamic, what I should have did is I should have showed you a better version in pre-dynastic time of hieratic. So now, another important find that I made is when you look at the Nermer stela, you see two hawks.
Hmm.
All right. But if you look closely, one hawk has the half circle.
The loaf of
So
bread,
this Haret, huh? See
or,
that?
or some people call it the loaf of bread, but
Right. But it was never
X1,
really, huh?
Gardiner reference X1.
Yeah. So let's see. So what we're doing actually now. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, so let's look at another example where I'm going to. So read this for me.
Well, it looks like Mu on the right. On the left, it looks like the
Well, it
hem.
only
You're
looks
still for
like,
hem.
huh? It only
On
looks
the
like move because okay, yeah, go ahead. Because but first we have to
but
look at
Mu has three really. Here there's more, but
right.
it looks like
But
there's four here.
but the one no, it's really two because if you look at the thing, everything is overlapped. So this is one N and this is another N. So let's just try to read this.
Well, if it's to the if it's the report of water or the water wave, that would be nen, but on the left it looks like the heb. Is it the one for heb
Well,
for festival?
okay. Well, this is now remember there's no conventions yet, right?
Mm,
So if I read it, it would be in, and this would be the plural, the three strokes, and this
okay.
would be T. So this is Niniwet.
T.
Yeah, this is T right here.
All right. Well,
And over here, uh, uh,
doesn't look
you
too much like a T to me, but
oh well over here this would be in my paper. I tell you why, but this is netter wheat. So this is netter. This is a form of netter. It could be a Y staff, but I think it's netter. But the more important thing is that it's writing. That you actually have a symbol, and then my screen froze, and then you have the plural, and then you have a T. Now it doesn't look like a T to you because you are uh,
I'm
thinking.
familiar with yeah, the classical,
All
the the,
right,
the
but
dynasty
I'm gonna
period.
prove I'm
Yeah.
gonna prove to you it's a T. All right. So here, if you read this vase, can you read this?
Well, it looks like the Seshat glyph to me, you know.
Okay.
Uh, but
Uh,
oh, is it the was?
no, read this
Is
right
it the
here.
user? It's difficult to tell, really.
Okay. Well, this is neat. This is the letter neat, neat,
Okay.
and this is the T for neat, and this is Hawat, and this is the T for Hawat, and this is Nosut, and this is the T for Nosut.
Mm.
So this is Hawat, underneath, Hawat, and Nosut. So this is
What
pre-dynastic.
is Hawat?
Hut,
Oh, Hut. Okay, like Hut, Nebet
temple.
Hut, Neft. Okay, yes. Domain, palace, temple. Okay,
Yeah, this is the temple on the ship.
okay.
So this is the Hut, Netanit, and this is Hut, and this is Nosut. This is Nosut, or Royal on the boat. Um, these flamingos or they could be flamingos, but I don't think that they are. I think that they're ostriches. And this is Bao. Let's see if I have another good example of yeah,
So
not
so
here.
that would be the pre-dynastic version of the Sedge for the Nesut.
Yes, or soot, soot, right? They don't have conventions. These are artists writing on the Nakata vases, and so what we can do is this is the 100 years before the two or 300 years or 400 years before dynastic Egypt. So let's see if I have in this paper if I have any more examples that I want to show that I do want to show on this example. Yeah. So here on the Cristal instance burner, we already went through this, and we see that this is men, but then we can read this in
That's the
pre-dynastic.
falcon. That's the serech. Then we
Yeah,
have a sitting man with the white crown. Well, on the
right.
left, actually, that thing that looked like the Seshat glyph to me. Apparently, you're saying that this is the nature, the pre-dynastic nature, right?
Neat. This is most likely neat,
The whole
right?
thing,
Huh? Right
the
here?
whole thing. Like, 'cause it looks like basically like a star on top of a stick. Like, if I was to describe it loosely.
Right. Oh, okay. So
But
let's
okay,
exclude this, right, for a minute. But what is this?
the hair or
Ho,
heru,
right? And what's this? Sarek.
yes, serech
Horse
or
Sarek. And
serech.
what's this?
Well, if I was to guess, I would say Usir, but it's a seated man with a beard, so it's a deity with a white crown, so
Right. So
probably Usir.
why is this in pre-dynastic before Egypt? Right? This is pre-dynastic before Egypt. So Egypt gets these concepts pre from civilizations earlier. So even if you look at even if you okay, so this one would be harder for you because that's not
So is it definitely Useed?
a
Is it Osiris with
well,
the
she
white
is
crown?
not born yet, but it's definitely a ruler with a white crown. But this
Oh,
does
okay,
say
so
Hor
it's not
Sharek,
nature, it's a ruler. Okay, okay.
right? This says Hor Sharek. So what I'm just trying to say is being Egypt centric, we miss um, this is my material from the Met Museum. Uh, yeah. So maybe at another time, because I really want to spend some time working on finishing my book with all my examples, and so I don't want to show all my examples
Of
to
course.
the public. But the fact of the matter is, Egypt didn't start writing. Writing started before. Let me see. I'm gonna show you one more thing just to help out.
Hmm.
So I can't wait till you come to New York one day. Maybe you need to do a fundraising.
Oh, this is the kind of thing where I'm so disappointed when I see the response. So I'd rather not do it. You know. However, I must say that I had great support when I did ask people to contribute for my first museum trip. And even when I went to the Milano Museum and I happened to find out that the Egyptian section was closed, so I decided to go to Bologna. I made a video, and within a few minutes, half an hour, some brothers and sisters did donate, so I could continue the trip when I was in Italy. So that was a good look. But if I really do a fundraiser, I know I will be disappointed, because um as you can see, we've been live streaming for 3 hours and 50. Well, I've been live streaming for 3 hours and 50 minutes. There hasn't been a single super chat or super sticker, and people will not even donate $1 a month. So um, but this is something I'm planning to do. Not just New York, but I want to take enough time to basically do a road trip and go to all those museums in my list in America. So I will go from the east to the west coast, or the including the south and stuff like that. But I basically have the list of most of the museums that have Egyptian artifact actually not only
Yeah,
in America but in the world. So I'll go wherever I can, whenever I can.
yeah, I have a similar problem. I mean, that's why, uh, I go on these channels and I might get a $50 donation and
Oh,
uh,
well, that's good. I wish I had that. If
no
I had that,
total
I'd be on channels every day.
total $50.
Like after a month.
No, if I do a show, I might get a $50. It
Well,
might add up to $50.
well, that's
Just
good. I mean, if
it,
if I had $50 per show, I mean, I'll start going on everybody's channel. Dang. I mean, I would do that for real.
okay.
Like,
So let me just share this screen and I'll help you out. And I think I need to go get some lunch or something. Okay. Thanks for spending time with Brother Reggie and Shaka and Dugu,
mhm.
Kemet. So,
Oh, okay, there it is.
yeah, I don't know why. Every time I do something, I go and click something, and so I mess it up. Let me just
Mm.
get there. It goes right here. Okay, so here, right here. Okay, so you can see it. Let's see. Okay, so for people that don't know, right? Just bring it. I'm trying to match it to the screen to what you're looking at, right? Okay, so um, Nakata culture and pre-dynastic was in the range of this yellow. See this range of yellow? This is before Egypt. This is pre-dynastic. And it's Nakata culture. And if you look at a map of Nakata culture, you will see it spans up to Abdu, right? Now there's two regions over here. There's Nubwet and Nubiyet. Nibit. And Nubit is right here. You see Kamambo, Nibit, right here? You see right here? Nibit.
Yeah,
I'll
yes,
just
I
try
do.
to I'll try to blow it up a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. So Nibit it has a Nuit, right? And it's and then the other one over here is Nubwit. So let's let me see if I can move this down. Nubwit. So Nubia comes from the combination of these concepts dealing with gold city and gold place, I guess. Come Ombu was Nubiet, Iet, and Nubwit, right? This is where we get the name Nakata from, and we get the name Nubia from Nubit. So what the Egyptologists did was see this is Nubia. This, my friend, y'all, is in Nubia, and this is straight in Egypt, right? This is where it comes from. But what they did is they manufactured a whole new term. They manufactured a whole new term called Nubia, and they put Nubia down here. This is where they put Nubia. They put it down here at Wawet. But Nubia is actually in Egypt proper in what we call Egypt. Got it? You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
This is where Nubia is. This is Gold Town. This is Gold Town and Gold City, right in these two places in the Kata culture, in pre-dynastic. But no, the Europeans had to be like, no, no, we the gold is here. This is not where the gold is. The gold wasn't. There is gold in Nubia, but the fact of the matter is, when the Egyptians described where the gold was, it was in Ombo, which is Nibit, and Nakata, Nuwit. And they created a term called Nakata based on a graveyard. And so what they did is they created a whole new term called Nubia, and they separated out of Egypt. So the fact of the matter is, these are pre-dynastic cultures which are Nubian, if you want to use the word Nubit, right, or Nub. These are pre-dynastic terms, and they actually are in the civilization of Nakata. And then they have another civilization over here in Lower Egypt called, which I have it in gray, which is Nubian A culture. And so these two cultures are the parents directly of ancient Egypt. Any questions?
No, but it is often said, I haven't found any attestation for that yet, but it was often said that the first nome or Sepat is Tasseti, the land of the Ba. And Tasseti is really one term for what we would describe as Nubia today. You see, and that settles the issue for anybody wondering. But I need to find attestation of that, or at least some scholar
Yeah,
that
here's the
has.
first cataract. The first cataract is is over here. It's Aswan, Abu, is Yebu, and Wabit. This is the first cataract. So what the Europeans did was manufacture a word called Nubia that was actually in ancient Egypt. I'll say it again, derived from the Kata civilization and Kamombo, which is all Nakata civilization, and then they took this manufactured term and then they put it down here past Abu Simbel, right, to this area right here, and they call this and they begin to call this Nubian A culture, but it's a manufactured word from Nub, and Nub is none of these. Nub is nowhere here. Nub is comes from here. Nubit and Nubiet and Nubet.
Now you know the one you just showed. Um, the transliteration. You first have the N, the B. Then is it WT or WIT?
Well, you know meta nature, so it's this one over here is
No, no, the one at the
NB.
top, please. The one, yeah, this one is Nebit, yes. But or Nubit. But yeah, that one here. What did they put in the transliteration?
You're right, because what they did is, because the Egyptians used, you put the chick there,
Mhm.
right? So uh, it could be noob two,
Yes,
noob
Nubtu or
noob two,
Nubut, maybe
right?
like Mut. Then they put the ter in front of the
Right.
virtue.
So they are the masters of meta nature. So they create terms. So when we see this, we read it as noob 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 ooh noob ooh, right? Noob
Mm.
ooh, but they called it Nuwet. But this is Nubia.
Oh, okay. So yes, so it's NBWT.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, Nubut. Yeah, that basically it's like the word Mut. Sometimes the loaf of bread appears before the virtue for the sake of saving space. So it might be the same phenomenon here.
Right, but what they do is they do their honorific transliterations or whatever they want to do. So here they stuck the uchik in front of the T and call it Nubuet, where it doesn't really say this at all.
Oh, yeah, but just like Mut, it's the same with Mut. So sometimes they put the loaf of bread before the virtue when really it should be after, but it's just described, for the sake of saving space. So I I would understand. I would agree there. It's likely.
Well, but the most important thing is the nub, right?
Yes.
Is in where we call in Egypt,
Hmm.
right? And they manufacture a word, Peace Pan African Designs. Yeah, it is a death blow. It's That's why Brother Reggie's on deck, right? So that Unc is actually gonna do most of the work on this, right? But this is just my prelude on this particular channel. But Peace Pan African Designs, thanks for coming on. Good to see you. But the fact of the matter is, this is Nubia proper. So they manufacture the word Nubia and they want you to think that Nubia is only here. But no, Nubia is, sorry, Nubia is uh, this whole culture or Nubian cultures or gold cultures. So if you, and so Europeans are up to their funny business. Yeah. Right. So my whole point of this was one of the points that I was trying to show you all was that this is the pre-dynastic period that created writing. These two cultures here. This is where the Kustal incense burner was found, with the white crown and the men, right? And those are god netters of Nubia, sorry, of the southern part of what we will call Egypt, but they call it Lower Egypt because they want to separate. They want to draw a racist line right here to separate this culture as if it was special than this culture. But none of this shit has anything to do with the Delta. The Delta cultures, uh, the Delta cultures are important when the country is united, right? But Nermer begins his journey here, and he combines these two cultures. And the red crown is over here. This is where the red crown is, and this is where the white crown is. So I'll read the chat and I'll stop sharing, and then I think I'm gonna go and get something to eat.
That map you're shown is it? Are you the one who put all these labels, or is it a map you got from a book, or?
It was Wikipedia.
Okay.
It's the Wikipedia map, and all I just did was juxtapose the two, the Nakata civilization and the Nubian culture.
And do you know like what entry I should put to find that map?
Huh?
Do you know what I
Oh, you
should
want
type?
you want the map?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did,
you want something from brother? You want? Oh boy, my brother Shaka Induku. He give me a hard time, but when he wants something, boy, he be humble. You see that, boy?
you're
You,
saying that as if I wasn't
I'm gonna
humble
give it to you.
all
I'm
through
gonna,
the
I'm gonna give it to you.
discourse.
You see that? You get humble, but you
So
my brother.
I wasn't humble before.
No, you was fighting me with a baseball bat. No,
No.
no, no.
Uh,
You was throwing everything at me, talking about how can I say this about brother Jabari? Uh,
well, you have to be fair with him, just
huh?
as fair as you are with the others.
No, because I know that I seen that you're Kemetic and you're Kemetic, and so I see that's the chord with you, right? Anything Kemetic, you get tight.
No,
Uh,
you know, the wannabe
if
linguist, you
I
know, he
bang
will
on
be
Kemet,
labeled.
if I bang on
No,
Kemet,
no, not like the plagiarizer, he's Kemetic. The fake linguist, he's Kemetic, you know. But
no, they're not Kemetic. None of those people are Kemetic.
wow, okay,
Huh?
well, they are
Who they
considered as
are?
such. They are considered as such. At least they have Kemetic names, you know. But
All right, I put it in with
I'm
I put it in.
yeah.
Okay, so I put it on I put it in the chat so
Oh,
you
I
can
found it. I found it. It's actually in a gnome article. So I got it. Thank you. It's a nice
okay.
one. It's really nice, actually.
Yeah, here Pan African Designs. Pan African Designs is on you, boy. He's on you like white is on rice, boy. Huh? Uh, I ain't never seen Pan African Designs chat so much, boy. Huh? Uh
It would take a few seconds for the comment to the comments appear on the actual YouTube page first before it appears on the live stream program that I use, which is really StreamYard. So I guess it will show in a few minutes. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting.
what's
it's a lot of
interesting?
things.
What's interesting?
Well, the whole discussion we had, and what you've presented, your argument, and
Yeah,
your
because if I say
upcoming book.
something about Kemet, if I say something about Kemet, boy, you on me like, man,
No, no, like
huh?
once again, well, okay, you're saying they are not Kemetic, but I'm sure if we ask them, I'm sure at least one of the two will say he's Kemetic. You know,
Yeah, Kemetic,
uh,
they are Kemetic. It means like. It's like metallic. They are.
yeah,
They
but
are. They not Kemet, they Kemetic. They like Kemetic is a suffix for
but
like
as you
metallic.
know, I went at them. I'm saying for the pseudoism that
No,
they've
but you're
been.
talking about the pseudos. You don't you want to keep your spiritual people, your spiritual Kemetic people, you want to keep them into play.
uh, well, I haven't heard them as pseudos as the guys we address. You know what I'm
Yeah, they
saying?
don't read the meta nature. Hell yeah, they pseudo.
Well,
They look at pictures.
well, I've said it before that as a Kemetic priest, he should know the meta nature more. But I can tell he's been studying it. I've seen the improvement, and it takes time. So
I don't
he
want
has
to
a
focus just on him. You keep bringing him into the fold. I'm just
well.
basically saying,
He's
uh,
probably the guy that you mentioned the most, that you criticize the
no, he
most.
puts
With all
himself
fairness,
in front. I be banging on the group, and he puts the K on his chest, and comes out to be the savior.
but he's the leader of his group, so
Yeah,
that's
he's
his
the leader of
position.
one of the groups.
Yeah, one of the
He's
group indeed. But he's the person we see the most out of the conscious out of the Kemetic community, because it appears
I've
on
been
the
around for a long time. I see a lot of people. He's just one of the
yeah. But
he's just
I
one of the
mean,
people.
the so-called conscious community. Sanada's platform is one of the largest platform of all these issues that we talk about. So he's the one that we see the most. I
Yeah,
mean, like someone like Ashwa Kwezi,
yeah.
a fair bit of people know him, but not so many. We don't really hear about him like that online.
Okay, let me pull this up because I'm okay. Let me just see if I can pull this up, and I'm me and you, right? We actually going to show the difference between the bullshit, right? It's just
Mhm.
bullshit. So let's say you trying to say you trying to yeah. Okay, so let's go over here. pull this up. I think this is big enough. Let's see. Let me get this big enough. Right. Let's see if it's okay. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna see if I can. Okay.
No, no problem.
Okay. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. Okay. Maybe a little less, a little smaller. I don't know why they do this, man. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna share my screen.
Hmm.
Ta-da! So my whole point of it is, you want to talk about the Pert and Meru and all of that? Okay, read it, read it, right? Just read it or don't say nothing. So the general situation is good. It's clearer on your screen than it is on mine. So the I don't know whether it says join. If I can do it. Okay. So normally, let me move this out the way. Yeah.
Or if you want, you can click on hide and it will disappear.
Hide what? Where?
Like that thing you just moved, the
Yeah, I
StreamYard
don't.
is showing your screen, and then you have stop
Oh, I can.
sharing.
Yeah, I can say hi. I can hide, but I don't want to. That's not the point. This is the point right here.
All right.
Okay, so oh look, um, uh, how can I say it? They say, look, family, right? Uh, the Purdom had rule. This is the weighing of the heart. Here's your heart, and there's over the measure of my eye, and this what makes us special because of the moral concept of ancient Egypt, and look, family, and there's women here, and family, women are included. I don't care about that stuff. I mean, I care, but you know what I really care about? I care about what this says. This is what I care about, right?
He's learning. He'll get there. He'll get there. I can tell he's learning. You know, some
I'm
people
not
said,
talking about him. You keep
yeah,
bringing him in. I'm talking
but
about all of them.
no, boy, they have people who know the meta nature. That's for sure.
So if I'm doing this, this is this is the this is at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is the longest Purdom Heru of a woman. And so let's start right here. Okay, so let's just start right here. So here's Inpu. Let me see over here if I can bring it down. I don't know. Okay, I'm having problems bringing it down. Okay, so here's Inpu. Uh, here's Inpu. Inpu is having a conversation with Ashir and a conversation with Tahuti. So let's start with with Inpu. What is okay? So there's the how can I say the leg of the front leg, the foreleg
The ox
of
leg.
of the ox leg,
Yeah,
right?
the foreleg of the ox. Yeah.
Now the difference between me and you, right? And there's Pan African Designs here, and here's our community. The difference is that we can't get away with just showing the pictures, talking about the way if everybody has spiritual system funding the government is why, or you suppose opposed to us open a spiritual structure to fund our people? If everybody's a spiritual system funding their governments, do they fund their governments with spiritual systems? Why are you opposed to us trying to reopen our own spiritual structure to fund our people? Um, I'll get back to that Pan African designs in parallel because they're not funding their own people; they're funding themselves. They're not funding our people. They're funding their own selves. They're doing an activity, right, and using the aspects of of the government formations 501c3 but they have status in that. So take that chat down so I can read the meta nature. Okay, Pan African Designs, my brother, good brother. Now I'm asking you to log in. I'm asking you to log in.
Yeah, come join us, good brother.
Nope, you don't get to say that. You don't get to say that in the chat. Now you want to say our spiritual systems, you get to log on. You always gonna be my brother because I love you. But you get to log on right now.
Come on, come join us, brother. Come,
Because
brother,
what I'm gonna
brother
do
James.
and what Shaka Indugu is gonna do is we ain't doing no spiritual system. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do Medu Necher, which is a skill set. Spiritual systems say that you fake the funk, that you talk about spirituality and spirit, but you don't read the glyphs. So how could you be a spiritual system and do mod and do Medu and Medu Necher when you can't even read it? So you
But
get to log in right now.
he's learning it, so he has his level because our people should not be scared to address the meta nature, and they should not be scared to be told, okay, well,
Okay,
you
you
don't know the
not
meta
reading the
nature.
Medu Neter. The Medu Neter is the words of the divine. If you can't read the words of the divine, you're making it up. It's not a spiritual system because the spiritual system is what the ancient Egyptians or the people of Tawi or people of Kemet or the Hindu say with their own mouths. Anything else, you're reading a European translation and you're not doing it your work. So you're Afropean. I'm not talking about you, Pan African Designs, Apparel. I'm not talking about you. You my brother.
That's a strong charge to say that he will
You're
be or
reading it
they
like the
will
King
be.
James
But
Version.
hold on. For you to say that they are Afropeans, once again, we saw that Kwanzaa was, I say
I don't
plagiarize you.
practice it.
Y- Oh, I understand, but you don't say they are, Jew-pean or Jewish pean. So you saying, Afropeans, I think is a strong charge.
Yeah, okay. Keep you can I said it. I ain't taking it back.
I know you said it. I'm not asking you to take it back, but they are trying, they are trying,
Mhm.
to
Like
revive
like
the
the
culture.
Hebrews are trying to read the King James version in the Torah. They trying.
Well, I heard the Hebrews they come up with some fake Hebrew, Hashawa. Somebody, what's his brother's
Okay, so
name?
the Kemetics come up with a fake their fake pronunciation. Got you.
The pronunciation, you have your way of pronouncing the W, I pronounce it ooh. Most scholars say it's
Right.
pronounced ooh. But
But you
what
know what?
matters,
I respect you because what all we doing is like how can I say different dialects, different conventions. I can come on, but I can't share my cam at the moment. I'm also agreeing that a priest should be able to read the language. Let him come on. He don't have to show his cam.
yeah, you came in before, so I know you're not anonymous. Yeah, I've seen your face before, so you can come on. It's all good. It's all good. But so he knows some Medu nature. He doesn't know enough to your liking, but at
No,
least
anybody that try you look. I'm not asking him to read today. I just want to talk to my good brother.
okay. But yeah, but people have their level, While our brother James joins us, people have their level, and it takes time to reach a good level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, then to stop faking the funk and acting like you stop faking the funk when people on different levels.
Yeah, but
I'll be back. I got to
but
get something to drink because I'm
yeah, I get you. I get you.
stop.
I haven't heard them say that rise a volcano though. Oh, yeah, no problem, brother. He said, "Give me a second." So I know that some people here they know Jabari, and try to help him out and encourage him to try to spend more time to learn the meta nature, and then he will be kind of critics free. He will be free from critics. Okay, so I recognize the brother from his voice, but he says chaotic truth. I hope it's not somebody that took advantage to try to be on. Is that you, brother James?
No, this is not Brother James, but
Oh, okay. Well,
salute.
I'm sorry. I really want to have brother James because we've seen him before, and the requirement is for people to show their face. So if you can, please, use a webcam or something like that. Okay. Thank you
Sir,
very much.
could you do me a favor, sir? Can you just type in my name on YouTube and you will definitely see who I am?
Well, just use a webcam. Feel free. The brother James is there actually, so you're welcome, or you can participate in the chat. But thank you for calling. Now, brother James, what's up? You're muted now, I think. Brother James, you're muted. Okay.
Hey,
Okay,
peace.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear you
Pan
now.
African Designs. Peace to you. How you doing?
Peace, brother Reggie. How's it going, brother? Hold on, let me cut this fan now. It's 105 down here in Texas. I'm trying to stay cool.
I'll
Okay,
talk
I'm
to you,
here.
Penny.
Okay, you my brother. So you're not trying to say that you're anything except for a student trying to be a better student. I have
Correct.
never argued with you, never had any disrespect with you. As a matter of fact, I like what you do,
All right, appreciate it.
right? And so this particular Purdom rule is one of the most sacred of the Purdom rules. They don't talk about it because they don't know about it. Why is it the most sacred of the Purdom rules? It's the most sacred of the Purdom rules because it deals with women, right? Most of the Purdom rules that we see are of men. Even the ruler Hatshepsut, she never had a Purdom rule because at the time that she was there, they didn't create it yet. Her brother started the Purdom rules, Tutmosis III. One of the first Purdom rules was Melhepri. However, these people walk around with Anui or Annie. So this one is important because a sister is getting her heart weighed with the feather of truth of my. Now, you do any meta nature at all?
No. No, I don't.
Okay. But you would agree.
But it's some certain things that through watching through y'all, I can see something like that on top of her head. I know that stands for a set. Certain things I can, recognize is what I'm saying. Like I know the circle with the dot in it means I think Ra. You know what I'm saying? So certain things I can recognize. I can't read it fluently.
Okay. Now, if you was a student or you was on a tour, you took a trip to Egypt and somebody was or you went to a shrine, or you a Kemetic practitioner?
No.
Okay. So why you was you capping for them?
Because I come from the beginning of the study, and I'm not sure if Dr. Clark could read it, but he took people there as well. So I know you guys. Hold on. So I know that you guys are you're the students, or you're the direct descendants of them. So you guys are your job is to advance their studies. So where we at with you, you've learned how to do something that Dr. Clark, maybe even Dr. Ben couldn't do. So now we're afforded to learn from you as well. But I understand that it started from something else, just like they've interjected DNA now into the conversation when Dr. Clark then wasn't afforded that type of use. You see what I'm saying? So
right, but
you're just a continuation of Dr. Clark now. But what I'm asking you, and I'm not even saying that I'm championing what Jabari and them are doing.
Let's not mention him. Let's just
okay. Or what they're doing. I'm not championing what they're doing. What I'm looking at is the whole history of the falling of our civilization and wondering why wouldn't we try to bring that back into existence, because that history predates the histories that conquered us, will put us in a situation to where we could use that history to get our people out of those mindsets of being a Christian. Or what I'm saying is, why can't we use the chronology to get us out of the situation that we're dealing with, the North and the South fighting each other based on the false history
Well,
that they
I don't.
have?
If you let me talk, I don't agree. I don't disagree with you.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we don't have no disagreement, but I do have a disagreement when people are calling stuff spiritual and they can't read it.
Right, but I don't know what other word to call it, Reggie. So what word would you?
Well, no, that's fine. But how do they know it's spiritual when they can't read it? They're looking at the pictures.
Well, we get that word now. I don't want to put that on the ancestors, but we get the spiritual side of it from Dr. Clark and them, don't we?
Right,
that's
but
the
now
word that
we're
they were
looking at
using.
now we are looking at a Pert Imheru.
They rely on the translations.
So I don't care about the pictures. I know I can Wikipedia and I can look up the weight of the heart and I can read all of that. Now this is where the rubber meets the road, right? Okay? Or where the tomb is buried. This is it right here. I could say that this is spiritual, but they can't say it's spiritual unless they read it. Right.
And see, I'm exactly on the same page with you. If you're going to be a priest, I think that it's probably pertinent that you be able to read the language. I don't think 100% in agreement with you on that. What I'm saying is, we know that they use these spiritual systems through tithing to spiritual to fund their governments and their war chests. That's why we're absent of that.
You are correct, but we are talking about our community, and we ain't trying to do nothing. We ain't trying to do none of that stuff. Ain't none of these groups of people trying to do nothing with government. So let's get to the rubber to the road, and let's sacredly bury this tomb, right? If you want to say that you are a priest, right? That you do that you believe in the netures, and you're telling our people this, you better, and this is one of the most sacred pertinent rules ever done. Why? Because it deals with one of the most sacred concepts, the woman. You had better be able to show me what's divine in this, besides the pictures. You can't go to the white man now. You can't go nowhere, right? This is my brother Shaka Ndugu Kemet that y'all don't support enough. And this is brother Reggie, who you hate. And I'm telling you, spiritual people, you ain't spiritual when you're talking about this civilization unless you can read it. You make up artists, you put up a whole lot of mascara, foundation, and powder in your face to cover up the fact that you are on, Sakindugu would tell you, you're on a level. Watch this. You're on a goddamn low level. Why? Because you don't support my brother Shakindugu and try to learn how to read it. So let's go and read it. Let's go and read. Let's not do the picture shit. Right? Impu is talking to a seer. And Tahuti is talking. He's writing something down. We can see this from the pictures. This sister, she has something in her hands. We are already identified, Pan-African Designs already identified this as a set. Good job. So Shaka Ndugu, let's go to work. This part right here, I'm not going to read the transliterations. I am going to translate it. I will say what some transliterations are.
They asked me to come on because I was asking questions. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, we did. We asked Pan African Designs to come in, right? Because he was trying to support the Kemetic people
No, I
who
wouldn't.
who look at pictures and try to say it's spiritual, and then try to say that why
It's
should
better
we?
than torturing woman. I'm
Okay,
just saying.
you was something else, man. You were young. Anyway, Inpu is talking to a seer, and I'm going to read basically what it says. I'm going to translate basically what it says, and Shaka and Dugu can help me out. So this is the word that they say in, and
We
this
don't
is,
see your cursor though.
oh, you don't here.
Oh, now we see it.
So this is in, and oftentimes with the crown, it translates to a word like uh, behold,
By oh,
behold or by, right? But most of the time, behold. But what did you say? You said what?
well, I would have said by, but that there's more than one option, I guess.
Right. And so now we come down to this figure over here, and we see the P and we see the U, and these are complements for inpu. Behold, inpu. Ne.
I think it just spells his name.
Yeah, behold,
Though
inpu.
I never seen it spelled that way before. But
Yeah, right. Yeah, because it's a complement.
yeah, no, because we have the E, the N, the P, the U, so the
Yeah.
whole thing spells inpu.
No, this opens up the phrase,
The
right?
phrase. All right.
And
Well,
we don't
maybe
have the in here. Where's the in? We don't
the
have
N is
that.
the red crown. That's the
Uh
phonetic. Yeah.
yeah, but in this case it's opens it up. This whole
Mm.
thing don't spell input,
Okay.
right? But okay, even if you're correct, right? Let's just say input Lord. I'm saying
Oh,
this.
we have Irima. No, I don't know if the scale stands for Ma'at, but
Yeah. Well,
does the scale stand for Ma'at?
what do you mean? What are you talking about?
After we have Iri, and I was thinking about one guy, who has Iri
Yeah.
Ma'at in his name.
Well, so yeah, so we have Erie. So behold, Impu, who performs this word. I would have to actually look it up on the glibs, but it makes it basically saying who performs the weighing, right? And this looks like a hood in the shrine, right? And say is he, Jedu F, saith he, Ib S, her heart is, this is a form of mod, of really right. It's a form of mod. Uh, so let's just say uh, her heart is ma, it's kind of like, you see the phallic here, right?
That's Met, right?
Yeah, but it's more like a rebus principle. It gives just the M, right? So her heart is like mod, and I don't know mod or really right, justified. Her heart is justified. And then over here, Inpu says this, and he's talking. He says, "Behold, behold, Inpu, Lord, who does the weighing in the shrine." Uh, he says, her heart is really right. He says this to a seer. A seer says, basically, Jed Medu, Jed Medu recitation, or he says, Usir. This is Usir, who is Kente Mete,
Even
who
to
is
you.
chief of the West, right?
Mhm.
Uh, chief of the West. Chief of the what's the other word? Chief of the after
Foremost of the Westerners.
foremost of the Westerners, right? Thank you. Then it says when, right? When it exists, when he exists. There he says he's Nefer. He says that he's a ruler, Hek. He says that he something with life. He something that he gives life or performs life or sees life or something like that. Then
Or
he says,
maybe ruler of the livings, but I don't know. Maybe his
no,
uncle.
that's fine. Help me out.
Mm.
Help me out. Because help me out. So this says Ima, right? Ima, and then Ima, and then it says something about okay. Then it says her eyes, her two eyes, and then it says henna together with her mouth, right? Is it says mak, mak, uh, and then it says her heart is really right, is really justified. So a seer now is Impu says what a seer, but Osir puts the stamp on it. Am I right, Shaka Ndugu?
Yeah, that's so far so good.
Okay, I got an A plus from my brother. All right. So then we go to uh, the Tahuti, who is writing it down, and he is saying ear. I can't see this ear. Uh, okay, okay, ear Nebet. So it's saying something that she's the mistress. Oh, she's saying that she is this is like the Asir. She's the Asir, right? This is the stool. So she's the Asir. She is an Asir, a mistress, a Nebet, and she is the Simiet. So she is the Simiet right here, right? She is in the house of the Simian. She's a chantress, right? So it's basically like saying this is seer, who's a mistress in the house of the Simian, right? Then it says Emen Amin Ra. So she's Simeon in the house of Amin Ra, and then it says the royal Naturt, something like that.
King of the gods, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is feminine. This is Naturt. So she's no, oh,
Or,
say no,
or
sorry, no, so royal nature, right? Royal nature. You're correct. And then this is her. This is this is her, and it's a T. I don't know if it's Tayet or Tiet, and she's sitting on a stool.
yeah, it looks like the T. Looks like the bilateral T.
And this is her name, Nanua, right? And then it says that Nanua, and then she is, I don't know if this is a form of Makaru.
Ma'akeru, yes, probably Ma'akeru.
Oh, I get co-signed by my brother, right? And then over here it is, wow, I can't see this. I really can't. I can't really see this. I apologize, but basically, from what I get is that basically, okay. So let's go and recap of some of the things that we say. Osir says her eyes and her mouth together with her mouth based and did not tell on her heart. She's really right. So in this case, in her hands it's her two eyes and her mouth, which is over here. Uh her eyes and her mouth didn't tell on her. She seems to get a gift of her eyes and her mouth. Why this is important? I can read it as that her eyes and her mouth didn't tell on her, but but more profoundly, this woman's eyes and mouth is good in the afterlife. She gets her eyes and her mouth. This woman can see and hear, right? It's like a gift. And then you have Aset, and then you see that she is the uh, depending on how you read it, the At Mut Necher, right? Okay, so let's go. So when I'm my test on spirituality is simple. Prove that it's spirituality. Negro, don't tell me it's spirituality. Use your skills. You say, I'm not no priest, right? I'm just telling you what this is. So over here, it just basically says ear, basically a set Nanuit, right? Who is, I don't know, royal, who is Makeru. In front of who's she saying this in front of? I don't know if she's let's see over here if she's saying it in front of somebody. Where's this? Okay, maybe I can. I don't know if I can move it. I don't think I can move it. She's saying it in front of someone, and then over here she's in front of a whore, right, with the fly whisk, and she's saying she's making praise to Horus, and she's saying that she is the seer. She's pronouncing her name, that she's the seer, the deceased Nanuet, and that she is Makeru, and then she's saying that she is, this says Nut,
That's Pet.
Pet,
Pet
sorry, in the
Nira.
sky, sorry, Pet, like Ra, right? So she is something like Ra in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I got a A plus or a B plus from my brother Shaka Ndugu. And then she's in front of the false door or something like that, and then she says the same prayer again. And then over here on the other side it says the Osir. So she's the Asir, and then it's her name, Nanui, right? That she's Makeru, I think, and this is Jet, and then it says hey, hey, in eternity or infinity, uh, and
Raneb every day.
every day, right? Thank you so much. And then she said existence, something like that. So I can't read anymore. If you are a priest and if you are calling yourself spiritual, and if you can't read any of this, thank you, Asar and Ka. Oh, my brother Asar and Ka. This would occur with the statements in the book of coming forth by day when the deceased asks these parts not to condemn him in the judgment. Now, Asar and Ka, I recognize as a hymneter, wear, right? Why? Because he could read and he could verify what he believes as the spirituality of our ancestors. What I read was one of the most sacred pieces of work, more important than the pertinent rule of the scribe Anui. Why? Because Anui was just a scribe. This trumps it because this is a woman. If you want to promote our culture, you want aspects where our culture venerates the woman. The Hebrew culture and the Christian culture, there's no image that women go into the afterlife. It looks like men do. In this piece that I am reading, which is sacred, I know for a fact that our ancestors welcomed women in the afterlife. Ain't no priest of no nothing, except for a Sarakar, has ever shown this and verified it in the Medu Necher. Am I? How am I doing, Shaka and Dugu? that
I think you did a great job, if you ask me.
Now that was solid. That was solid.
It's solid.
because why are these priests always showing men? How come they have never shown a woman in the afterlife? Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? Because you know what? Why aren't women important? To me, you best want to show our culture. You basically you want to verify that that women and children have an afterlife. I think her name is Amonani. Let's just see. Uh, if it's Amonani, if it comes up. You want to, but why did it take Medu Natural scholars who people who ain't spiritual? Because Brother Reggie ain't never saying he's spiritual. Um, Book of the Dead, Chantress Amonani, the Met Museum. Why don't they? Why Naoni? Why don't they do it? Right? Get to what we believe. They messed up. They said Brother Reggie's work is poor, so they can't show no pictures no more. If I'm online, they better be able to read it. They can't read it. Stop showing our people. Wait, where's my brother Asoran Ka? From where's Asoran Ka? Okay, so this is Amonani. I'm just looking at the text of it. Asoran Ka, he's not on, right? He's
Yeah, it's in the chat, but you're welcome if you want to join us, Samka.
Okay, so here.
I mean, if you don't mind showing your face, I don't recall seeing your face, but it's up to you. Otherwise, you can continue.
Okay, so this piece can't be enlarged, so we can't try to read any of this. This is her 42. It can't be enlarged, but let me see if I could enlarge some of this on my screen. Let's just see.
Yeah, just try clear plus or whatever that button is. See if it'll enlarge it.
If you mean control
yeah,
plus?
Yeah, control plus.
Yeah, I did. I did.
You can do it as big as you can.
Yeah, I did enlarge it, but I'll just show some of the pictures. So this is, if I could, family. So you can't. So over here, this is her 42, and then this is saying that she is. This is her. I guess this is saying that this is her Purdom Haru, and she's Mak Haru right here. Let's see this picture right here. Let's go over here to this picture, see what's going on over here. Let's see if it. They're really something else. So this picture is so sacred because here she is in the, what do you call it?
The duat.
Yeah, she's in a duat, but she's in a, what do you call it? Field of reeds. She's in front of the field of reeds.
It's not Sereti. I forgot. I think you might be able to enlarge that if you go to the top, if you go up, like with the. Like
it said it can't enlarge due to copyright.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but maybe I can Google it somewhere else. See, due to rights, this image can't be enlarged.
Oh.
Right. So maybe I can find it somewhere else. So let's. But what I can show is what I'm showing. But guess what? She gets on the boat by herself. She's on the boat. She don't need no nigga. She don't need nobody. This black woman in the afterlife gets on a boat herself. How sacred is this? Right? To go on her voyage, to meet Usir Nebhet, right? And I guess this is a form of mine.
I've got the larger version. I'm going to share it.
Yeah, thank you. Stop sharing my screen.
What dynasty is that, Brother Reggie?
This is about the it said it on the thing. It could be around the 19th to the 21st dynasty. Okay, great. Thank you so much. This is so nice. Okay, so here she is, the Asir Anui, right? Who is Makeru, and she's on her boat. A black woman is on her boat. A Nile Valley African woman is on her boat, needing no man, needing no goddamn priest, right? Needing nothing but her righteousness, because she's Makaru, right? She ain't got no priest talking for her. She did it by her own conduct. And this it says the Ashir Noni Unmunani, she's Makaru. This filled the reeds, I guess. And this is her I guess the offerings, and this is the I guess the west in the west. I don't know if this is her or her ib, and this is given to her or given to her. I don't know if this is a form of mod. Over here is Osir. The second paragraph. You can't see my cursor.
It's in the white.
Huh? Say
It's
what?
not on the screen. You got it over there in the white over there. Okay, now I see it. It's on the.
No, I cannot see your cursor because I'm the one sharing the screen.
Right, right. So,
where are you right now?
all right, move your cursor. I'll tell you to move the cursor. Okay.
Okay, it's right by the boat. I see.
No, move it more to the left. We already did that already, right?
Okay.
Move it down. So I guess this is like of the what is that of the west, right? And I don't know if that's a her or a ib, but
It looks like the Eve to me.
that's given to her, right? Her heart, right? Let's go to the middle. Go to where it says Osir. So Osirs could be women too, by the way. And her name is Asir Nani, right? And she's Makeru. Show them the Makeru. And then it says, go to the next one. No, to the left. No, to the left, right there. No, go back to the middle. We didn't finish.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about right there behind that, right there.
Yeah. So I don't know, Ra, and then the great Necher Ah.
It's in front of the great God.
Yeah, in front of the great God. Thank you. So that's Kerr. Thank you so much. Teamwork makes a dream work. And then we got Osir. His name was Osir. And then we got this is a set and Nebhead together.
Look, I said a set. I already know who those people is based on the headdress.
Right. And
yeah,
then
you did well.
And then we got and then there's a description next to the boat. Go to the right of the boat. That she is rowing. That she's oaring. No, further to the right. Right there. That she is rowing on the boat, and she is like Ra, something like rock, like Ra, something I can't see that. Like well, not that I can't see it. Ima, like Ra. She's like Ra. So she's rowing the boat like Ra.
It is indeed like Ra, and actually underneath we have Ra written with the mouth and the arm, just phonetically written down.
Yeah, so so it gets like she's rowing, she's oaring like Ra. Like you want to teach spirituality? You really want to teach spirituality, right? Then you read it. You don't fake the BS to our people, right? You don't look at pictures. You read the words of your ancestors, right? Or you source up or you shut the F up. Simple as that. If you ain't on that level, you know who you get? You get a Soren Ka, you get Shaka Ndugu. If you really want it read, you get it Infadishi, you get Dr. Ikedi, you get Brother Bonacci, you take their classes, right? I'm just doing this for you just to do it for you, just to let you know that when I criticize you, I'm criticizing you because all of these years y'all are capping and not even trying to try to read it, just showing pictures. Uh, okay, so we can wow, this is a little harder for me right now. So I
What's
might
up,
need
Pastor MK? Sorry to interrupt you, Reggie.
In the
oh,
top, send
oh,
in the top
oh,
to the
that's
Saber building.
he
Saber
came
Red.
he
Saber.
came just in time to help me.
You know I'm on my phone today. Saber Afro Style, my eye forever. Our brother Shaka and Dougal Kemet and our brother Pan African. Let me cut this so dark in here. I'm looking. This is
Okay.
like a nude is covering
All
me
right, so
right
put
now.
that back up, Shaka and Dougal. Put that
Yeah, my
that
phone is
screen back up.
very small.
But Saw, do you agree? Do you agree with me that if you say that you are who you are and you teach in spirituality, you should do better than show a picture?
Yeah, you have to. We can't say like yes, there's symbolism in ancient Kemet without question, but when we talk, if you say you're a him necha, hemet necheret, and you can't read the basic hieroglyphic, we got a problem. You understand? Because it what if you're a Wab priest, right? You can't say I'm a master, this, that, the other. You can't read basic hieroglyphic. If you're a Wab priest, I always say I'm a Wab. People say, nah, you more than that. They all say that. I don't know, you know. To me, I'm a Wab priest, but I can read the hieroglyphic and I can read some of the hieratic and I can read a little demotic and you know what I'm saying? I can dabble in some of the other parts, but I can definitely sit
So what's
down with
lower than
some
a wild priest?
nothing.
Oh, good. So I gotta elevate you because you can read the meta nature, right?
See?
So
Yeah.
so so right now, since you're a priest, I'm pushing you up to the Kerihab. I'm pushing you up to the Kerihab. The wild priests are the ones that should come and clean the stuff after you, who should clean for you, purify for you. They should they
Absolutely.
should they should because you know what? Because they can't read yet. They ain't on that level.
Right.
So you
And
know
if
what
you
they do? They get to clean.
And for the regular brothers and sisters now, that word wab we hear in the movie X-Men Apocalypse. It's actually early on when the Apocalypse saves Storm
yes,
after she steals something, and he takes her. Sorry, she takes him to her place. He's looking at the TV, puts his hand on the TV, and he asks him. She asks him, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Learning." And after that, he says this word needs to be wabet. So the form of wab basically is like the feminine form wabet. And I'm not sure if they put the subtitle all the time, but if you have the version of the movie with the subtitle, when it says wabet, they put cleansed. So cleanse, pure, or purify, because that's what wab means mainly.
Wait,
And
which movie is this, Shaka?
it's X-Men Apocalypse. You know the
Okay,
yeah, the
I
X.
seen that, but I didn't catch that little
Oh,
word that you was
that's
talking.
early. That's early in the movie. And actually,
very first part with
before that,
the
just before he says her,
so
he asks, "Who is the ruler of this world?" And you hear him saying "Heka" for ruler, and then "Ta Pen" for this world, literally world or land and this. So you kind of hear some, and even before that, the lady she says, "You will live forever." I think she uses the word "jer" forever, like or infinity, and she says, "My Lord, Nebi." You see, so just for the record.
Oh, that's incredible because I didn't know what type. I thought they just made that up, but they
Can
Oh
actually
no no
speak
no!
of that
Usually
nature.
they have consultants. I think that James P. Allen was also a consultant in some movie. There's another movie, The Mummy, with Tom Cruise. Uh, they keep saying "Setep Ai," and "Setep" means to choose or chosen. So setep ai, it's just their way of saying setep e, like my chosen. And we hear the name setep. Many of you probably heard the name user marat, user ma'at ra setep and ra. You know, chosen of ra. Setep and ra means chosen of ra. So sometimes in some movies you actually hear some Medu Neter words.
Okay, that's good to know.
They
But
they
but 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 but
generally
but, but for the record, sorry to interrupt you, brother Samka. There's people don't know that, but when I went to Kemet, a lot of time on the walls, on the shops, they have a lot of glyphs, but they don't spell anything. And I was talking with that with my brother earlier when we did the class. There's a lot of memorable, basically souvenirs. They just have glyphs that don't spell any words. You know what I'm saying? It's just
right.
Exactly.
If you get one of those bigger ankhs, which you see a lot of people wear, I think it has one actual word on there. I think it has my eye on there. The rest of those symbols on there are nothing. Um, and then I go to a shop where they'll customize it for me, so it'll, you can make it say something when I'm in Egypt. But you can't. Most of the stuff that you get is phony, and you if you try to read it or try to find that particular glyph, you're never going to find it because it doesn't exist.
Okay,
Um,
so yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so let's just finish some reading, and I'm gonna try to read part of it. I need help. I need help to speed read. But again, I because of his aptitude, and he does this work that you call the sahu, the sa work, or the spiritual work, or I'm promoting him. I'm promoting him based on his aptitude to pass a wild priest to a hymn netter
right. You
minimum,
can Ami
right?
Unud
The
or Ami.
people who can't read the meta netter, oh, they get to clean the and dust. They the wild priest. They the wob what they the wob him netchers, the wobs, right? That's all they get to do. Dust, right? So anybody who comes on and you expect a imam to read Arabic, Hebrew, a Jew to read Hebrew, a Christian to read Aramaic or Greek, right? Him Netcher, you expect him to read the Meta Netcher. If he can't read the Meta Netcher, you give him a fly whisk to dust or her. Next. So let's
But see
go.
that what that is, brother Reggie. That's a great standard to set. It's nothing wrong with that. You see what
No,
I'm
not
saying? When you set that standard, so I don't think this should be just you know, I don't know if it may be packaged a better way to make it more palatable to our people, not just in a disrespectful way, but to say that hey, this is the standard that we're setting. Even though Dr. Clark couldn't read it, the standard must continue to grow respectfully, not in a disrespectful way, because we're all learning this. Just think
Well,
about
don't
this.
call yourself. No, no,
Oh, okay,
no.
I
no.
Don't
He's
know.
don't
right.
no, I'm just not this I'm not this okay, I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead.
Well, what you're saying is correct. Is and when we look at standards, um, there's two things, right? Like if I say I'm a Ami Unud, right? It's because I know some basic astronomy, right? And I can go outside and show you how to see if it's the beginning of the year by helical rising. I can tell you about the other risings. I know the Necharu names for the stars of the Amduai. I know the hours and how some of the hours work. I know I know how to do a nativity, right? Which is the part of the astronomy that they did in astrology in ancient Kemet. They did nativities. I can have you urinate on emmer beans and tell you if it's a boy or a girl, right? So there's certain basics that you should know if you have a title. I can't call myself a Keri Heb if I have no knowledge of doing mortuary work. You should be a mortician in order to carry that title. And I learned some things from Dr. Breyer, who is the head mortician of Egypt, you
The
know, in
mortician
Egypt.
is a sub priest. The Keri Heb is the master of festivals. He's the controller of all the events.
That
The
too as
set,
well.
the said priest is the one who does the
Said,
burials.
said priests say things around the burial, but the Keri Heb is the one who does the actual embalming. So, and we know
Not
that,
always available. The
Hold
Keri
on,
Heb
you
is
guys.
the
Hold on,
big
you guys.
big
I got a
dude.
question.
right?
See, so for the people, see, this is why I'm in the mix of all of this, because it's good to have people that can't do certain things because we ask really integral questions. So to just say that there are different type of priests and you guys know of them and by name is fascinating. So that would be something great to go over the different type of priests
Yeah,
that there was.
because they
We
don't
don't
tell
even
you
know about that.
because they don't tell you the different type of priest in the Kemetic tradition. Because then they get demoted. Because if you can't read the Meta Neter, you're a wild priest. Now, the sister said disrespect is rampant here. Okay, good sister,
Respectable.
good sister.
That's our brother from Bermuda. He's an elder. He's I think he's older than all of us here,
Okay, so elder,
and he's learning the Medu Neter, by the way, but with me.
elder. I'm
Wow.
not talking to the elder who said that the disrespect is rampant. I am saying that people disrespect themselves when they elevate themselves past their capabilities, right? And that I'm not talking about anybody individually by name, but I am saying that if you can't be calling yourself a high nothing when you can't go through the work. So that means anybody who doesn't do the work can make up positions for themselves. I am not being disrespectful, but maybe to you I am, but I can't run around in this world saying that I have abilities that I do not have, right? Reggie, can you read all 3,000 symbols? You calling it that is kind of well, I'll say, let me put it like this. All symbols don't make sounds. Some symbols are determinatives. Some symbols make sounds and sounds make words. But family, I am reading the Medu Neter based on the fly from my memory. Now, only from my memory of the glyphs. No, I can't read every glyph. You can, and I tell you, and Shaka Ndugu says that when we can't see it, we just escapes us because I speak English. I read English. But the fact of the matter is that I am showing you one of our most important and profound Pert Imherus that deal with our mothers, our sisters, our wives, our daughters, and you're concerned about, and I'm reading it for you and translating it in public, right? And no, I can't read all the signs, but I am not calling myself anything but Brother Reggie. And I am
I
not,
can't read all the signs either. I don't think anybody can, either, for that matter.
yeah.
And
Let
people
me,
must know that a lot of those signs were added by the Greeks and Romans.
In certain periods,
When
because
we're talking about thousands, 3,000 and so on.
yeah. So
well,
let's get so
hold on. Let
let's
me
get to this column. Let's stop and just get to this column and let's get some basic things.
no,
Now,
hold on. Let me chime in real quick because this is important. When you learn Chinese and Japanese, you are expected to memorize 10,000 characters out of the said, I think, 50 to 70,000. So no one in China or Japan knows every glyph that they use because it's not part of you be there forever because you have a mixture of languages and a mixture of characters. It's just not going to happen. When you come into this particular language, you see the same thing. They say that stuff in the writing. He knows this, he doesn't know this language. He knows this, he can read these, but he doesn't know this. And some of this is in some of the papyruses, showing you the level that these particular guys are at. The other thing is that is no disrespect to anybody. I'm not sure who in particular you speaking of disrespectful, but what's disrespectful is if you come and try to claim a title from the ancestors with the warnings that they give you concerning not knowing the information. So if you claim to be an hour watcher, you should have some concepts about the way they watch the hours, how the year works, etc., etc. If you don't put that title on you. If you go to Islam and try to claim to be an imam, they're going to check you. If you say you're a sheikh, they're going to check you. If you claim to be a preacher that is a bishop on a bishop level, they're going to check you if you don't know. So that's not a disrespect. The disrespect would be to the ancestors claiming you're this when you don't actually have those abilities.
But you know what it is, Asar, is when you call people out, right? Then you're being disrespectful because we're supposed to let them get away from it, and we are watching them do it in front of our faces, and we're saying that you don't really love your ancestors. You don't really love your ancestors. You love yourself
Right.
because you are promoting something that you don't have the abilities for, and you want everybody to see that form of you, but we're pulling down the curtains, right? And all I'm putting out a challenge. I never said anything negative about Asar and Ka and his work. Why? Because Asar and Ka can read the Meta Necha as good or better than me, right? As good or better than me, right? And so he knows the text. And when I have a question, I call Jonathan Owens, I call Soren Ka, right? I call Jed and Ankh, right? I call my people that I know. Soren Ka can walk the museum with me and read everything that I read, right? And as good or better than I can, right?
And we give our opinions on it, and we teach people while we're in there. Saber Reggie, the first time I had been in the Met, I lived in New York and had never been to the Met because I was doing other stuff when I was in New York. I walked in there, and he's going to test you. He's going to have you read what you claim you know. And if you're looking at your ancestors, you're right there with your ancestors' stuff. You're right there. You got all the stuff sitting right there, and you telling me you are a master of what your ancestors know, and you can't tell me anything about it, or you tell me something about it and it has nothing to do with it because you're basing everything off a whim. That's no good. That's no good. You can't be a professor unless you pass a test to be so. They won't let you teach. You can't be a doctor unless you pass a doctor's course. It's very simple. I can run around claiming I'm a doctor, and if I don't have the credentials to do it, guess what happens if I try to perform a surgery? It's called malpractice. I can get sued, put in jail, all types of stuff. So here, the standard is, and I have a standard for, you know, if you claim to be this or that in my there's certain things you need to do. Certain things you need to do before you can claim a title.
But it's disrespectful when you call people. So we just supposed to let that rock. We're supposed to let people just lie on our culture, right? And we're not supposed to say anything. Why? And why? And give them a pass for not putting in the work. But I'm supposed to be a bad guy. But at the same time, in me being a bad guy and disrespectful person, I'm showing you one of our most sacred concepts that the Africans of the Nile put forward to give a woman an afterlife. You got no pictures in the Bible and the Quran and the Torah and nothing of a woman on her own canoe by herself, by her conduct, getting an afterlife and you want to say that I'm disrespecting when we have people here who say they are something and they never show it to you. So look, hey, look, you know what? Now, it's late. I've been on the show for 3 or 4 hours. I was going to help read the last comment. Now I feel insulted. I really feel insulted because that is the level in which we go to where you're worried about protecting somebody who is not being truthful about their ability to say what our ancestors say directly, and you are telling me that I'm being disrespectful. So, you know what? It's been a nice night. Y'all keep believing. Listen, y'all keep believing who y'all want to believe, right? Y'all lucky that y'all have Shaka and Dougal Kemet and a Saw and Ka, right? Y'all lucky you'll have these brothers because you know what? They're younger and their heart is not how can I say where my heart is in telling you the truth. But I do it because of my age. So you rock with these young brothers, right? Because they won't do and say what I say. You got these people taking you to Egypt and or Kemet or wherever and putting an extra $1,500 on your ticket to walk you around and show you some pictures. But I'm the bad guy. But I'm the bad guy. But you would give up the extra $1,500, but you wouldn't take a saw and cars class, or you wouldn't take Shaka Ndugu's class. What you want to do is you take a shiny person's trip to Kemet and walk around and say, "Oh, I went to Kemet with this person." But they don't even want to. They barely remember you. They remember you based on how much money you give. But I'm being disrespectful. I'm being
Yeah.
disrespectful when I know how much a trip to Kemet costs. Right? 5 days of Kemet, you spend $1,200. That's all. Not no 25, not no $3,500. Spend $1,200, and then after that, you spend what you want to spend. Right? But these people put in an extra $1,000, $1,500, taking advantage of you, and you saying I'm disrespectful. So, so I was going to read the last comment. Shaka Indigo, I was going to read the last group of columns, but I'm not. Maybe y'all can read it. I'm just going to leave them where they are because they just kind of cover up for people. People's they're trying to cover up for people, calling themselves stuff, and we're saying that you could take a course, you can learn how to read this stuff, you can teach it to your children, right? I'm showing you a sacred piece, right, of African culture, and you're concerned about, well, other people are at different levels, and you shouldn't be so disrespectful, but you should be worrying about, are you able to understand the sacred words of your ancestors beyond pictures, and you're mad at me because you want to continue looking at pictures. But see, it's people like myself and Shaka and Duku and Asar, when we have to deal with other people who are converts to other religions, Islam, Christianity, Hebrew, you need us to defend your culture that you converted to, because the other people that you rely on, they can't read nothing. So if I was dealing with a Muslim today or a Hebrew, and he asked me to read it and I couldn't read it, not only did I lose, we lost. Because then he could prove to me that I'm incompetent talking about my culture. So you need to pick and choose the people who is going to defend African culture correctly and rightly, based on their skill level, not based on the clothing and how charismatic they are. Because when you deal with the oppressor, if I'm dealing with a European, and I'm dealing with some of the Abrahamic faiths, and if I can't read this, I can't prove that this woman is getting the afterlife. I don't know nothing. It looks like this woman is just praising two other women with funny hats on in front of a man with a funny hat on. I can't defend my culture, but now I'm upset. You people, you're going to find out when you ask the people that you think could defend when the Europeans come for us, and it's going to be embarrassing. It's going to be bloody. You keep capping for them. Hey, listen, I'm out of here, man. I can't do this no more. I'm tight. I saw. Hey, Shaka Ndugu, thanks for having me on, but uh,
I understand. Well, it's been 5 hours
you
anyway, so
you
we
people.
can we can all we can all we can call it a day. Well,
All right,
uh,
peace, brother Shaka. I don't know what happened, uh, but I
well,
think
it's a comment that that the comment the brother said that he was being disrespectful and Reggie didn't like that. But I mean, I understand the brother's stance, but because he have left, because he has left, I'd rather not say anything because otherwise somebody
right,
else
right,
might
right,
want to
right.
add
I mean,
on.
it's not,
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't about that. I was just like we was having a good, pretty good build until I mean, like you got to stay out of the comments and try to just focus on what you're trying to teach. Have a discipline that way because the information was pretty good up until the comment reading.
Well, I'll do the same actually.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
try.
yeah. So that's not just for
Yeah.
him.
I try to I
You
try
know
to
what
read
I'm
the,
saying?
I try to read the comments and see see what's going on because sometimes um uh, um people have different sensitivities about what's being said and what's factual or not, and I personally don't like when people say falsehood or things that I really disagree with. Sometimes you kind of not on the same page, but sometimes it's like really contrary to your views and you really want to express it, you know.
Right. So
But
this is what I'll say, right? Before
mhm,
if you're gonna close out. What
mhm.
I'll say is, okay, I can't read the language, but I do have to understand the chronology, right? So even if I wasn't able to read the language, I have an understanding that this civilization starts before the other civilization that we're in opposition to. So I can just use that without even using language to mount my argument. So if they tell you that Adam and Eve is the beginning of history, I can show something that precedes that, and that's checkmate, right?
Absolutely. Because when you start to get like into the mythos of Asar, how he's taught to name everything just like Adam, things like that start to pop out. He's the Lord of Lord and King of Kings in the book of coming forth by day. Stuff like that pops out. Um,
Right.
you see all the good stuff. You and really the main thing is you come away with a totally different story and you come in with African information,
That's
right?
yeah. That's where I'm at right now. Now I would love to, learn how, but I'm in the age of 53, so I'm pretty much have a pretty good set of the chronology is my weapon. You know what I'm saying? I without even reading the language, but I understand from what Brother Reggie had just said that reading the language is important for someone that doesn't read the language. How long does it take to actually be fluent in it? These are the questions that I'm pretty sure that someone that may be interested in may want to know.
About 3 to 4 months.
3 to 4 months?
Well,
It's
it
not. It's
depends.
Oh, hold on. Let's see what Shaka got to say.
I would say, I mean, it depends, how much time you spend studying and fluent. I don't know if we can use that word for the meta nature because indeed there are hundreds of glyphs. You see, so um, I would say it's I don't know if I say a life process, people might think it takes a lifetime, but it really depends. Some I give classes to different people, male, female, in different countries, and people don't learn at the same speed, you know.
True.
So it's just really difficult, but and it depends who you're learning with, how you're learning it, if you're learning
Right.
it on your own or with somebody. But my advice to you is just give it a try, no matter who it's with. uh just give it a try, and then you can see if it works for you or if it doesn't for you, because like I said many times, it's not for everybody. But I don't want people to feel like it's very difficult or it's like rocket science. It's something that it's achievable. It's achievable. It's different because any language that has a different script is already a challenge. And I know because I've been learning, studying a fair bit of languages actually. And like the Greek, for example, lately I've been having a look at the Greek, and you have letters that we use for a particular sound, but in the Greek language it's another sound. So it's very challenging. But it is something achievable, definitely. If people are motivated, they can actually go far. I mean, I have a brother he's 18 now, but he was still 16 years old. And before he started taking the classes with me, he had studied on his own, and I was so impressed because he had basically the highest level of everybody. And so you said you're in your 50s. I think you said 56, something like that. It doesn't matter how old you are. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm 40, and uh there's some things I don't want to say, but later on people will get to know. But there's no age. There's no age.
No,
Right.
and
Yeah.
especially if you're older, because you find to make, but this becomes a hobby for you. So we look for hobbies. I'm 48, right? I'll be 48 in November. So it takes about 3 to 4 months just to, once you start to pick it up, if you're intrigued by it. I speak 8 languages. If you're intrigued by it, you're gonna get excited by it, because you're gonna find out how easy it was to figure certain things out when it comes to reading something. Um, the reason why our brother says becoming fluid is a difficulty is because, remember, there's 4 different types of text there, right? You've got your hieroglyphic, you've got your hieratic, you've got your Coptic, you've got your Demotic. So what you'll end up doing is spending time on the hieroglyphic script first, because that's what you see. If you like what you see, you'll start to get into stuff like hieratic. And my girl's gonna step on my back. I might sound a little funny. When you start to really get into it, you might want to look into Demotic and Coptic. And then all of a sudden you picked up 4 languages, Coptic still a living language, and Demotic basically old Greek. So these are the things that you'll start to indulge in, and it becomes a hobby. And then if you really want to put things in perspective for yourself, spiritual wise, or ethic wise or moral wise, you'll start to read stuff like the 42 Laws of Ma'at. You'll read stuff like Patahatep, Ankh Shashank, and then all of a sudden those ethics become a living fold to you, because you can see who wrote them, you can see why they wrote them, and you'll understand why they have meaning to you, especially if you go back and visit an Abrahamic book after that. So very, it's just a whole, it's a mind cleanse to reintroduce you back to Africa in its ancient times. And if you're into Ifa and Yoruba, to walk you right back over to those as well. So, um, it's very good to do. Like I said, it's a reformation of your mind, just to get into the language alone and to get into the spirituality itself, which a lot of people in this particular community aren't into, but people around the world indulge in it very deeply, and it's very effective for them. I'm gonna tell you, go do it. You know, and that's what you should do. Like I said, it's a whole cultural cleanse for you, to bring you back home, bring you center minded, and to be fair in everything. When we say words like y'all read today, Imakeru, Imaki, true of voice, these are things that you're reintroduced to in real time when you look at the text, see what the people go through, and start to read the ethic books within the system.
Right.
And you know, I have a recommendation for those who, for whatever reason, don't want to learn with somebody. I think it's better to learn with somebody because you know you get used to the sounds, and it's just better really to have somebody, particularly when it's a different script and we have different sounds. Actually, we have sounds that don't exist in English or the French language. But my recommendation, and I have recommended it before. I think it's one of the best book to use as an introduction to the meta nature if people want to use a book only. Now, unfortunately, because things because of my background, um, uh,
Yeah, because of the background, it's going
yeah,
in and
but
out.
it's
But you
the
could
book
just
by
give us the title.
by Beer Manley, and it's called Ancient Hieroglyphs for Complete Beginners. So it's like a kind of pink or dark red color, and he has another book that is very famous. It's Beer Manley with Mark Collier. I forgot exactly the title. Maybe hieroglyphs made easy. I forgot. I actually have it
Yes,
on my bag.
that book is the one.
But that one is quite. It's more technical. No, it's I was very off. It's how to read the ancient Egyptian. It's
There.
more technical. It's more technical. Really, that one it's well made, and it shows you pictures from original artifacts. So uh there's not many books, and I haven't read all the books about the Medu Nature, but there's not many where they actually show you so much original artifacts and for you to practice reading on it, you know. And I think it's a great advantage. Now, of course, my opinion is from somebody that has studied the Medu Nature for years before I came across that book. But I still think that, you know, it is probably the best one to start with, in my opinion. But then again, you know, everybody have their own opinion. But so once again, it's Egyptian Hieroglyphs for Complete Beginners by Mbia Manley. And Osam Khan, do you have a YouTube account?
I think he's muted out. He's getting his
Yeah, but
back walked out.
now it's unmuted, but we still don't hear anything.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that recommendation on that book.
Mhm.
Like I said, I'm hesitant, and then because you have as a person that doesn't read the language and to watch the arguments that you guys have had for the last 4 or 5 years, that kind of slows the process because we like if these people are arguing about the language, then it must not be accurately read.
No,
You
no,
see what
but
I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I'm kind of interrupting you, but remember, we have two guys.
Right, yeah, but we didn't know that at the
I guess
time.
the consensus of Egyptology, you know, so it's not even like we're arguing. I mean, we just quoting, you know, the grammar rules. We just quoting scholars. I mean, Smash Rockwell, he shows so many different scholars. You know, we have their names in the TLA, and then
Right.
we happen to have two guys who act like, you know, everybody else is wrong, but they're right. And you know, science doesn't work that way. You know, so I mean, for the most part, if you leave out those two brothers who have their hypothesis that Kemet means a riparian country and the I6 glyph doesn't mean black after a name that is a title that they cannot even describe. If you check it out, like you've seen with Reggie, we've been reading, and for the most part, we kind of agree. When Osam Khan is talking, I mean, we didn't really exchange too much on the meta nature, but when I hear people that's familiar with the meta nature, most of the time I kind of agree with what they're saying. So I would say that the whole world, you know, that has studied invented nature even a little bit, the whole world is in agreement. We just have two disruptive individuals
Okay.
who said that Diop Guest and Reketi Amin is wrong and James Pialen is wrong, and those guys don't even have any credentials or any degrees in the field, you know.
Yeah,
So
but it took a while for you guys to assemble to actually combat that particular problem. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
as far as
absolutely.
I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned, the video ancient Egyptians calling themselves black. I mean, I was with my daughter on me. You know, what I'm saying I just blasted the dude. I don't mean to brag or anything like that. To me, it was one conversation, and that 3 hours, you know, the dude humiliated himself. But go ahead, brother Osamka.
right. When Afro Stylie put that video out a long time ago in 2018, when they first started making the skirmish, I did the videos. I showed everything Smash is showing you now, except for a bunch of examples in the TLA. The difference is you had a bunch of cats who, like I said, they felt like, oh, it's got to be from him, it's got to be from them. But
Right.
when it initially started, it was me, and I was at work, and it was my man Rob Bourne, and they tried to challenge us on it in the chat room, and they got tore up in the chat room. Everybody in the chat room was running around saying, ah, but Ujao being, my man, so I was like, he was like, yo, if y'all go live, let me come on live. So I was like, yeah, I got you. So I went on live, and I was like, I'm gonna just let you speak on what you speak on. And anything I disagree with, I'll get to it the next day. So I let him on the live, and I just let him kind of go kind of here and there. And then I asked him to demonstrate something he couldn't do. I said, all right, so keep going, whatever you're trying to do after that. So
Where this video at? I need to see
that
that too.
that's on the Heck in the Chair channel.
Oh,
HKN,
hold on,
new
hold on,
word.
hold on. Slow down, hold on. You say what?
The channel is HKN. The new
H.
word is NTR. So it's 6 letters, 2 words, heck in the chair, praise the divine. So I'm on there. I'll let them come on. And that was that. And then the next day we went into some of their book and tore that down too. But he ran off as if that was a debate. Anybody on my channel knows if I'm doing a debate with you, we do it either on my one of my partners' channels, or we set it up where it's in a format. And I always say, if you want to debate, come see me, let's debate. It's not difficult. So he did that. He started running off talking about, oh, see, he's wrong here, he's wrong there. And I'm like, whatever. But his people took it as a victory. So they did a victory lap about nothing. Because when we was on Facebook, the same thing was happening. It was getting a scholastic beatdown. But the thing is, it's just about one word. They feel like about, it's a noun phrase in particular, Kemet. So this argument to them is like heartfelt for some reason. So then they start attacking your character and all types of weird stuff. To me, it was just a discussion about a word. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna continue on how we continue on, no big deal. But for them, it's more heartfelt. It's a big deal. But almost anything with them is a big deal sometimes. So it it shouldn't be so heartfelt because we're just discussing the noun phrase. They're obviously using it from a time when the Greeks called it the bitter lakes. As you've seen, when we use it from the time of the dynastic period, they called it the Great Black, speaking of the Nile or the Happy River. And so, if you want to take it from the Greek standpoint, usually in the black community, they say, oh, he's being white or something like that, when you do stuff like that, which I'm not saying about them. But I'm telling you, when you're talking about the Greek standpoint compared to the dynastic standpoint, there's a big difference. I'm not going to take it from the Ptolemies before I take it from the people who were actually there making the civilization.
Is this why
Exactly.
it might be why they talk about our tribe is so much, and our tribe is, you can tell that's Greek. But I don't even see myself reading their books. I mean, I spoke with the dude, and brother James, uh, that first conversation that really ended the thing. And I'm not discarding what the brother Osamka said, that I wasn't aware, so I had the channel. I would try to see if I can find the video, and actually someone recommended your channel. I don't know if it was you who came during the live stream, but someone recommended your channel to me before, either you or somebody else.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
it was you.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. But somebody did.
Long
Somebody did.
time, Dr. and Google chemist. So it's been a we've been speaking for some time, and then just start to recognize who each other, are at
Oh,
the
we
end of the.
spoke.
Yeah, we spoke for a long time. Matter of fact, I'm on some of your older shows. So
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
I
Okay.
think it either pulls
But
up
but
with this
you there's a are you the brother who knows Aisha Sekmet?
Aisha segment.
Oh no, it's
That's
not. Yeah, it's a singer. It's a singer. she used to roll with SETI and all that, but then she turned Republican and making songs, supporting Trump. I don't know what happened. I mean, so sometimes,
Yeah, man. Yeah, you go
yeah,
way back, Shaka. Me too.
yeah,
I
yeah,
know who she is, the white man's bitch.
yeah,
Yeah, see what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah, I know
yeah.
her.
I
Yeah,
did
she.
buy. I bought her two albums, and I was like, I even showed. I made a video. Look, support the sister and all that. You just not just for the talk. And then next thing I know, she's there. Yeah, Trump's gonna change things, and I'm like, all right, okay.
Wow.
But hey, I don't fault her. She was attacked so much, and life is what it is. Maybe lack of support also contributed to that. Because you make some effort. She used to make videos, nice quality videos. She releases albums, and she realized the sad truth that a lot of our people in the conscious community, man, they don't really support like that. They support with the mouth, but
Yeah.
financially, it's another business. But
Right.
all this to say that that first conversation, it was really a wrap. The other shows that Smash did is just more and more daggers, like even more evidence, more quotes, and um, I, I I hate to say it, but being diplomatic, those two guys, they are disingenuous. They are so disingenuous, and it's just sad, because if you listen to the end of the conversation that lasted 3 hours, he kept saying he will demonstrate that Chem is a title, you know, and it took him 3 hours. And me asking him, so basically, you cannot prove that it's a title. And he goes, yeah, just like you cannot prove that Chem is an adjective. And I'm like, man, you know,
Right.
that's
And
borderline childish.
you can
Right.
Because
clear him as an adjective used in the vocative case when it comes to the noun phrase Kemet. So when it comes to the rule, and you'll hear me break the rules down when I do it. They just kind of dance. They put on their track shoes. They put on the tap dance. But that argument really should be dead because if you go to the people that they use, they call it Kemet the Black Land, all of them.
yeah,
So from Ehrman to Allen to Vigus to uh what's Eric what's his name, the famous one,
you already said Allen. Is he alive or is he dead? Faulkner or Gardiner? Oh,
Faulkner.
Alan Gardiner. Yeah, Alan Gardiner.
There he is. So all of them call it Kemet the Black Land. So there should be no, I don't even know where the confusion could be, other than he confused himself in two memes, which is how we started this. And you'll see on the show where I go over the memes he said and how he responded. Then he tries to go back over them and cuts it short. um is clear. This is not really debatable in Egyptology. Not only because of what we're saying, but because you got the pyramid text, but because you got people making quotes in different countries at the time that this happened, such as the Greeks, such as the Persians, such as so this is not even really a debatable topic. This is just them trying to rehatch something to make a mark in the black community. But why would you want to make it stripping the black land and saying stuff like they didn't call themselves black? If I go to, for instance, let's do this, right? I keep hearing my brother saying Chaluba. Chaluba is a Congo language. But when we talk about the god Mbuti in Chaluba in the Congo, what does he say he does to define people? He says, I made the black people out of black clay. I made the white people out of white clay. And I made this other culture, which is another black culture, out of red clay. So you're trying to say this is the language we use, but here's the God from that language right here, giving you the description that you should take it by. He says they're black. He says these other ones are red, and he says these white ones are made from the white clay. No one's even brought that up to him before, but I know because I'm Congo. I know Torre is the forest god. I know in a thunder god. I know, you understand? So we haven't even gone there yet. I'm just being nice because the brothers is cool, but you did a little plagiarism. Clean that up, and also these points are silly. Why are you trying to go up that shit at the joke? It makes no sense.
I mean, even that French book that the guy pulled up, uh, he went against his hypothesis, and then he went like, oh yeah, but you need to read the whole thing. So can you imagine how many brothers, if he finds himself cornered, and how many brothers and sisters he might have done it already, or he could say, well, actually, yeah, there's that book there, but because it's in French, there's not many who will be able to read it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, come on, man. I mean, I agree that argument, and obviously with what you're saying, because you're saying it took so long, is causing more confusion than anything. And the funny thing is that in that same video, when you spoke with Osar, when he said, well, you don't have any argument, you need to be quiet and go and read,
Right.
on that same broadcast, Ujawu said that Smash Rockwell used an inflammatory title on purpose, and it caused confusion, and it's irresponsible, and it's silly. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, first he tells him you microwaved it, then he gets smashed all the way, and then he goes and say that's irresponsible. And they are the one who said that be up guest, and James Allen is wrong, and we should not rely on dictionaries, just because, and scholars, PhDs don't do the work, they just quote other people. I mean, come on, man, it's
Yeah,
just too much, and all that because they have a book about the subject.
yeah, it
Right.
was, they used my lack of reading the language to as a weapon. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
understand what Brother Reggie is saying, but at the same time, the question that I was asking was for you guys to see what I'm saying.
yeah, and you
It's a
did good.
team, it's
You,
a
you
team effort, right?
It
So
was, it
I
was.
know,
You,
you
you,
know what
you,
I'm
you
saying.
you
So I'm
took a L.
asking the right
You took a
question
L for the
because
team.
they, yeah, no, I really didn't take an L because I
No, I
knew
mean
that you
entirely.
guys was in the background and
Yeah.
you're listening. So you made a video the next day, like, I can't believe he said Rickety Almond don't know what she's talking about. You see what I'm saying? I'm paying
Right.
attention to both arguments because I'm trying to decipher the truth. Because even though I can't read the language, I can listen to two people saying something, and I can decipher who's telling the truth and who's not based on just common mathematics. You see what I'm saying? So math
And,
is always at play in anything that we do. That was the language of the gods. You can't lie in mathematics.
mm, and like I said to many people, anybody listening now or later on, feel free. Type any university, you type Egyptology, and you will have the name of the professors, of the scholars, the teachers, the PhDs, and send an email and ask them about Chem, the I6 glyph. Some will not respond, some will respond. And you can even say, okay, some people say it means black, or Kemet. Or you can just say Kemet. What does Kemet mean? What does Kemet mean to you? And you will see that they will translate it as the black or the black land, but you will have black. There are not many. I don't expect many to translate it as the land of the
Repairing.
blacks. Oh no, repairing. I mean, if you have one that says that, please send it to me. That would be interesting. I don't think you have a single one that would say repairing, and I really don't. And apparently, we kind of determined with Smash Rocket that this hypothesis was inspired by Mboli's work. You know, and Mboli is not a linguist. I'm not saying that his work is trash, but he's not a linguist. So, oh man, I mean, once again, I mean, people can, they have groupies, they have people who follow them blindly, but it's really two guys against the whole world of Egyptology, all those scholars who spent so many years and stuff like that. And Osama Khan said, all the people that they use in their own work, they, they translate Kem as black, or at least Kemet as black, you know what I'm saying? So what else can be said? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
You know,
peace,
but
brothers. It was
yeah.
good. You let me come on the show without showing my face, but I
Well,
appreciate the show, brother.
yeah, you showed your face before, so it's cool. It's cool.
Okay, brother.
You know?
So peace to you,
Mm.
and peace to Asar and Ka.
Yeah,
Peace.
peace, brother. And Osam Kab, before you leave, if you don't mind me asking, what languages do you speak then? I know you speak some French. Je sais que tu parles français.
Right. I speak a little French. I speak a little Spanish. I speak some. Let me get out of here for my girl get mad. My ex-wife. I speak Hindi. Bye, honey. Look,
Oh,
I speak Hindi and Bengali. I speak ooh, I we obviously read the Medu show
hmm.
and a couple other things. So I'm not too bad. I
Mm.
I mean I speak Arabic.
Did you say after Bengali and before Medunecha, did you say another language?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear because it was breaking up.
Arabic as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I remember you spoke Arabic. Yeah.
See, they just dropped me off in Egypt. I ain't had no. I have buddies out there, but they didn't meet me out there. But I was speaking. I was like, "Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh." Oh, kafala kaki and alhamdulillah. You know, so you
Mhm.
know,
All right.
getting them.
But yeah, I mean, you could reach so many people because I was thinking about Hindi because it's one of the most spoken language in the world, and Bengali, the country, Bangladesh is so small, but I think it's the sixth largest spoken language in the world. You know, or more or less, and it's just amazing. You know. But oh yeah, that's good. You're very familiar with languages, and you know the funny thing as well. I mean, I don't mean I don't mean to throw shot like that, but you know those are some so-called linguists. You know, I never heard them speaking any other language except for English. You know what I'm saying?
Hindu that subscribe to that page because they're familiar with the concepts. So you know when you like a lot of people say building shrines and all this stuff like that. When you build your kera'ah, right, your shrine, so to speak, and you're putting your kera'ah together. If you watch a Hindu, they already have kera'ahs right there. So they'll have a picture of this part of their family, this member in the family, this person in the family that's passed away, that had great wisdom and knowledge, and they say prayers for them. They ask for guidance from them on a regular basis. They burn the incense damn near the same way as you. You'd be very surprised how close. This is why people is talking chakras, which is not in ancient Kemet, but
Mm,
they talk chakras. So it's because that culture is so close to our culture. And then you start to go into the history, like, well, where does this come from? You have to remember, Brother Taharka and other people of that nature were around them. They say they go over there. We know that happens because later you have Alexander going over there. He ends up dying over there, or
oh, I didn't even know that.
that's where, yeah, all that stuff is in the history. So you got a lot of connection in between that people don't even know. You know the historical uh, methodology from. You know, you get your a lot of the historic situations come from stuff that has already happened between cultures. And so when you see those things, like our brother was saying, he likes to study the history. If he goes to pick up this, I think it's 5 volumes, James Breasted's books on the history of ancient Egypt, where you can get all these quotes that you hear people saying in English and all this stuff like that.
Mhm.
Um, Without the Medu Neter, because most of you don't read Medu Neter, so it's good for you to read it in English, then get it in Medu Neter, so you can say, is this right or not? Right? Um, you'll find out the whole situation from time immemorial to the now. From reading that, because he covers Manito, he covers this, he covers that, your King's List, all that stuff. The problem is people claim they're conscious and they never read any of this stuff.
Mhm.
There's only a few of us who will actually do the work. And so when we come tell you about the work, hear what we're saying, and then actually go pick up what we're telling you to read so you can confirm what we're saying to you.
Mhm.
Because if you don't, you're going to keep getting the wool pulled over your eyes every single time.
Mhm. And you know, I'm on your channel. I can see one video has uh like the top on him. It says live. Here we go. Um, is this the one you? Oh, there's also the grammar discussion, a response to Hujaus. So, and there's another one, a short grammatical discussion of word commit. The one that you told us about, the video you told us about. Um, do you remember which one it is? Oh, there's also another one. All
A
country names and their
responsible
history.
Jao
Hujau.
yeah, the responsible Jao kind of covers what he was saying initially. The
Mm,
Kim is it covers some grammatical things, and then I think it's Kim an adjective or a noun, uh, or it's Kim an adjective noun, I believe is the other one. and it
Mm-hmm.
covers, it gives you a full lesson. Plus, I pull up Selden's grammatical book. So
Mm-hmm.
after I say it and prove it, I bring up Selden's book, and then Selden shows you a different way than I show you. And then if you're on academia.org, you can see me, and my brother Nechaneb was he was trying to get on my head. He was like, you should cite Gardner. I was like, I can't really cite Gardner because Gardner didn't do this particular type of work. I'm doing this particular work showing how the Medu Neter works. No one had ever done that. And so in my new book, it'll be there, but I put a portion of that chapter in the academia.org, and I cover how each glyph works in the noun phrase Kemet, so that you can see and understand it clearly. I tell you, like the foot works like this. The only part that's not in there is where they get the idea from, which will be in there when you get the book. Because the idea is about the owl and how the owl is a junk to the Akkadian. And my partner, who is the top Akkadian speaker and translator in the world, he does something in his book which allows me to bring it over the information into my book, and you will see me cite him, which is what they tried to do, but they tried to do it from Hebrew, but Hebrew is not really a spoken language, as our brother Nechaneb covered like that. It just became a spoken language. It was a dead language, but you have to go to the Akkadian. So we're going to pull it from the Akkadian so you can see when they bring out the text. And when Saber Reggie says, I'm going to abandon them, that's the same thing the Akkadian said. It's the exact sentence that Saber Reggie used, and Saber Reggie ain't even seen the Akkadian I'm about to pull up in the book. He's never even seen it. And so you're going to see all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're going to see all of that in there because I'm just pulling from the sources. And when you pull from the sources and explain the sources, it's very simple.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if the book's going to be released this year or next year?
Probably early next year.
All right.
Early next year.
Keep us posted, so we can support you. And what you say is interesting because a lot of people don't know that the so-called Hebrew language is really, to me, I like to say Canaanite dialect.
Right.
They like to talk about Paleo Hebrew, but that's like Phoenician or whatever you want to call it. But but yet they don't say, oh, the Hebrew is there. The Hebrew has not been deciphered. Nobody says that. But
yeah, never do. And my partner. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, my partner is the top reader in Arcadia, and so I was telling him because Shu is like there's a particular God because I'm trying to show the connection, and I was building on the Pharaoh now, and I'm sure you'll see this information come out all of a sudden. Everybody will know. The Pharaoh owl in particular, does certain things, has certain habits, and in old we'll say Hebrew astrology, where they used to be like sorcery and what have you, or priests, they used to use that type of situation and omens from the owls. The Pharaoh owl is very important in its alignment with certain things before you do them for the king. And so, there's that Pharaoh owl acts the same way in ancient Kemet as the owls used to be in the Per-Ankhs and in the barns. So we'll bring that information out, and you'll see the owl rips the head off. You'll see the Pharaoh ripping the head off. You'll see when it comes to the word Kemet, you have the protective source, just like you have the white and the blue wall of Ptah, which is a protective source when you get to Hawek-Ka Ptah, and the names and how the septots are set up in order. And then you'll start to get to, in the beginning, the regenerative factor of Asar and of the black, and why that Kim is important to be named in that fashion, and why the bread loaf is there, and why the Newit sign is there for town, except, you know what I'm saying? These are the things that need to be explored, which they tried to do in their book a little bit, I believe, but not as in depth, not as in depth, and not as forthcoming, and not with the primary resource to show this is the definitive line from here to here and why it's used and where we get this from. And here is aligning with the pyramid text. Oh, we can see Asar saying this. Oh, it's also aligned with this statement in particular from Unis. These are the things that you want,
Hmm.
so that when
And
you
you know,
explain it,
mhm,
it's simple. Go ahead.
mhm. Yeah. I have your channel there, but you on your channel you don't have the exchange with Ujao.
It's under that Ujao. I show the Facebook discussion we have. The one with Rob Bourne, we closed for the sake of, because me and Rob Bourne felt Ujao felt embarrassed about it, which is
Mm,
why he was going to come on the show. And so, and maybe he wasn't. Maybe it's okay, no big deal. But at that time, we was just trying to look out for the brother. Like, yeah, we ain't trying to run you in the dirt, but in here, this is what we going. It's going down like this.
hmm. But you said it's the one that says Ujao, but
For
I'm
the
not.
exchange with Ujao, or are you
Yeah,
talking about when me and him talk to each other?
yeah, that's it. Yes.
When me, him, and Rob Bourne talk to each other, we just kind of letting him explain it. I think
Yeah.
we're about to go live. I think that's what that one says, like that. And
Okay, there's
then
one
just
that says
kind of sit back and let him say what he
live,
wants to
live.
say.
Here we go. Is it the one that says live? Here we go.
That's the one. Yup, that's the
That's the
one
one.
right
Okay,
there.
okay, all right. So I'll check it out some other time. Okay, okay.
So that's after we have an actual discussion on this, that, and the other, and the words and what have you. Like
Mm-hmm.
for a minute they were saying heckin is not a word, right? So my brother Sean Erie, I had him come on because he was the one claiming. Uh-oh, he was the one saying heckin's not a word, and they were saying that in as a group, and so I had to show him heckin is a word, and now they're saying heckin the chair as well, which is.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody who remembers initially, to them, heckin was not a word, right? According to them, heckin wasn't a word. Um, So I
And
went into the tech.
he just doesn't care to say, "Oh, my bad," or "I was wrong," or "I thought that," and I realized, But some people, their ego is just crazy, crazy. Their ego is just crazy. They they will say anything and do anything just to hide the fact that they are not accurate on one particular point. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a shame. It's just a shame because to me they are really embarrassing themselves, and it looks like they don't realize. It looks like they don't realize that. Well, maybe they kind of realize that because I'm not really listening to that channel. I used to scroll every now and then, but from the title, I can see they're not talking about it anymore.
Facts,
So,
brother. Give me two.
uh, I think brother was saying like, give me 2 minutes or something. So I'm gonna see if he will come back. But yeah, it's a nice discussion. I don't usually live stream that long. It's been 6 hours, but hey, it's the weekend and there was participation. You see, so brothers and sisters, whenever I'm live streaming, if you feel like getting on the panel, if you don't mind showing your face, and feel free. And you can always participate in the chat, but don't feel some kind of way if you're not familiar with the meta nurture. You can learn at any time. Everybody have their pace. Everybody have their level. Uh, Reggie was talking this way because he was addressing someone that is uh, a priest. That's the main reason why he was going on like that. But I don't see him, saying the same things to someone who just happens to learn the meta nature. So don't be shy and embarrassed. We all start somewhere. I remember when I didn't really know the meta nature like that. I just knew some words, that I heard some scholars say or that I read in books, but I just knew the words, but not the glyphs. I wasn't able to read it, and then I started learning, and it took time. So you know, it's something that's really, really possible, to learn the Medu nature, and I know I'm speaking from experience because I have people who've been taking classes with me, and some have taken the class for a few months, some, for more than a year, and they have some knowledge. And when it go to for those who went to museums, they it's a nice feeling to be able to read and recognize glyphs. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I'll just wait maybe a little bit more, but. Oh no, brother Haley, you did not disrupt the show at all. You know, uh, well, Reggie kept saying that he was gonna go and get something to eat anyway, and I got a little bit worked up, because he didn't like what was said. But I think because I told him you're an elder, I think that's was the reason why he decided to go rather than say some things that he would have regretted by addressing an elder. But then again, I don't know, I'm not in his mind. But um, the show was not disrupted at all. You cannot disrupt a show with a message, with a comment, and it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, there was a time I was talking with Reggie, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna go then. It's like, it was like a little bit worked up. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes people can go off their own way. I mean, I went off before. It happened that some people said some stuff that sparked some anger or excitement. So it's all good. Well, I think Osama probably it's, probably no longer available. But it's been 6 hours anyway. 6 hours and 6 minutes actually. So thank you all for being there. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netra class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.